season was
First
it?
one.
Okay, yeah, that's the bad season.
What? No, it's not.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I mean season 2. I'm sorry. What I meant to say was season 3 was the bad one.
I meant to say it's a bad season, not the bad season.
Correct, Mahler, because they're
episode 4,
all
that makes a lot of
bad.
sense. That makes a lot of sense. Episode 4 was a notably bad episode of
It
a bad
was.
season
Indeed,
of
it
television.
was.
Upsetting.
It's-
Because it was
It
like, oh
stood out
no.
being particularly bad, and that's even on the Mandalorian grading scale on the curve. That was a really bad
Well,
episode.
yeah, Mando's character got assassinated in episode 4. It's just
Yeah.
like, oh, wow.
I realized,
not-
we're just doing the
story's
show where
barely even
everyone in the
started yet.
galaxy is a retard now. It's like, okay, everyone's stupid, including Mando. This is great. I really like this character and this universe so much. But once again, I'm reminded that everyone is an idiot.
Hey, at least you got to see him be a terrible parent several times and desperately care for this creature that eventually led to some of the like. Is Baby Yoda not basically the most important fucking creature in the universe for that continuity? Feels that
Well,
way.
they treat him like that because Luke Skywalker apparently only wants to train a single entity, and it's fucking Baby Yoda. He's not trying to build up a Jedi temple and find people. He only wants to train a single creature, and it's this infant.
Remember when
that
he
eats
offers
babies.
the baby the armor or the lightsaber?
You're old enough to make incredibly
That was so
life-altering
weird.
decisions at a young age.
and the
What
choice
did
you
Disney
make
mean by
will
this?
determine whether or not you get to, like, that's it, you know? Like, that's it. You know, you want to be a Jedi, you want to go hang out with Mando.
Yeah.
You don't
Do you
get
want
to
to be a
reconsider
Jedi
later
for the
on.
rest of your life, or do you want to be with this bounty hunter guy for the rest of your life, infant?
You could totally
Here,
tell
just
Baby Yoda's
tell me
just
what
like,
you mean.
I have no fucking clue what's happening, bro. I just want some milk. I want to eat some
yeah.
people's babies.
Luke was like, hey, just go ahead and tell me what your decision is. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can't even talk.
Well,
just waddle around.
Ahsoka was able to mind meld somewhat with Baby Yoda, I think. That was a thing. Remember that?
I do remember that thing. That's how we learned his name was Grogu. That was a really, really awesome... Wow, Ahsoka is such a very cool character. She's so cool.
I wish they'd give her her
Just
own
like all the
show.
other
she
Filoni
stands
characters. They're
there.
just so cool. Those are such cool women. Oh, her and Sabine and the green one. Oh, Hera.
Green one.
Boy, they are so cool and badass and awesome. Man, I hope I can grow up to be just like them.
Oh, that's cute.
Don't you like how basically the whole storyline of Ahsoka was completely undermining that guy's choice at the end of that other show? Just like completely undoes it. Isn't it crazy? He made both of them. Like he made both of those shows and he did that.
He did.
Well, and
He's going to save Star Wars.
he also was an important guiding force for the Acolyte.
I mean, of course he is. He is the chief creative officer of Lucasfilm. Like, he is ultimately in charge of the creative decisions
Well,
of that company.
It's quite a cornering now, because either, as anyone out there who's a fan of his input, you have to think either that this catastrophe was caused by him, or that he allowed it to happen.
I mean, those are the only options. That's his job. His job is to oversee the creative decisions made by like the company, all of the creative projects. Like that's his domain. So the
Does
fact
he
that
still
it came
have
out,
fans? Because like
I think
that
so.
seems to be the calculation they've made, right? Which is that they've started coming out and saying, "Oh no, it was Dave Filoni's idea that the witches don't all have to be Night Sisters and they can be different kinds of witches." Dave Filoni said that. Hey guys, it was Dave Filoni. Like it now. Is that actually working? Does he have
I think it's
adorns?
starting to not work now, and I do wonder if it's just a matter of more people saw like Ahsoka than saw the Clone Wars. I don't know if that's actually the case, but maybe that that's
it might
like,
be the case. It might be
or
the case.
also just that it's the later work. You know, even if you were to whatever your opinion is on the Clone Wars, it's like, well, that was like a decade ago at this point compared to what he's doing now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it is hard to get past the fact that Ahsoka is like the dream project from the perspective of a lot of creators. You get to write it, you get to direct it, it's your characters, you've got all the money that you could want. You know, now's your chance, and it was really bad.
And to think,
I
Ahsoka
pulled-
Season 2 will happen eventually, and that's going to be awful too.
It
And
will.
then
It'll
the
be
Mando
terrible.
movie will happen.
And then the Mando movie.
That'll be
yeah, that's
terrible.
right.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, a Mando movie.
I just want everyone
That's
to realize
probably
what we're praying for is that they're short.
Hour and a half for the Mando
yeah.
movie would be nice, yeah.
That's the
84
merciful
minutes would be great. Yeah.
That's the merciful element of the Acolyte, is at least it's short-ish.
Mhm.
Had it all and you
Halo is like an hour each episode.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's rough, man. That's a lot of bullshit to sit through every week.
How
That's
many
a lot.
episodes were in the season?
Oh, it's like
8.
78.
What? No, it's 8.
It felt
Oh,
like
okay.
78.
Oh,
Same
okay.
as this,
Alright.
but in terms of total runtime, it's probably twice the length.
Yeah.
I pulled
Nothing's
up the,
made to end anymore. It goes on forever and ever and ever.
Mm-hmm.
unlike
I mean,
EFAP,
seems like
which
it.
does definitely end, so don't get your hopes up. We will
Yeah.
have to. This stream will
We
end.
can't talk about
someday.
signs forever.
That's right. Hey, speaking of signs, I pulled up our YouTube stream here, EFAP number 289, and I'm always looking forward to what the AI generated chat summary is, because it's always wrong, or is it? I guess we can find out. Our chat summary is: people are chatting about the latest video posted by the YouTube streamer. They are discussing their excitement, thoughts, and reactions to the content.
Wow.
I mean, that's probably the most accurate it's been.
It's actually, yeah, to give it some credit, it is the most accurate it's ever
So I
been.
suppose they could just have
Um,
posted that every time and they'd be close to right.
It is vague enough to apply to pretty much anything.
Like a horoscope, yeah.
That's true.
Well,
However, I gotta get this off my chest, because it's about time that we revisit this. Someone in the chat said that dog meat is best meat. And listen, let me tell you something about dog meat. Fuck dog meat. I hate that dog. And let me tell you why. So, dog meat pales in comparison. He is not even a shadow of a shadow compared to D-Dog and Boomer from Far Cry 5. Now, let me tell you why. Okay? Dog meat sucks. He is always getting in the way. Bethesda must have specifically programmed dog meat to stand in doorways and through narrow gaps. He is constantly not only getting in your character's way, but he will constantly walk right in front of your cursor as you're looking around and looting the environment. So, oh, you think you're gonna grab that duct tape from the bin? No! Dog meat! He's here! You've now engaged dialogue with dog meat, because dog meat loves to just walk right in front of you all the time. But you might be saying, but hey, dog meat, but dog meat sometimes will sense that there's an object nearby, and he runs off to go and get it for you, and you have to go and say, oh, what is it that you got, dog meat? What is it that you found for me? Oh, great, a pool cue. That's great. I'll put it in the trash where it belongs. Thank you so much, dog meat, for that pool
You know,
cue.
Rags,
I really
isn't
appreciate that.
it your onus as dog meat's caretaker to like if he's doing things that you don't like, that you need to help him, guide him on his way and figure out the right way to interact with the world.
You know, that's a fair thing to say, and I wish that Bethesda would have given me the option and opportunity to be able to do that.
Right, to take some personal responsibility.
Yes, it's the gods of that world who made it,
Oh,
that
alright.
do not even give me the option of being able to do anything. But oh
Wow.
boy, Boomer and D-Dog. Oh, Boomer and D-Dog. What a pair of excellent lads. Incredible. Oh, we love Boomer and Dog Meat. Highlighting enemies, tagging them, only being aggressive if you want them to be aggressive. They don't get in your way. You can clip through them if it comes to that. If it comes to that, you'll clip through them. But normally they know not to get in your way. D-Dog especially, he's always like to the side and kind of behind you a little bit. And he'll always turn based on where you turn, so he's not constantly in the way. Oh, D-Dog and Boomer. What a pair. What an excellent pair. You want to go through a Far Cry stealth, sneaky run? Boomer's your boy, because he's going to tell you where those enemies are, and he's not going to bug them, and he doesn't set off traps, right? Another thing Bethesda fucks up, dog meat. Yeah, he'll just walk ahead and set off all those traps. Yeah, thanks a lot, Bethesda. I really appreciate you doing that. It's a good thing one of the most popular mods was companions don't set off traps. Oh, how did that possibly happen? I'm going to go get a drink.
it's good that he's gotten that out. It's a long
weighing
time
on him.
coming. Yeah.
The thing is that Dogmeat can't make a case for himself, you know?
It's not
so it
very
seems a
fair to
bit-
talk bad about a
Yeah.
guy who can't be here today. That's not nice.
Well, even if he could be here today, he'd just be barking or not saying anything at all.
I mean, it's Fallout universe. Maybe he's developed some tech at this point that he could speak. Can't really say. I don't know.
What? To turn him into Doug.
Yeah,
Or
sure.
Bob, yeah.
Park.
I
Ever
mean,
seen that? I think
I
it's
think
a
he should
Far
be able to
Side
bark,
comic
yeah.
that implies that if dogs could talk, they would just be saying "Hey, hey, hey" over and over again.
I'm just trying to think what word it would be. It'd be really funny if it was just being said over and over again. It's not even hey. It's just penis,
Boy,
penis. Like, love saying this
You've
word.
cracked the code.
Well, anyway, while he returns, we decided, EFAP is a bit of a wacky show. We have all kinds of episodes all over the place coming out of left field. You never know what's going to happen next. And I asked some fine gentlemen, after I decided to do the same thing, to watch Signs so that we could talk about it. Now, the reason why it came up for me is because I saw a video with a sort of exploration of what happened in the film. I'd always remembered it's kind of famous for being a bit silly. And so I was like, oh, those are interesting ideas. Not necessarily good or bad, I'm just saying interesting. And then I decided, you know what, I'll rewatch it. And I did, and I remembered how much of a film that I had opinions about it in all kinds of different ways. And so I thought it would be fun to watch it, have a bunch of other people watch it, talk about it, and then talk about some videos on the YouTubes that talk about it. So mainly we're going to be talking today as a change of pace. It'll be interesting to do. How is everyone?
well,
Good.
All right. This is what we call
ready to talk about
engagement.
Signs. Yes.
I suppose I don't even know what to say about M. Night Shyamalan. It's a bit of a fascinating story, and I think people who are young'uns today probably don't even know who he is, right? That's probably a reality now. Because
That's very mean. His last film was great, whatever that was.
Knock at the Cabin Door.
oh yeah,
Oh, that one.
What a film it was.
Did you see that one?
I did. I didn't like it.
Oh well, at least the one before that was
Was it the elevator one? I didn't see that one. It's like
No.
Devil in the Elevator or whatever it's called.
Old. Remember Old?
Oh, they went to the beach that makes you old. Yeah.
Yeah, and then before that was Glass, which was like the final nail in the absolute coffin of ever believing that something could come from him that would be awesome.
Wasn't it
The
that
third in the Shyamalan cinematic universe? that he
Yes,
was building.
because
That was like
Unbreakable is like potentially his best film of all time. Then Split is a movie that's like, whoa, I thought you were terrible now, but you made something that's not terrible. And then Glass is supposed to be the sequel to both of them, and you're like, oh boy. And I remember, wasn't the meme? No, wait, was it Split? The reason everyone assumed this one was better than the others is because he'd written it back when he was not shit, and he never made it into a film, and that's why it was better. I remember people trying to find a way to explain it because people don't like things not making sense. So it was like,
there has to be a reason.
how did this happen? But yeah, the broad sort of journey for him. He has his breakout. It's not even his first film, but the Sixth Sense was the one that everyone was like, "Oh my god, you did a film that's good there, nice one." And then Unbreakable, which I assume has everyone here seen those two?
Yes.
I don't think
Which
I have,
which
actually.
ones?
You haven't
I
seen
don't-
either of them?
I don't think. Maybe I have. If I have, I've forgotten them, but I don't think I have.
The Sixth Sense and Unbreakable.
Oh, Sixth Sense. Sorry, no, I have seen
not,
that.
Actually, no.
Sixth Sense is almost a meme movie, and I don't mean that in the sense that it's not a well executed film, just that everyone knows the meme about it, and it became like the poster child after Empire for the example of a spoiler, because knowing a particular thing about that film changes the whole perception of it as you watch it. The Sixth Sense was on a budget of 40 million and it grossed 672 million worldwide. That's pretty good.
That's
Yeah.
very good.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's
Pretty-
been very profitable for the studios he's worked for. Yeah.
Sometimes. It's okay.
Well,
was
it's
at first,
early
anyway.
on he was. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing, right? This tracking this is kind of fascinating. Unbreakable didn't do as well, but it's very critically acclaimed, and it's considered one of the best superhero movies of all time, which is kind of interesting. And we kind of just spoke about the latter portion. That's the earlier portion, right? Because eventually, I think the most famous failures from him all happen in a row, being The Happening, The Last Airbender, and After Earth. Those
Pretty
three are like
much.
the really high
But that was the
profile.
one that kind of created I guess, the era that we're currently in for him, where the films are lower budget,
Hmm.
and I guess like you know they're not as successful as the films that he used to make in terms of making a lot of money, but they are profitable.
Yeah, because I see Sixth Sense and Unbreakable as a block, then Signs, The Village,
Yes.
and Lady in the Water as the next block, and then Happening, Last Airbender, and After Earth as the next block.
Just
where-
a second.
just a
I would-
second.
The only thing I would change is I would put Lady in the Water in the Happening block.
Fair enough. I
Lady in the
haven't seen
Water
that
is
in
an awful
forever.
movie. It's horrible.
I remember Lady in the Water being the first big bomb where like the most people
Yeah.
suddenly figured like, what is he doing now? He's lost the plot completely.
Well, that's the thing. He was known, and this is kind of cool, for just being a guy who just made original films, and you never knew what was going to happen. He was expected to do twists, expected to make you think, and a lot of the times he was coming through, but gradually that reputation got completely eroded, and Signs was one of the first where it was like, a lot of people love it, a lot of people thought it was pretty okay, and a lot of people were like, okay, but I have a few questions. And
Yeah.
as his career progressed, more and more questions came about until, yes, as was mentioned, his thing now seems to be much lower budget, sort of like horror premises. I mean, I didn't even see Knock at the Cabin or Old. Maybe I will one day.
But enough people saw them to allow him to keep making movies, which I suppose is the interesting thing about his trajectory as a director, is that there was really only like one instance in his career where it was actually becoming difficult to for him to make films, which was when he did The Visit, because that was after Earth.
Yes.
That was like the one time when he was in a little bit of trouble in terms of his capacity to make movies, but that's it. You know, across many years of directing, which is really interesting when you consider how, you know, I feel like that says a lot about how much stock he got from his earlier films, that it took like a decade later until it was actually becoming a consequence that he had been making worse films.
He's fascinating for so many reasons, because I was about to say, like, the estimated budget for The Visit was 5 million, and it made nearly 100 million. It's like, whoa. I guess he's not doubted out, you know? He's still going. Like, he'll still get people being like, yeah, you can make this movie, we'll fund that. But yeah, he was on fire at one point. Could do anything, working yearly, or 2 yearly, I guess, with a lot of these. But
Pretty quickly.
yeah,
Pretty quickly.
and I would argue, kind of on top of the world in a way of what you would expect he would want. As in, I'm someone who wants to tell stories, a filmmaker, and I'm getting to make my original ideas come to life with very big budgets, very famous actors, and to the acclaim of the audience.
Yeah, and people know that he did it, right? Like an M. Night
Yes.
Shyamalan film was something that was notably marketed, which is something that there are a lot of directors, even a lot of successful directors, don't get. That, you know, that like a big selling point of the film is the director over cast members, you know.
Well, that's what I want to try and make clear. When I was a boy child, he had I remember him having a good reputation, like the kind
Likewise.
that you could sell a movie on, because he was good enough at that point. Like, I think The Village, it was still pretty strong. As was mentioned, Lady in the Water felt like the first major blow, even though everyone's probably going to pick a different, maybe they will pick a different film for where they think is where he fails. in any case, his name is now synonymous with something different than what it was when I'd say The Last Airbender is probably where everything it went catastrophic. Like he's a hack, he doesn't know what he's doing, he doesn't deserve any good reputation, blah blah blah.
Yeah, because that was when because After Earth was the first film that didn't prominently advertise that he was the director.
No.
They worked really hard to make sure that people didn't really know that he was the director of that film.
Well, and After Earth is a very funny movie as well.
That
Like,
movie's hilarious.
well, and I was actually going to bring up none of his films have they're all like goofy bad, The Happening especially, but Glass pissed off fans of his, and The Last Airbender pissed off everybody who obviously was fans of The Last Airbender, but also just who didn't even know necessarily who he was or what he was up to. They would see that and be like, "Good God!" So it's like in a sense a 1-2 punch. It was over for him at that point because Glass, like, oh, that felt like a film made by someone who didn't like the Unbreakable and Split. It was funny. Wolf was doing a stream on the Highlights channel. I think someone asked him about it, and he like started to have PTSD flashbacks of. I was about to say spoilers, but I mean, Glass is a horrible movie, so I don't really care. The Bruce Willis dying in a puddle, like that was his fate. He's got a weakness to water somewhat, which, you know what, thematically relevant. In any case,
Couldn't even be a pool; it was a puddle.
yes, it was a
so
puddle.
sad.
It was, well, the deaths of everybody in that movie was sad as hell. The whole ending was so sad. It was difficult to watch. Anyway, Signs. Why don't we, before carrying on, get everyone's perspective on Signs? I don't know. We'll just go left to right, assuming everyone has the same left to right. In fact, I'll just post my left to right so that you can all see what I mean by the order, which would mean capital O. First up, what did you think of M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong, as a lot of people say's movie?
Signs, yes. It had been years since I had seen it, and I didn't remember having a very high opinion of it. Watching it again, there are some things that stood out to me, positives, that I was surprised to find. There's still a lot of stupid. There's still a lot of silly things that don't make a lot of sense and kind of ruin the movie, especially the ending. But it's way funnier than I remembered in the first half. I wish it was consistently funny because it was quite amusing on a rewatch. It was like, this is kind of silly in a fun sort of way. And then they kind of lose that thread and they get a little self-serious. It has some redeeming qualities, but I don't really like it, especially by the end. It was an interesting rewatch, though. He's certainly made worse movies, but it's maybe right in the middle for him in terms of quality. It's a star-studded affair. I'd forgotten even some of the child actors are pretty famous now. It's an interesting film. That's what I'll start with.
Fair enough. Fringy, what have you got?
It is a real mixed bag. There are aspects about it that I like, individual scenes that I think are quite good, aspects of the filmmaking that I like, but then there are also aspects of the filmmaking or like the structure of the story that are a little bit perplexing. I do think that the film does deteriorate towards the end though, in a big way. And thematically, I don't know that I find it super coherent. But I mean, really, it seems like the big problem is the big problem that everybody talks about with this film. You know, it's just like one of those instances of, now look, right? If everybody is wondering the same thing about a very specific plot point, you know, like, it's one of those just kind of questions of, man, I feel like the premise of this film has a serious problem. But at the same time, it's like I said, there are aspects of it that I find like, yeah, you know, there's some good filmmaking there, some good scenes, some good dialogue here and there. It's a real mixed bag.
Fair enough. John, what do you think of Signs?
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. I think I might lean a little more negative. Like I saw this ages ago, I think in theaters, and I'm a huge fan of The Sixth Sense, so I mean, I liked M. Night Shyamalan. I mean, I don't dislike the dude, but it's just I don't know what the fuck he's doing these days with his filmmaking. But I watched this again and I liked it a lot less than I thought I would. There are some really well done scenes in it, but there's too much dumb dialogue. There's obviously a link between horror and comedy, but like the it feels like the comedy in here really doesn't work. It's always coming at the expense of the horror. And uh, I like that he did put thought into the ending and the thematic of the whole thing, but it's all just so clumsy and on the nose and obvious. Wasn't a fan. I don't hate this movie, but I don't like it either. It's somewhere in between.
Well, considering I'm next up, I kind of actually feel like that captures my position on it. It's such the absolute middle road for me with his career. It feels like the transition movie from going from an acclaimed filmmaker to whatever the hell he ended up as. This one is filled, scene to scene, almost dialogue line to line with like, oh, that's good, oh, that's bad, oh, that works, oh, that doesn't. A very strange experience to watch this film, and it's partly why I wanted to talk about it, is that it really does capture a wonky film-going emotional roller coaster. I want to like a lot of it. I'm almost there sometimes where I'm like, this I am having, and then I'm like, oh no, because and I start thinking about how everything works, and then I guess I'll say that I think I understand exactly what he was going for in terms of the meaning of this film, and I find it quite almost cowardly. The theme for what happens here is very limited scope, and hides away from a lot of realities in order to feel good about itself, which is just like, okay, it's nice that you pulled that off, but there's a hell of a lot more to what you were talking about that you didn't really want to address. Yeah, it'll be interesting to just highlight a few things that I think work and don't work before we go into some of the YouTube videos. But before that, Rags, what do you think?
I think that I might have been unfair to, not to dog meat, because fuck dog meat. All right, asshole, piece of shit. I was unfair to Timber. Now, Timber is the canine companion in Far Cry New Dawn, and I think that I would be doing him a great disservice if I didn't make sure to correct the record and say that not only are Boomer and D-Dog like super high tier in terms of canine companions, Timber deserves to be up there as well. Because not only will he tag enemies, he'll get you crafting materials, he will tag them on the map, he'll let you know if there's alarms, and he'll even intercept animals that try to attack you. He'll take one for you. That's how incredible he is. So I wanted to make sure that just the record was set straight. And fuck dog meat. Okay? Now that we've got the important stuff out of the way, my opinion on Signs is mostly negative. And I think the more that I think about it, the more negative it will become. There are some parts of Signs that I like in isolation. And there are some little bitty scenes and conversations that I do like. And it got like a couple laughs out of me, a couple genuine laughs out of me. But one thing that I would say about Signs, there's a lot of things, but one of which is that this is a very strange movie in terms of the the viewing experience, the way that shots are framed, the way that the dialogue is written, the way that actors portray that dialogue. I think that just in terms of its direction, a lot of it is its structure, as was mentioned before, is just unusual to me. I think a lot of the decisions in terms of its pacing and the sense of escalation are very askew. I don't. I was really disappointed with a lot of things in the movie, and I think, in a way, what kind of upsets me the most is that depending on what exactly he wanted me to take from the thematics of this movie, I have potentially a great deal of umbrage towards it and what it is trying to say and what it might be attempting to do with it. Mahler had mentioned that the way that it tried to execute its thematics was, potentially really, really bad. And on that, that's kind of what I think about the most, as being in a somewhat similar position in a way to our protagonist. I really don't appreciate a lot of the way that he frames sort of the themes and the elements of what makes the story the story. And all of this is kind of, unfortunately, underneath the malaise that is an understanding of the plot being really, really bad at times. And obviously, we'll get to. I already know what everyone's probably referring to here, because we haven't really like talked about this beforehand. A lot of the time, we'll be like, "Hey, what'd you think?" That's all right. See you for EFAP. But we haven't really talked about this at all together. But yeah, I'd say that probably more so than anyone else here so far. I really actually don't like this movie, and I might, depending on how this conversations go, grow to hate this movie.
Ooh.
But that kind of depends on our discussion and our chat.
And finally, Lil Platoon, what did you think?
Very similar. It's sort of like thematically, it's the movie equivalent of that very smug person who says, "Well, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual," and then sort of huffs their farts, and then you try and ask them what the hell they mean by that, and usually it's just some vague nonsense. So like, it's nice in spirit, I suppose. It's just sort of slightly incoherent in delivery, but then plot wise, I always remember quite enjoying Signs up until around the halfway point. And then I always remember not really remembering what happens after about the halfway point, because I usually drift off when it turns out that aliens who can build spaceships can't open doors, for example. That's a bit dumb. Aliens that are allergic to water come to a planet that's 70% water. That's also a bit dumb. It's a thing that just strains against its own premise, and it does really good work until it has to grapple with its own premise, and then it sort of falls into incoherence, really. But until that point, it's kind of enjoyable. I like the family. I like the character dynamics. I don't particularly mind the dialogue, even, because I think what he's sort of going for is this sort of hyper normalcy almost. Like these are not people who are pre-prepared with speeches, with the exception of maybe one or two scenes. Kids are a bit weird, obviously, because they're kids, and kids are weird. I
Like
like
this, they're not.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I've met some weird kids. I was a weird kid, so I don't know. I don't mind the dialogue so much at all. It really is just the case that it's a really nice, fairly satisfying build up. It does mystery and suspense quite well. Then it does the reveal, and the reveal drags the whole thing down.
All right, fair enough. In that case, let us, I don't know, open up and talk about whatever the hell anybody wants to talk about. I will say that I think a lot of this film was built believing that you would, it'll have an impact of a theater experience rather than to be sort of looked over in detail and discover what works and what doesn't work about it. There's a lot of ways this is built up that I think has more effect when you can't think about it for too long. I guess you could say that about a lot of films, to be honest with you, but I get the impression from the director specifically that he was thinking about how it would feel to watch it, and that having a first-hand experience and knowing a lot of people's description of how they felt while watching this film, it was actually very scary when it released for a lot of people. Can you guys believe that?
No.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
I can believe that like one or two parts could be considered scary, but
Yeah.
I think that one of the movie's great. I would say this is a very massive issue with its construction, is that its tone constantly didn't keep me. It wasn't balancing its tone well, and that someone had mentioned it in regards of the humor. Where, yeah, I laughed a couple of times, but I don't think that was worth the times I went, wow, that is a really shit joke, and you wasted a lot of time with that, and now the tone is ruined, and I'm thinking about how terrible that joke is, and it's weird the way that it was even constructed within the frame of this being human beings speaking.
Yeah, on that note, there are specific moments that I'm like, oh, I'd snatch that and put that in the good version, you know?
Yeah.
Where we fix everything up, because that was neat. Feel free for anybody else to highlight any particular thing, but I quite like the sprinklings of sort of weird creature clues that they get earlier on in the film, because the intrigue is pretty up there in terms of just like, what the fuck is this thing, and why is it doing what it is doing, and it doesn't really match anything we could assume would be doing that. Like, that part I think does work pretty well, and even has some ideas that I would even congratulate him that. Good lord, I would like them now, you know, like more subtlety in terms of it's as simple as noises, or it's as simple as a obscure visual that we can't really know for sure what we just saw. Obviously, it gets more overt as the film goes on, which I'm okay with as well. I just appreciate the subtlety. There's not as many, I guess, jump scares or hyperactive camera work. That's another thing that struck me about this film. It's very for lack of a better term, shot with clarity.
Unorthodox?
Hmm?
Shot with clarity. Yeah.
The
I
camera
know
is
what you
very
mean.
calm and oftentimes pulled back enough that you get every piece of information you could possibly need. You're not losing anything from hyperactivity is kind of where I was going with it in any way, shape, or form.
Shaky
Or like,
cam or like underlit scenes and stuff like that. It's all very clear,
yeah.
matter of fact.
Well, what's funny is I'm always struck by the fact that when you see a later work by Shyamalan, it's like he lost the ability to film movies somehow. Like, because a lot of them look so much significantly worse than his older stuff.
I think that's true of a lot of movies, but yes, definitely
yeah.
for him.
I'm foggy on a lot of his later work, but like in the first string of films that he made, like I think his camera work is definitely one of his strengths. He's quite good at it. The places he decides to set his camera, the way he moves it, it's well done.
No, yeah,
There's
I
a
think
lot of there's a lot of extremely wide angle lenses in this movie that kind of accentuate a weird kind of silly feel that works for some of the jokes. It makes things feel a bit uncanny. Like really close up wide angle shots of Mel Gibson's face and he's making a weird expression. It has a strange off kilter vibe to it.
It makes me feel like it's the DNA of the shots of Mark Wahlberg in The Happening, where
Yes, exactly.
The only beat I remember that shot that you described occurring is when, like, just before it flashes back to the big, like, conversation he has with his wife. Were there other moments like that where he uses, like, obviously an extreme wide angle lens?
Maybe extreme wide angle is a bit of an exaggeration, but there's a few shots in the movie, sometimes very low angle, sometimes I can picture one of him in like the yard in front of his house, and it has a pretty wide angle close up shot of Mel Gibson's face, and it just kind of distorts the face in strange ways. I don't know. I just remember it having that kind of feeling across the movie.
Yeah, I'm okay with the sparing use of that sort of thing because it does, like, as long as like the sense of vertigo is aligned with something the character is going through, like, holy fuck, what is out there in the cornfield, like that can work.
But speaking of
oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say, Mahler, you said that there's something of the DNA of The Happening and Mark Wahlberg's like close-ups in that movie in this. Yeah. When I was watching Signs again, I was like, is this supposed to be funny? There are obviously some moments that are supposed to be jokes, but I can't always tell whether this is supposed to be silly or not.
It genuinely feels like he had someone go through the script and add in a joke per 5 minutes. Sometimes there's a cluster. It's kind of surprising. I think it's been commented on a couple of times before we've started this up fully. But like, there are lots of jokes. Even the part where they believe the people, the Wolfington brothers or whatever, have come back to fuck with them, and then the whole sequence of the setup is kind of amusing with the camera, closing in on them as they're deciding their plan to deal with them, and how Mel Gibson's like, oh, I don't know how to be angry or swear. What do you mean? And there's like an awkward back and forth, and then they do the running, and he's like, I'm insane with anger. It's like that's fun.
Yeah,
somewhat.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
And then we switch immediately to like horror of how the hell did it get up there, and then sounds it's making, and then being like, wait, maybe this is a lot more than we thought it was. And it's like, this is kind of bold of you to try and balance that way. I'm almost impressed.
Yeah, there are moments that I think the tonal whiplash actually does kind of work, and then much of the movie does not, I think. But there are a couple genuinely amusing moments. One, it's all in the presentation. I can't quite tell whether it's supposed to be funny, but okay, he goes outside, Mel Gibson does, and the dog is barking, and then he kind of snaps, tries to attack Mel Gibson, goes back to barking at the corn, and he says, Isabel, you're going to feel real silly when this all turns out to be make-believe. I like that line. It's funny.
Right.
It's strange.
I actually quite
I didn't even register that as a joke. I thought that was just him trying.
Is that supposed to be a joke? I don't know, but it's kind of funny.
Okay. Because for me, I was like, I just thought he was just trying to. He was saying that for himself.
Well, definitely, yes, but I don't. Something about the line did make me laugh.
I was going to say, I think that's totally fair.
That
it's both of those. I think that it could easily be seen as funny that he's talking to the dog about its fear of the cord, but he's really talking about his own. But at the
Yeah.
same time, it's gradually getting us into what I think is probably one of the strongest scenes in the film. I actually really like the way that he makes it really creepy going through each section of the cornfield. So like the narrow, so to speak, hallways, and then the going through it directly, where it's just entirely claustrophobic. But then to get the full crop circle space, which actually feels in some ways worse, better and worse at the same time, right? More clarity of vision, but that open emptiness and no sounds. It's just like kind of creepy. And then I quite like the way that he sort of comes to realize that he's confidently like, "You fuckers messing around with my corn, you're not going to get anything from this." And then it's just sort of like ... And then wait, maybe that isn't what's happening. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I like some of I'm very mixed on the protagonist. A lot of the stuff he does, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That feels like a human thing to do. This seems like a pretty good thing to say. And then a lot of the times, I'm also like, what are you an alien, or is like you just being weird? But then a lot of people just act weird, and a lot of the conversations are just super weird. But when I catch him doing some things, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's a reasonable thing to do. I would expect him to do that. But then we
I
get the
think,
opposite as well. So
I think the scene that you're talking about, Mola, probably has my favorite, I guess, spooky alien moment in the film with the alien's legs sort of poking out next to all of the wheat, and then it moves. It's like it's like a fairly good, I get, because I don't like calling it a jump scare because it doesn't have any of the crazy loud sound effects accompanying it. It's a very much you're in the moment after all of the suspense has been built up across the scene for something that is very small, blink and you'll miss it moment. But if you see it, you're like, oh shit, that's like kind of spooky. That's what I mean. The film is like occasionally decently spooky in my view.
I quite like the one, the shot of him at the back, and it reaches in a bit closer, and the sounds that we know they make start to play pretty close, as though they're in your ear. And then
yeah, and then he drops the flashlight.
Yeah, like it's really effective that the alien was that close to him and looking at him, and like he doesn't understand what's happening.
Basically, like filmmaking,
Yeah.
it's the place
This is what I
of
mean.
the camera, the movement of the camera.
There is talent happening here that makes it almost impossible to say that Shyamalan like has nothing going for him. It's like no,
yeah, this is too intentional. It's too deliberate, and it's like clever, good use of the medium.
It's just unfortunate when you get
sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah,
I think his strengths in his early filmmaking are his camera work, his sparing use of music and sound design. Like he obviously has a good score by James Newton Howard here, but like there's scenes where there's just no score, no stingers, and it's just the quietness of the house, like the pantry scene most notably for me. Like I thought that was really well done, and there's no stingers, no scoring. And he knows where within the sequence of shots of a scene, he knows where to put the scare for maximum effect. Like the leg going into the cornfield is another good example of that. I like in the pantry where he's puts the knife under and he's like checking the reflection of the blade to see where he is in the room.
Cool.
And there's no music, there's no stingers, and you don't see him in the reflection, but you're waiting for it. It's just like, oh, is he gonna like suddenly show up and go blah? But he doesn't. And he pulls the knife out because he's just like too freaked out. It's like, fuck, I know there's something in there, but I don't know where it is.
The thing is that feels like a good example of kind of like the problem with the film is that as an individual like shot and idea is pretty cool, but the overarching situation of there's an alien locked in there, how'd that happen? Like that sort of thing.
Yeah. There's an overwhelming amount of that in this film because even the idea, this is what I mean about his ideas in general, having a shadow moving behind that door and then Mel Gibson saying hello and the shadow just stops moving. It's like that's creepy. That's really good use.
Yeah,
the little things really. Yeah, it's got those little bits and they're kind of sprinkled. But we need more than a sprinkling, it needs to be more.
I guess the thing would be that I think that there's a decent amount of these throughout the film. It's just that the longer the film goes on, the broader context of the story starts to work against these sorts of moments. Whereas, like, individually it's cool, but what's happening in the story right now, in terms of everything that made this happen, is starting to get to be like, Okay, all right. We're starting to. I mean, I feel like the clearest example is the dog part, right? Because I imagine in his mind, he's like, "Oh, that'll be like a really cool scare." But the problem is afterward, it's like, dude, they left their dog out there. Are you
Do
serious?
you want to explain,
They left the
just
dog-
in case, just context?
Oh well, they've got their dog. They have a dog, and
Two
later on
dogs.
in the film, that's right. But for most of the film, it's just the one doggo. And then
Wow.
later on in the film, for whatever reason, they essentially conclude, all right, we're going to fight the aliens by locking ourselves like in the house and barricading the house up. And they do that, and they're like, oh wait, the dog. And then the dog gets killed by the aliens.
It's
And
almost
like it's all
worse,
Mhm.
sort of, in that they say we're gonna have dinner, then we'll get the dog put up into the I think he says the garage, like the
or the
so
basement, something like that.
the implication being, of course, we need to get the dog in some form of safety because it will be exposed. And then they forget about the dog, and they explicitly say, like, whoops, we forgot about the dog. And it's clearly in aid of creating a payoff.
Which is basically that with no visual, it zooms in on the wall as you hear the dog bark, and then it gets killed by the aliens. This is like a Gordon from 2012 moment for me. This is just one of those things that happens in a movie that like really, 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 really annoys me on like a very visceral level. Like you forgot your dog and you left it out there to get killed by these aliens. Like that really sucks
Like
for you
none of
guys in
you.
terms of
Yeah,
my
It's a
view on
family
you
dog.
guys. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's your dog.
And
You
it
left
seems
him
like a
out there.
reasonably easy thing to fix because they've already established that the dogs are quite violently scared, and like they've already had to put one dog down essentially because it did attack them. Like,
Yeah.
I think you could have got away with forgetting about it if you'd simply said, "Well, we tried to get it in, and I will show them tried to get it in, and it just won't be controlled anymore because it's so madly fearful. You know, it just attacks them and bites them, so they have to leave it." That would be a sad moment
You
as
could do
opposed to
that.
"Oh, lol, we forgot to bring it in."
We're too busy making 5 different dinner options that no one ate.
It's the Last
That
Supper,
had
damn
to have
it.
taken a while. Yeah.
They didn't. Yeah, that's fucking pissed me off when people make food and they don't eat it.
Well, because just to back up what Friggy was saying, it's like, yeah, I absolutely had the exact same experience of like, oh wow, there's so much to celebrate here in terms of how he's using subtlety for horror. We don't see any of it. We simply hear it, and then we see the shadows moving with the light. We hear the sounds of the footsteps. You hear the wind chimes moving as the aliens are passing. It's like, these are all really great ways of using our imagination. How the fuck did you leave the dog out there, guys? What the hell? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
it just
A lot
doesn't.
of the subtly effective moments in isolation with the aliens are ruined by me going, okay, what do the aliens want? What are they doing? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that?
but
Why are they here?
don't worry, they made it explicit. At least as far as this movie goes, I almost think they explained too much, or rather, the movie's opinions on the aliens were cringe. Like, I don't know that
Like
we have
the
enough
book
information.
excerpts and stuff, and
Well, so
the
they
things that
read
they
a
believe for
book.
whatever reason.
They read a book that tells them there's only 2 reasons aliens would ever encounter Earth: 1 for exploration and 2 for hostile reasons. And it's like, well, what about all the other reasons? Like,
Like,
what?
Spectrum of
Or
reasons
just say-
between those two, yeah.
It almost, I feel, is a little bit insulting to the whole concept of fucking sci-fi. It's like, why would you suggest? We've got a billion stories about all kinds of reasons we end up with close encounters with aliens of any kind. Why are you suggesting that? And you know exactly why it's suggesting that. It's because the audience is supposed to go, oh, geez, I hope it's exploration and not hostility. And then the film
they
later
want to
is
set
like,
up
it's
this bizarre
hostility.
dichotomy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can
as
understand.
if we needed to be like wary of alien potential invaders. Like the film felt the need to really clumsily try and set up a dichotomy of the only 2 possible things. When obviously, if aliens show up like this, people will be concerned about their intentions. You don't have to do this clumsy setup.
Well, to the point where
Whatever
they
they're-
look at an image of a burning house that's just like their house, and then they point out that looks just like our house, and then there's 3 bodies being a dad and 2 kids. They're like, oh wow, look at that. And then he's like, okay, we should stop looking at that. That to me felt like, was this a comedy beat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of moments like that. I can't tell how farcical it's trying to be.
I think
Yeah,
I
well,
did read
the role
about
comedy plays in this movie is one of the strangest things about it. I mean, especially considering, like, if you watch the special features, he describes it in terms of genre as horror drama. And it's like the amount of comedy beats you've written intentionally and unintentionally into this script. It's like,
It's
I have a hard time believing you don't think comedy is an essential component of the genre here.
It's pretty clearly meant to be like a partial comedy.
He did say in an interview, I think it was in 2020, like he actually sat down and was committed to making this as cheerful and optimistic in every single element as he could possibly do. So like it's an odd one anyway, because you're taking the premise of effectively like alien invasion threatening the end of the world, which doesn't sound like the most cheerful thing in the world. But he apparently sat down and said, I'm going to, every time that there's a scene which seems like it's getting too sad or it's too serious, I'm going to make it nice and lighthearted. Every time I feel like the shoot's going terribly, I'm going to pull myself through it by having fun. Like he sort of passed it in this sort of rediscovering faith in himself kind of thing. And obviously, like, unfortunately, but like,
Well,
also it comes after 9/11 as well, and so that you have the all bad things happen for a reason motif that comes in, which again is always snapping it back to, we can't be too dour and serious and miserable about this. We do have to keep on carrying on. Be nice, be cheerful, be chipper about it.
It's so weird to hear you say that he said that, considering like how we just talked about how he wrote it to where they forgot their dog and heard it get murdered by aliens. I'm like, oh, like why? That's not very cheery. You could have just had the dog with him, like a normal like a normal human being would be like, oh yeah, my faithful canine companion, our family member, the dog.
Thing in the day after tomorrow, we were talking about Roland Emmerich on my mind because Gordon still upsets me. But you know, the homeless guy in the day after tomorrow, his dog, and that dog survived. That dog was in danger, and he got out of it.
As a little platoon
Yeah,
highlighted,
it's not dog meat. I want it to live.
You can write it so that payoff still happens. You just didn't need to make the family look like all four of them forgot the dog.
Didn't care about their dog. Yeah, that they didn't care.
It's weird. Anybody who has a family dog of many years, that's not a thing. At least it's a very unlikely thing. And it's like a missed opportunity as well, right? Because everyone loves watching people care for dogs, because it's something that we can associate with. Everyone typically does. They could have successfully put it in the garage. They could have locked it up, and then they could have heard with great struggle, right? Because the dog was very aggressive. They could have heard the aliens go there first, and they can just have to sit there listening, knowing they couldn't have the dog with them, but if only they could, because they could have protected it. Like, you know, something sad. So the also works about the desperation, but it's so awkward. I know that we're spending some time on this. It's just that it has an effect.
He wrote it that way. He wrote that to be the way that he wrote it to be the way that it was, and he wrote it in a way that seems pathetic.
It's just that when there's like a massive sort of disconnect in like a recognition of what's happened. Because, I mean, to explain it again, the reason why the Gordon thing in 2012 always annoyed me was because that guy, like, came through so many times in that film. None of the characters would have survived without him. He was actually, like, a pretty good lad, and he gets the worst death possible, and they immediately move on from it. They basically replace
Gordon's
him and forget
worse
about him.
than this, because at least
Gordon's
the film
worse than
acknowledges how
this,
sad
yes.
this is.
Yeah, like, they just completely move on from Gordon. It's just like, yep, you get crushed to death in some gears. Anyway, you're replaced by... Like, it always annoyed me, and this is another one of those. It just annoys me of this disconnect of, do you not like understand that people value dogs a lot, or like what, you know what I mean? It's like, did you just not get that this would just be perplexing and bizarre?
This is kind of throughout, because I was just thinking, before they, at least after their meal, they're still boarding up the whole house. Mel Gibson walks close to outside. I don't know how much time has passed, but he's listening to the crickets, and they just stop. Like, the crickets in total. I was like, oh, that's creepy. But then I was also like, but wait, what does that mean? Like, the aliens wiped out the crickets? The crickets are scared of the aliens?
Well, what's weird is that crickets fear man, but whenever dudes walk around outside, the crickets aren't like...
Well, they do when you get close. So I sort of...
Like, an individual might if you get really close to it incidentally. But not all of them in totality.
That's the weird thought to me.
They sense something.
It's a trope, right? Because like what they're doing, and it's the same thing with the dogs at the beginning. You know, all the animals in the entire town are acting strange. It's just like, I think he's seen it in other horror movies where animals have a preternatural sense that a bad thing is happening, and so they act bizarrely. It's just a way of conveying the tonal shift, I guess. It's just, no, it doesn't make sense, but like we've seen it before. Dogs bark at Terminators. That's sort of the thing he's
doing. There's some about him. You could tell. It's the eyes. It's the eyes, boy.
Yeah, I wonder if that much thought was put into it beyond it just being a spooky sound design thing. Like, ooh, that's a bit weird. But like if you had to explain it, I would think maybe it's like one of the cloaked ships is like hovering over and it's emitting something that's making all the
I
crickets
thought
shut
maybe
up.
it was implying
Like-
that somewhat because is it the aliens that knock out human communication temporarily or whatever with the like the television doesn't have any signals anymore?
Yeah,
I assumed it was the aliens that did that.
I would
couldn't-
assume so too, because that's one of the ones I could believe. Like the cricket stuff and some of the animal things, and like, okay, I can believe that the aliens would wipe or stop or stall or do something to mess with our communication broadcasting.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty
Can
reasonable.
we talk
Like,
about what the
okay.
aliens want and what they're doing?
Yes.
You know
Um,
what?
It was
That's an
said
interesting
that
point.
they came to harvest us. They came to collect humans to harvest. That's apparently
That was one guy on the radio's theory when it became obvious that they weren't trying to take over the entire planet.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause
I'm
why
not-
would you start at a random farm and
I'm not saying
the middle of
it is like I
nowhere.
said earlier.
Yeah.
Like I think the film's opinions on the aliens are cringe. Like I don't know that we could conclude fucking anything from what we saw. Really, in fact, there's a lot. Well, we'll get to that. But like the nature of that radio thing, yeah, is he says that they had a poison that they secrete that essentially knocks out people, and then they drag them away. They wanted to harvest them for something. That's the theory, and that they all left once a weakness was found. Which in this
Some
case, I
people
guess
in
is
the Middle
water.
East found a primitive means of defeating them, which I imagine involved like water pistols, some melee weapons,
Super
and
soaker.
locking them in a room.
Water balloons as grenades.
Well, I had an issue with even that line. The idea that on the radio they said, "Oh yeah, over in the Middle East, they found out that there's a primitive way to defeat them, but no more details." It's like, how did you learn A without learning about what A was?
Yeah, what was the primitive thing? And they just go, not telling
what
you.
did they say? All the people in the Middle East were they
Well,
like,
we don't
"Yes,
speak Arabic,
we
so
have-
we don't know.
we have discovered a primitive way of defeating the aliens." Goodbye.
Isn't that what
I mean,
happens
like,
in
what's-
Independence Day?
what are you doing? Like, help us out, Hakeem.
Also, there's not a lot of water in the Middle East, depending on where you are. So, like, it's weird to make it that specific.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd think that they'd
Wasn't
be
it-
like, yeah, all the aliens around Seattle are just melting.
Yeah, I don't think the movie makes it like super explicit what exactly they're there for, but it does that thing where there's a scene where a multitude of options are expressed, and the
Well-
last sinister one that is mentioned is the one that the audience is meant to be like, oh, that's why they're here. They're harvesting people.
I will say, for the cast today, we'll be discussing a lot of things. If you're aware of a newfangled theory about this film, don't share it yet, and don't look at chat. Chat has already mentioned it a couple of times. We'll get to it. We'll talk about it. This is part of why I wanted to talk about this film. There is a point of view about this film that changes a lot of how you can make sense of certain things that happened. We will talk about it, but we're going to talk about it as though the film is taken for what everyone has talked about it for years first, which is what
The
we're doing
alien
right
is
now.
Bruce Willis.
My
the whole
God.
time.
Oh my goodness gracious, he sees Earthlings.
And so, yeah, like the so much about it is baffling, and I guess the primary issue as we've come to it now with not only the motivation of the aliens but their weaknesses, they just don't seem to make much sense at all. They're
It's very difficult.
they're
to take a
staggeringly
movie
incompetent.
seriously.
And the only way that they can work for the payoffs in the film is by nerfing them entirely from what they would obviously be if they
Well, yeah,
were
because
interstellar
if
creatures.
they're able to if they're able to travel across the stars in massive spaceships, it's like, okay, so they do that and then they got on Earth and run around naked, just going like just running
Yeah,
around, no
that's what they
weapons,
do.
no equipment, nothing at all.
It is funny, the idea that we invade a planet, go down there, strip off the astral clothing, and just run around going boo.
Well, that is unfortunately one of the things that, well, the thing that undermines a lot of the scares in the movie. It's just like you were saying, like they have traveled intergalactically, they have cloaking on their ships, but then they exit their ships on foot and they're just fucking running around.
Well, and on a planet that is our equivalent of if you went to like Venus, I guess without the atmospheric pressure, but you know, it's like it rains acid. You know, like
Yeah.
okay, yep, all right, that's
There is
not a
bit
great
in
planet.
it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There are like little young aliens called teasers, and all they do is fly around the galaxy, landing at like abandoned or like distant farmsteads to troll people. Basically, they have no reason to be there. They just land to scare people, and they fly off again. And that's where all that myths come from. It's kind of how the aliens act, because like There is no one
That's
settled
more
motive, and
much
that's
more
what they want you to
believable.
think.
I
It is
could
more
believe that
believable.
aliens, like sapient creatures, just like they just want to fuck around and have some fun, but they're not trying to piss off the rest of the aliens because they're like, you can't be doing that. It was like, yeah, but we're gonna. It's because it's funny to see the weird Earthling people,
I think the
freak
point
out
is
about
that
it.
you can't reconcile the motives of the aliens, and that's what the film is quite happy to do, because then it gets you thinking, well, I don't necessarily know, but the theme is everything must happen for a reason, right? Have faith that it's all for something. You don't ever have to explain what that thing is, because if they're only there to harvest people, they don't reveal themselves by floating ships over massive cities. They can just pick
Yes.
people up from abandoned farmsteads.
Oh gosh,
If they're there to
yes.
invade, then they don't land at
Mhm.
abandoned farmsteads, and they do something else, and they actually use weapons. Like
Yes.
these two things are fundamentally in contradiction, but the film wants you to think, well, I don't necessarily understand. I just have to have faith that they're doing
Well,
something.
the film
Because that's how
assures us
Shyamalan
that
writes.
the
Have
crop
faith that I'm writing
circles.
this for a reason.
The film assures us the crop circles are for navigation, allowing the ships to coordinate. It's like, why would they need that? And why would
Well,
they
yeah,
do
that's-
that? It
that's
reveals
dumb.
that there's something weird going on to the population of this planet. Why would you do that?
As revealed by the events of the film, where it clues us
Yeah.
into something weird happening when all these crop circles show up. It's like, yeah,
Well,
let's
'cause
just
that's
be
the thing.
clear. You guys can cross the galaxy to find a little planet, which is like pinpoint accuracy across unconceivable distances, but you need to make massive symbols in cornfields in order to coordinate going to places on the planet. Fuck off. I don't know. No. Stop undermining everything you're trying to do with this movie by making me constantly second guess everything about the film's antagonistic force.
Well, and
Mhm.
with
Well,
the
it's weird because the film, like, it does a lot of the film, there's all those scenes trying to establish, oh, what's the deal with the aliens, what do they want, what are they after, but at the same time the film doesn't want you to think too much about, like, the aliens and what they're actually up to, because when you do, then you're less focused on the suspense of any situation and more just, why would they do that, why are they doing this, why are they making that choice, why are they doing that, why are they being so dumb.
And it's throughout the entire film because there's so many different accounts of what people in this universe believe about the aliens. And some of it's like reasonable, like they might be here for this and might be doing that, maybe we should do this or that. And a lot of it's just like you're just like talking shit, you're just making stuff up that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The Carrot Ray is his name, right? The M. Night Shyamalan plays.
yeah.
He's like, I noticed that a lot of these crop circles aren't near water, so I think they don't like water. I'm like, what?
That was a leap.
It's
What?
a leap. Yeah.
What? What?
Yeah.
Did you write this movie? Oh shit.
He
but,
did.
like-
He did write this movie.
So there's like elements of that. I see people saying things, and I'm like, you're. Why?
Well,
would
so-
you say that?
One that's, I think, huge. When discovering the aliens are real, like Mel Gibson chops the fucking fingers off of one of them. He doesn't tell anybody really about the fact that he's got an alien cornered right now. He doesn't call the police. He doesn't immediately decide, as a fucking American farmer, that I will get my shotgun and keep it with
And
me
protect
throughout the
my
rest of this
family
movie.
or whatever. Yeah.
They don't decide to leave. They think it's safer to stay in their weaponless fucking house.
Even though they established that the landings happen close to the crop circles.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
this was part sort of the movie where I was just like, none of this would happen. Sorry.
No.
So, two things, I guess. First off, someone in chat said they also didn't land near lava, which is true. But I actually think that lava is a weakness of theirs.
It probably
so
is.
That
Yes,
one checks
that's
out.
probably true.
Lava probably is one of their weaknesses. It's one of mine. If you guys are trying to, if you're trying to get me, lava is one of my weaknesses. So keep that in mind. I'll give you that one for free. And someone else has said, which I was actually kind of wondering if someone would bring it up, but perhaps they've done it for me. They said that the movie isn't about the aliens, but the problem is that it is about the aliens on a very deep and intrinsic level. Because if it wasn't the aliens, then like there wouldn't be you can't have the payoff either plot wise or thematically without the aliens.
Well, we've dealt with this before. I assume they're saying it's not about the text, it's about the subtext. It's like, sorry, we care about the text as
Probably,
well.
but
like,
yeah, but also even subtextually, in order to get that execution, you have to
How do
essentially
you
invent
ascertain the
a
subtext
wild.
through the text?
Well, you have to create a very bizarre scenario like this in order to get payoffs like the one that the film wants to say
Yeah, for
that
sure.
it has.
Well,
Because
it's
in
all
any
gonna.
other, it's going to be one of my issues when we start talking about the thematics of it. We're going to have some huge issues, I feel, with how this was set up, how it was
Mhm.
executed, and even what it's trying to say. To the point where this may be one of those movies where I just like vehemently disagree with what the movie's trying to say.
And I would add to that that the movie is concerned with the aliens. You could have an alternate version of this movie where they know even less, they encounter the aliens even less, and it's just about how people react to the prospect of the end of the world, right? You could make that movie, but this movie is very much concerned with having spooky scenes with the aliens. So what the aliens do, how they operate, and what they're after does matter quite a bit. The climax of this movie is like a home invasion, so it really matters why they're trying to invade the home.
I think it's really weird that if they simply had one guy in this house that had like 2 pistols and a shotgun, all the aliens would have been dead.
Well, I was waiting for that moment. It was like, oh, the rural farmer in the when was this movie made? The late '90s or mid '90s or something?
2002.
2002. Okay. It was like, okay, where's the scene where he gets out the shotgun, but he doesn't have shells for it, or he drops it down the stairs, or like where
Yeah,
because
yeah.
obviously that's coming, right? And they never do. And like,
Well,
oh, okay.
you'd even
well.
expect a comedy beat where he asks a friend to bring in some weapons for home defense, and the guy says sure, and he arrives in his pickup truck, and it's just fucking stacked to the brim with every weapon you could imagine. He's like, yeah, I just brought a few for you to choose from, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the whole I've been waiting for this my whole life.
Yeah,
the
like
Michael Ironside's character from
yes,
what was it?
yeah, extraterrestrial.
Extraterrestrial. Yeah, you know that character. Well, the crazy man who was right all along.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that like it wasn't too difficult to chop off its fingers with a kitchen knife.
It was conspicuously easy, as if they don't have bones or
And
something.
then, of course, the effectiveness of hitting it with a bat. It's just like, it makes me think that, yeah, shotgun's gonna fuck these things up.
Well, to be fair, it helps when they don't fight back in any way whatsoever, and they just stand there and allow you to beat them to death. So
You know
that's
what? You're
helpful.
right. that does help.
You know, they didn't even need the weapon. Just get a stick and kill
Well,
the
no,
aliens.
Their plan
They want
is
to
so
die.
frustratingly shit that I think the film benefits greatly from trying to distract you from ever thinking about it and instead focusing on some dialogue that I actually quite like. The way Mel Gibson tries to reassure his family as the house is basically coming apart.
Yeah.
It's good. Like that stuff I like character wise, but plot wise, just like, what was your plan? You boarded up the doors and then you're like, oh no, they got in. Well, GG.
let's be fair. He boarded up all of the doors very well, except for the front door, which got a single board on it.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's weird.
Not
That's
to,
a little
well, not to
strange.
mention they blanked the attic as an entrance. Like, how? Why? Like, why do you...
And
I
the
think
coal
I could.
chute? What is that? What?
That's how the coal gets down into the basement. For
No,
the
I mean, I'm more focused on how they forgot about that entirely.
I feel like if your
I
only
think
sole
I
focus
can-
is any and all entrances into the house, the attic should be accounted for.
I think so too. I'm on that point where it's like, I think I can believe they didn't think about boarding up the attic door in the stress of it, but at the same time, I'm also thinking, but wouldn't the stress of it accentuate that you need to do it? I
It's
think
the only
it might be
concern
one
they
of those movies
had.
where
The
I know,
the
but
addressing of the attic was actually in a deleted scene. They push a bookcase underneath the door and it stops it from opening. But then the door gets smashed so hard that the bookcase breaks, I think. But that whole thing was taken out. I think it was between the kitchen and the basement scenes.
maybe they were like, oh, we can't portray them smashing a door because then that would be the movie being
Well,
over.
like, let's put it this way, right? We've got a lot of prep time for the aliens coming. What do? Board up the windows and doors. Okay, they do it. That gets defeated in the first like 2 minutes, and then Mel Gibson's already at the point of like, I'm not ready to die. It's like that was the plan. That was all we had. It's already like fucked.
Yeah.
Kind of undermines his character a bit for me too, that he's not willing to go a bit further to try and protect his family.
Well, if we've got an axe in the basement, let's go grab that. It'd be nice to have. There's clearly a baseball bat on the wall right there. Maybe we should have that handy.
Yeah, like it's especially difficult to buy. I just feel like not only are these aliens very weak to being killed, but like they had to nerf the American farming family hardcore in order to make this scary, or at least try to make it like have tension. because the aliens are so easy to defeat. Right? There's a lot of fiction with sci-fi where the aliens are immune to bullets, have suits, have technology, have make it so that like we're not able to stop them. But
Yeah,
these
they're super
aliens,
subversive or something like that. A body snatchers sort of thing going on. I think that's something this movie was sorely lacking in the alien department. Other than basic logic, common sense, and believability, there was nothing clever really about kind of any of it. You watch a lot of alien movies and you watch a lot of monster movies, and I'm thinking it's that opportunity cost for storytelling where we've missed so much in terms of making a cool, interesting alien invasion type story, but nothing interesting happens. Like, oh, this one walked around in this outside of a birthday party. Like, oh, okay, I don't know why he was doing
I
that.
do
He just put some
enjoy.
fucking pants on. This is a kid's
I
party.
do enjoy in retrospect. Yeah, he's just running around being like, "What's going on? Oh, there's a little party they're having."
Just walking around. Oh, hey, look, kids. Good thing I'm naked. But we also have like, they hover over the cities, but then during the day they turn invisible. Like, okay, are we gonna do anything? No, it's just like what they did. They just did that. It's like, okay, so they want us to know we're here. All right. Anything from the military? Is there anything like public service announcements on what you maybe should do? No, nothing like that. It's a
It gets kind
very
of skipped over, like I said,
goofy.
for the sole intention, I think, of creating the tension of, my
Yeah.
God, will we make it? I don't know, because it's a farm. You're going to need certainly all kinds of sharp items will be on a farm for all kinds of reasons. But of course, most farmers, as far as I'm aware of, need to have a gun for a hell of a lot more than home defense. Like that's not even necessarily why
home
they would have one.
offense for the farmers. Yeah, the other farmers that they compete with.
They got to protect their livestock. There's a lot of reasons to have a gun that go beyond your interest.
Coyotes and stuff like that out there, and just as a hobby. But one thing as well that this movie, I don't think we gain much by having a really terrible like entire Earth civilization invasion when it could have just been some aliens fucking with his family in the middle of nowhere with their farm.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think that this film would have been much better if we completely cut out the fact that all of Earth is being invaded or whatever, and it was just this family dealing with like if you're in that scenario and you wake up one day and there's this elaborate massive crop circle out on your field, that would potentially be like, oh shit, what the hell's happening? And then they investigate the crop circles. It was done so quickly. It was done without a sound. There was no lights. Look at the way that the corn is bent over and how none of it's broken. Like, people couldn't have done this. Who would want to do this to you? Oh, there's nobody. It's like, oh, then you get all the weird stuff with the signals on the baby monitor. You get all the strange things, like maybe animals are acting a little bit strange, or maybe they're barking at nothing, or things of that nature. And you don't lose anything with the sort of sense of paranoia and apprehension that might come with this sort of thing. You just remove a whole bunch of terrible plot baggage that could have been used for better things in this movie, especially if you're trying to tell some
Yeah, and
story
it makes you want to
as thematics as this one does.
As to moving sort of just parts of the movie around, like they are for whatever reason discussing something relatively late at night, and not maybe they have an argument, but maybe it's also just for some kind of meme that they make a very loud noise in the house and they're silent after it, and then you hear the scuttering at the top because they like freaked out the alien. They were like worried that something was happening, but from their POV, they're just like, "What the fuck is that? What makes that kind of sound?" And all of these pieces of evidence being given to the police, if ever they filed a report, would be like, okay, like, what are you saying? And then
it's some of the beats will be a little bit standard, but it's because a lot of the times they just make sense and they work. First time they think, oh, maybe it's a prank. Then maybe it gets escalated a little bit and they think, oh, there must be some animal. Maybe it's some wild boar or some hog, or maybe there's like a mountain lion or whatever is out there. And then it escalates a little bit more and a little bit more to the point where the family, like the dad, right, he gets really protective and really suspicious about things, and he starts, from the perception of other people, acting really strange and weird, and everyone's, Meryl's there, and he's like, yo, like, I know weird stuff's going on, but you gotta calm down, and you can have that sort of, the dynamic there.
To the earlier point, because one of the things I do quite like about the film and the way that it does build atmosphere is the fact that it is sort of world encompassing. I like the usual, you've got all the people watching the news and it's these strange, unexpected and unexplained phenomena, because like that compounds the crisis of faith. Like, your entire world's been shattered on the personal level. You have the death of the wife, but then everyone's world is now being shattered and all their assumptions are being undermined by this completely unexplained and worldwide phenomena. And it gives this massive sense of scale, and then you get that sort of, if you can keep your head while all around are losing theirs kind of beat. To my mind, the film goes wrong when it just makes them hostile. I keep the worldwide consequences of the thing, but
I
make
think
it
that's what
like all about people's responses to that. I'd sort of be loath to lose the worldwide aspect just to focus on the family, because I think the family's reaction to the worldwideness of it is kind of pivotal to it.
I'm with
You
you on
can
that.
do
I
that.
assume that we're trying to fix the issue of how badly the aliens have been executed. If they
Yeah.
if the aliens were only interested in this family, some of it, like, isn't that what Extraterrestrial does? Actually, they do family by family by family. I think is the logic in that film.
As I think so. I think a number of movies do that, where because it expects to be like, oh yeah, the aliens wouldn't want to like reveal themselves to the
Yeah.
civilization. They would want to pick a family in the middle of nowhere where there aren't any other people around, so they could do this kind of covertly, and they'll do their little reconnaissance and scanning and that kind of thing. So there's a reason why it's somewhat standard at least.
Because I can buy there's plenty we can work with even having it be a worldwide event, but only having the POV of a family. I get that. I think that can work as well.
Yeah. Now I will agree with Platoon that I will agree with you that the element of, in fact, while we were watching the movie, it was thinking, in my head, I was kind of thinking about this idea of you have this family, this story similar to this, where there's some worldwide event / catastrophe, not like apocalypse, but something's going on in the world. And we never see that. We only see the effects that it has on our protagonist family, and that is the world building.
Yeah.
So this would probably be this would be a good movie premise where you could have, there's a bunch of aliens and stuff around all over the planet, but really it's just how does this family react to that sort of thing? What preparations are made? Which is another thing I felt this movie was sorely lacking in, is for all of this talk that the movie has about, is this the end of the world? Are things going to go to shit? Are we going to get invaded and whatnot? There is no sense of we need to stockpile some food. We need to get ourselves some weapons. We need to, make some preparations. We need to do this, that, and the other thing.
We need
which
toilet
is
paper.
We need toilet paper. We have to have it. We can't just not have that. But like an actual emergency where, maybe the paranoia of other people. Maybe some guy comes walking by and it's a scavenger and they're trying to like steal from other people, and he's got to be like, I bought my gun, and his hands are trembling because he's an old priest and he doesn't want to have to shoot to protect his family, but this guy is here, but he just wants food, and like, what do you do in that scenario? All the things that you could done. I feel like we got a lot of wasted time here, and we could. I don't know. I don't want to just write a new story,
I
but
get you.
I kind of want to write a new story. for this movie.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of screen time was wasted on comedy beats that don't work. So yeah, might as well be something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would have liked more character for Merrill, for example, and not in the sense of he walks into a store and someone declares what his whole history is. It's like,
Oh,
I
God,
was
yeah.
we were getting really far into the movie, and I was gonna ask you, man, remember when the 5-star general in that rural recruiting office told him his history about the whole baseball batting and everything, and the other guy was like, yeah, but he struck out a lot too. And because he's like, he just felt right to swing. It's like, what is this was that ever gonna go anywhere, or was that just wasting my time with being a weird scene? And
man, swing
it's
away.
Yeah, it was just the setup for that thing.
I
Yeah.
don't even consider that like a
No, I agree with
payoff.
you.
It's
How is that
just
a
like,
payoff? Like, he
'cause
always
I thought that
swings.
we were gonna get character about, because in isolation, the idea of Meryl walking away from that, saying like kind of semi under his breath, it felt like it was right to swing. It would felt wrong not to swing. I'm like, that's like an interesting kind of thing from him, and how he maybe views life and in the world and opportunities, and what he feels like his obligation should be to do, and his view on inaction and being passive. But none of this happened because he had to be told to hit it with a bat, the alien.
Yeah.
So all of that was a payoff to hit the to be told to hit the alien with the bat. which he shouldn't have needed to be
People
prompted.
saying
hit the
he was
thing
a
with a
staff.
stick.
He was a staff sergeant, Rags. He's gonna be very mad at
I
you
know,
if we
I
don't
know,
mention that.
I
He's
know,
joking
I
for
know.
chat.
Yes, I'm joking. He's not actually a 5-star general because you only have 5-star generals in wartime. But right, it was just like he was so he was
He
so
was pretty.
adorned, and the way that
He
he
makes an
talked
impression.
was
He makes an
he,
impression.
he makes it.
His
He was. It's like, oh,
performance is so odd.
some
Yeah.
rural like army recruiting office, and it's just like you have friggin' Douglas MacArthur in there, and I'm thinking, goodness, this seems like a waste of your talents. I really like the character because he was funny and silly, and he talked in this weird way.
You circle around on Meryl with we'll talk about the theme, I suppose, or at least what I assumed was, because it was made pretty explicit by the conversation they have on the sofa when they're getting all spooked about what's happening. There are two kinds of people: the people who see signs, they think someone's looking out for you deep down, they feel someone's going to help them, they're filled with hope. Meanwhile, there's other people who see nothing, they're on their own, they're filled with fear, and they don't think anyone's out there to truly help them. Who are you? What person are you? Which to me was
Already,
uniquely
the
dissatisfying to
dichotomy-
hear. Like, yeah.
The
Yeah,
dichotomy is false.
I think that this when I first watched it, it was one of those scenes where it felt really weird, but I couldn't put my fingers quite on why this scene felt weird. And a lot of it was more surface level stuff about it just felt really oddly written and acted a particular way. And I think that's down to the direction, a lot of the the acting and stuff. But um it doesn't, I don't think it works. It's not how you would want to describe that, especially trying to be this thematic. You're very clearly trying to steer someone towards a certain path thematically, and I don't think you're being fair to a side that wants to if you talk about the side that doesn't believe in signs, that things are like maybe naturalistic, that there's an explanation for everything, that you can't rely on other people or otherworldly beings to save you or take care of you, and that
Yeah.
you have to shore up in yourself this attitude of you need to take care of yourself and you need to take care of the people around you. You can't rely on external things to do that for you. That should be your responsibility. I think that framing that in such a negative light is well, obviously I disagree with that immensely, but with what the character is saying, I would imagine that he would want to frame that in a very positive light, seeing
Yeah,
that
because he's
lost
living
his
that
faith in
he's
God.
living that life, and then he
Yeah.
describes it as you feel alone and you're filled with fear. It's like, well, there's nothing proactive about that. Like the notion that there is
Yeah.
nothing out there protecting us ultimately, but that doesn't mean we don't believe in certain things as people who aren't of a particular religion, for example, or that I know it was mentioned earlier as a meme, but you can be somewhat spiritual without necessarily being fully religious. And then, of course, the faith you have in other people and the notion that you're not afraid of life because there's no overarching power that protects you. You're experiencing life, and you expect those around you to do what they can to help you, and vice versa. You know, like, there's just no middle ground at all. It's you're alone and afraid, or you believe that there's no such thing as coincidence and that there is a higher power looking out for
Everything
you.
happens for a reason. Yeah.
You're just like,
Which
oh.
I just don't. I depend. I'm not exactly certain with what M. Night is trying to more specifically say about this point of view, which is why, as we talk about it, as I said, depending on how he wants to frame it and the direction he wants to go with it and why, I might legitimately really hate what this movie has to say. I don't I don't want this to become some sort of like theological discussion, but
I don't think it needs to be.
the way that but a lot of the way that this stuff is framed is really unfair and kind of dishonest, I feel. Ultimately, the movie seems to be saying that God, like, I don't know if it means to say this, but when I see this movie, I say like, oh, God killed your wife in a horrific, terrible, tragic accident so that when aliens invade, you'll think of some things that will very strangely, coincidentally, allow you to get out of a scenario that some of those very problems put you in the first place. And I think this is a mix of very bad writing and a very bad execution of a potential thematic. and I really don't appreciate that
Well, and
that kind of a message.
to try and get people engaged instead of automatically dismissing. Like, don't pull the you're like Reddit atheist.
Yeah,
Like,
tip
no,
your
this
fedora. Yeah. Okay,
as
but
as
the
a
adults would like to talk about the thematics of this movie and its actual execution. So,
well, I don't think a person who has faith in any particular religion should find this story satisfying at all. It's
Yeah.
No, I was just about to say that I feel like even if you loosely agree with what M. Night is trying to do, he still goes about it in a really terrible way. And the big problem for me is the flashbacks to his wife, which A, just ruin the momentum of the movie and they really suck. But B, the implication that, oh, what she said that he thought was just, neurons misfiring right before she died was actually clues that were going to help him fight the aliens. That's so stupid. It's so
that
stupid.
is
So
yeah.
there's a lot of reasons why it's very, very stupid. Something that bothers me significantly about the scene is it's visually very set up. The alien is holding the kid hostage. It's threatening the kid. And Mel Gibson's like, Meryl, don't move, because any move toward it, it's going to act and more than likely kill the kid. We don't want that to happen. Poor Morgan. Okay. Then he has his flashback, and she says, tell Meryl to swing away. And so he looks over, sees the bat. This film couldn't be more overt. It will not allow you to misunderstand what is happening in this scene. And then he's like, "Hey, Meryl, swing away, Meryl, swing away," which is so funny to me. Instead of just being like, "Meryl, you know how we're not supposed to move because it might kill my child? Go hit it with the bat." It's like, what? And then, of course, I think the enlightened take is, but you're forgetting another layer, which is, she told him to do that because she was being told through God to deliver that message because God gave Morgan asthma in order to survive this encounter. That was the whole reason he had asthma in the first place, was to lock up the lungs so that the poison gas wouldn't reach them. You see, it's all intentional. And you can't help but be like, I'm sorry, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Waller, that specific point is, I was thinking about it later, and that's kind of what really got my mind a-rolling on this, is that, God gave your kid asthma because that's what he fucking does, all right? He gives people asthma. All right, so he gave this kid asthma so that at this one particular time when he was grabbed by this one alien and it used its little wrist proboscis or whatever to spray poison at his face, his lungs had locked up because of the asthma, so it actually saved him. But the only reason that he was captured by the alien is because his asthma caused them to leave the basement prematurely so that he would get captured by the alien, right? The asthma is getting out of a situation that the asthma put him in. And we're not even getting into the whole, if God didn't want him to get killed by the fucking aliens, then why did he not do one of the 10 trillion things that could have been done along the way to stop this from having happened at all?
It's highly inefficient on the part of God, I think. There are probably slightly more direct means of getting there than having M. Night Shyamalan kill your wife so your wife can deliver a line. So your line can be remembered after a flashback in a scene, which solves. God could have done this a number of different ways, and he chose that one, and that's an interesting one.
I don't buy it as fulfilling his newfound faith in God again, forgiving God, understanding that God was there for him, that he shouldn't hate God, because by killing his wife he was able to save his what? I don't understand how this makes God's plan easier to understand for Mel Gibson's character. At all.
You had to kill my wife for that? My kids had to grow up motherless because of that? So what? It's mysterious ways indeed.
Yeah, who are the aliens? God's fault as well, or no?
Agents of God?
Yeah, you know what I
Could they
mean.
have just not had them invade? Could they have just
Well,
gone
what
somewhere
happened
else?
if the aliens, when they came to a planet that is filled with a substance that melts them, if they wore a spacesuit and had guns, then what?
Yeah, there's so much about this that I get exactly what Shyamalan was trying to say, but I was like, holy fuck, dude. Swing away, Meryl. What? Why wouldn't Meryl be inclined to do that anyway? He's very...
shouldn't need
the bat is literally the only fucking weapon in this whole place, other than the axe they happen to find and don't take with them.
Yeah.
Well, like what he said at the recruiting office was, it felt wrong not to swing, and here he is at the end needing to be told that you should swing.
If you cut out him saying "swing away, Meryl," and you cut out the flashback, and you just show Meryl looking over to the bat, knowing it's there, because of course he does, and then picks it up and
It's
uses
his,
it.
yeah.
None of us would have been like, well, that didn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Because why would you need the
Right, yeah.
flashback to motivate?
You don't need
that?
any
No.
of it. Meryl would of course
No.
think I should get a weapon. It's a fucking alien trying to kill my nephew. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a mark against them that he needs that weird prompting when he should be so proactive in it, not just as a person, but with
Well,
what
and then
they
what
say
if the
about him at
alien
office.
didn't decide to poison Morgan, but instead just killed him? Like, scraped its claws
Yeah, well,
into him.
That's the other version of this, because when he says swing away, Meryl, he might be like, but he's holding him with
Exactly.
like a knife to his throat.
I thought the
I'm
whole
not
reason
gonna
we
do
were
that.
staying away was so he wouldn't
yeah,
hit
well,
him.
You have to
I ass-
understand, Mel. I'm not in your mind. I have not had the epiphany that you've had.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are. I don't know if you are losing your mind right now.
And to be clear, if I could hear your epiphany, I really might not agree with it. So maybe we should chill. What if the alien doesn't want to die and fights back? Like, I don't know, man.
Well, this thing is what, like nearly 7 feet tall, and Meryl
Really
hits it with the
big.
bat. But what if it actually had hit him and he just grabbed it or just fucked Meryl up? It'd be like, oh,
Yeah, what if
well.
the alien did anything?
But that's the thing. I think
'Cause-
you can actually counter that with, well, God made Meryl win because this was what he was supposed to do. That's why he sent the signs to Mel Gibson, and it's just like, okay. This is all very strange to try and make sense of, because obviously at this point I'm treating God as a very much real entity in this world. That
Well, because he's implied that he is.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
film is
Yeah.
very, very deeply implying that a god is a real, actual, legitimate, veritable agent that exists within the world. That
This
is
is a
setting
literal
things up.
Deus Ex Machina. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's
No,
the
you're right.
most literal version of
This isn't a Deus Ex Machina. This was set up years and years and years ago when he fucking killed Mel Gibson's
I thought
wife
you were going to say it was
horrifically.
set up absolute millennia ago when God
Oh,
made it.
Well, in Genesis, you see, this is all set up. It's all set
No,
up. All
I
right.
mean, but literally, like, it's God reaching in to be like, oh no, this all works this way because I said so and because I planned this all from the beginning. Like that's what's happening literally in the story.
Yeah,
Not even
well,
not even metaphorically.
Yeah, and you can make a case that it's actually M. Night Shyamalan is setting himself up as God, which is
Well,
so
so,
fucking ridiculous,
for
and
those
maybe
who-
part of the meta humor that it's trying to do that it doesn't do so well.
Does
Like
anyone
there's
remember-
that scene where M. Night first gets introduced, and they're all like, "That's him, isn't it?"
Yeah.
And at that point, the audience isn't given any context as to why they recognize him. So
I
the
thought I
audience is going like, oh, what are we meant to see?
Oh my God,
be?
it's
like,
M. Night, the
that's
director."
the screenwriter, it's the director. So in a way, it is sort of setting him up as the god of the movie. And then by the end, it's just like, oh, is that what he was doing? Like, it's ridiculous.
Because
Very
does
strange.
anyone remember the in Lady in the Water, his role in that film? M. Night?
I haven't seen
No.
the movie, but even I kind of know about how he has portrayed himself in that movie.
A lot of
which
people
is
see
interesting to-
Lady in the Water as his opinion about movie critics coming up pretty embarrassingly. Correct me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong, chat/cast. There is a movie critic character who gets horribly killed in that film.
Yes. He sure does. Pretty brutally.
And then of course he was the he's like the key to everything. M. Night in that movie. He's the most important person in the world, right? I'm trying to remember exactly what his role is, but he's like super important.
Yeah, I can't remember all the details.
It's
I just remember
all
hating it.
Yeah, all I remember is being like, "Whoa, like this is some cringe." We may very well do
I imagine.
Shyamalan
I haven't
arc
seen it.
someday.
Sorry. I haven't seen it, but I imagine it's like the non-humorous version of like what Gremlins 2 did with the movie critics getting eaten, or the one guy, I can't remember which one.
Indigo says he's the writing savior who will change the world with his works,
Right.
which
yeah.
he has in real life, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
It's
back
left an
to
impression on many people.
the sort of themes of this movie, where there's a moment that I actually felt was pretty strong in terms of, I don't know what you might call the message, and it's when they're having their last supper meal, and Mel Gibson, like the kid is annoyed with him. He says, "I hate you," I think even, and he's like, "No, I'm not going to spend any more of my life praying or whatever." And it's this very sort of combative argument that they have, and then he kind of breaks down, and then they all kind of hug. Like, that's nice. I really like that moment. And then the movie keeps going. It's like, no, 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 no. Actually, God is an agent in the story, and he killed your wife on purpose and gave your kid asthma on purpose. And it's like, what do we stop, stop, stop.
Well,
Yeah.
you kind of brought it up. We could talk about it. I was very, very confused as to why the son seemed to have, like, out of nowhere, this hatred for his dad when that had never popped up before.
Yeah,
And
it didn't.
I'm
There was
still not
one.
sure why he
Well,
feels that way.
he said,
There was
"You let mom
one
die,"
scene
which
before.
Which I thought was like
Yeah.
he decided to take her off life support or something. But no, I was horribly wrong because mine would make sense. She was dead no matter. He had like nothing to do with. I have no idea how the kid could have even begun to think that.
I agree.
How
Um,
could
the on- the only thing they did to quote unquote set that up was one brief scene where he says to Joaquin Phoenix, "Oh, I wish you were my
Yeah, I
dad."
wish you were my dad. And that's what I'm referring to. Like, where is this coming from?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, I only
Like,
had
Mel
a surface
Gibson's
level
so
sort of like because
goof.
Meryl is invested in the alien stuff while the father has seemed a bit distant. That's all I've got. I don't really know.
A
Yeah.
little bit, but he's like doing stuff. And but remember, this was right after, the dad was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go finish, like boarding up the
Yeah.
house, being proactive about your protection."
Yeah, and he
so then
sided
the
with their
guy's like,
decision
"Oh,
too, which I don't think was
yeah."
very fatherly of him to be like, the family
It's a-
outvoted me on this one.
Yeah, if there were reasons for them sticking around there, like, well, we've got some weapons here, or we don't have transportation, or the roads are closed, or whatever, or we've got a safe spot in the basement, or something like that. But none of that's ever discussed. There's no discussion on which place would or wouldn't be better. So I'm like, well, I don't know. I mean, you have no reason to think the water is safe.
No. Well, and if you remember,
So
there's a
like, there's
line
really.
of like, "I don't want to leave this house. This is where mum lived." I think something like that, and it's like, we can come back.
Yeah,
Once
unless
this
the
all
aliens
blows
are here
over,
to
yeah.
rob the house of her valuables.
They're gonna take that
yeah.
dress on a mannequin. Yeah. So the "you let mom die" doesn't make any sense. It seems entirely unmotivated. But if they went more in the direction that ever since she died and he lost his faith and all that, he's kind of been a shittier dad, or like more emotionally distant, or whatever it is. They don't like who he's turned into, but they liked who he was before. That would be a stronger moment. You'd have to do more setup, but
Yeah,
it
I
wouldn't
don't
take a
see
whole
it.
lot.
Well, yeah.
I
Yeah.
have
So
no idea
here's
what they're
a,
referencing or what they're referring to.
I'd say a strong example of that being permeated throughout the film is we have several references where I think Shyamalan was like, this is strong for like showing the audience the situation, which is several people referring to him as father when he doesn't want them to, and it's like yeah, that works, but each of those scenes we could have gotten more insight into, the further details of what he offered the world and what he doesn't anymore. Instead, you get the comedy scene where she's like, "How many swear words have I done?" He's like, "That's the douchebag is only a swear word if you use it to attack a person or whatever." There's even that comedy shot where the guy behind him leans because she's apparently been describing this for some time. I like that.
The one good joke, yeah.
But of course, the point is
Or
just
a
that
good joke.
it's a very core part of his background, but a lot of the time you gain the same thing each time it is brought up, which is, yeah, he used to be religious, used to have faith, but now he does not. As opposed to this scene is where you learn how much of his parenting was like dependent on his faith in God, or how much of his interactions with the world was dependent on his belief that someone was always there looking out for him. Because for the record, we're actually like, you don't have to be of any particular religion to enjoy a well-written story about any particular religion or non-religious story, I don't think.
I think we're all big fans of The Prince of Egypt, and I find the story personally
Well,
terrible,
Rags, we were
biblically speaking, but I really love the movie and the way that it presents, in its artistry.
all very big fans of Midnight Mass until that last
That's
episode
right.
happened.
We were very big fans of Midnight Mass until the fucking last episode, and I was really I was very interested, more than anything else, potentially. I really liked the Catholicism angle that the movie used. It was legitimate. First of all, I related to it. I was able to be like, oh yeah, and his robes are this color because of ordinary time and because of this celebration and everything, and like the accuracies with that. I like that. I was like, oh, that's really cool to kind of see that, and to have them take that very seriously, and to not just like, not to denigrate it in any stupid way. but then the last episode happened, so we don't have to talk about it.
Well,
Or we could.
Yeah, but so I guess getting back to what I was saying, I think it's not motivated very well, but the result of the scene around the dinner table is like a relatively nice moment
yeah,
in terms of the themes. And then he kind of goes way too far, getting back to the main problem of making literally everything happen for a very specific reason in terms of how to fight the aliens in the end. I think that was really lame. And I feel like that would be very unsatisfying even for people who do believe that everything happens for a reason, whatever that means to them. It's not literally God giving you instructions for how to survive an alien apocalypse. You know what I mean? It's a bit more subtle
Yeah.
than that for most of those people.
I am okay with the idea of people who, if the story was about how one man, and this could or could not have a religious element to it, that's you could work that in, but you don't have to, but you can. There are ways to do this that I think would be appropriate to take a religious angle. But if the idea was this concept of, do you see everything that happens to you as being part of something bigger? Not that something's manipulating your life, but in the idea of things happen, how we deal with them and what they lead to, and the optimism that comes along with, yes, this bad thing happened, but it did put us in a situation and we can do things with where it led us. Then I think the story would be much, much stronger. Because as it is, obviously there's an insane amount of problems to where the point I think it's basically fundamentally broken. But I would definitely rejig the core concept into something that's based a lot more on silver linings, optimism. How do you see your place in the world? How do you contextualize the things that happen to you? How do you treat, how do you see your own level of maybe responsibility when it comes to these things happening? Your role in these events, not holding on to guilt wrongly. Like if he felt it was his, oh, it's my fault that she was out there, and he was being unfair to himself because he wanted to blame himself for what happened. There's a lot of stuff that you could do, and they did not do it in this movie. Because
No,
this movie is telling me to believe in God.
I mean,
Even beyond
you can,
that,
you can broaden it out to a faith in a higher being or higher power, or a lack of coincidence.
It'd be deistic. I mean, I think Shyamalan would say that he wasn't telling you to believe in the one specific God, but rather that you believe that there is a higher power. I mean, the movie ending, for example, with that mention that these people somewhere in the Middle East found a primitive way to defeat them, I think is supposed to sort of parallel what they did to defeat them. In other words, anyone, anywhere who has this faith that everything will come good can use primitive means to defeat a thing that seems so much bigger and more dangerous than they are. I don't think he's necessarily telling you believe in the Christian conception of the deity, because he's really just doing that because it's for an American market and that's what Americans like to hear. But if the story had been set in the Middle East, the same point could theoretically be made. It's just that it will be Allah instead of God, although they are kind of the same.
Well, yeah, I mean, God, supernatural deity guy, but I don't see how you could even take the deistic approach, because the God in this story is clearly a participant that's setting up events very, very specifically so that things can happen.
Yes.
God is very involved in the events of this story.
It's still theoretically possible that, we're going into the theology thing now, but, it's still possible for a deistic God to take an active part in the world. It's just not a specific theistic God which is doing so.
No,
it's
I
not
thought
necessarily the God which is abandoned.
Deism is that he doesn't involve himself in anything.
It doesn't. I think you can. It's just because there's a specific form of deism which is where this idea that God effectively sets the events in motion and then steps back and lets the universe carry on as it will according to laws that have been pre-established. I don't think that that's strictly necessary for deism. That
wouldn't work here, because the event that was set up very specifically was her dying a number of years ago, or what was it, 6 months ago? So that's a very active, her having visions that she conveyed to someone else that the God put there. So that was 6 months ago.
I see a couple of things in chat saying something to the effect of, you guys are giving the God part too much weight, and I really think we're maybe even underselling it, because
I think they don't. If you check out M. Night's perspective on having made this film, it was very much in the core DNA, the ideas. Some people have said, what would you expect? It's Mel Gibson. I don't mind a faith-based film at all, or story. That's totally fine with me. I'm trying to point out that I don't think it's very well done.
No,
No,
I
and
mean,
and like you can even ignore his intentions behind the movie and just look at like the big thing that changes Mel Gibson's perspective is learning that his son got asthma for a reason so he could survive the alien poison, and that his wife was actually like when the moment she was dying, she was really trying to tell him that in the future there's going to be an alien and you're going to want to swing the bat at him to kill him. Like that's the
the story,
resolution.
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, whatever you decide to take away from the film in terms of theism or deism, I mean the the intention of the theme of the restoration of faith is pretty abundantly clear, particularly with the book ending of images. You have like the crucifix that's obviously absent from the wall, a little
Mhm.
too obvious, and then him at the very end in his priest outfit coming out of his room. But it completely falls apart in execution because it's so heavy-handed and clumsy and ridiculous to a degree where if I was Mel Gibson in that position near the end of the movie where he's outside with his son trying to revive him and like everything's sort of clicking in his head, like, oh, that's why this happened. It's like I would be like, really? Really?
Yeah.
This is how the fucking world works? Are you kidding me? And from that point on, my image of God would be like a clown with a big wig and clown nose and clown shoes. Like,
Well, yeah, so
fuck, this is the world you've orchestrated? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Well,
Let's-
not
let's-
to put on my fedora too much, but isn't the Bible just one long list of God's terrible failures and its
Well,
own correct things? But
I don't want to go there personally, but
fair.
I think that one could argue the story of what happens to Mel Gibson's character in this movie by the end could be the reason someone loses their faith. To understand this
Yeah.
as a series of events, and so that's where, as far as I'm concerned, it's not handled very well. But I'm going to say, in terms of broader topics about the film, if anyone's got any more, welcome to share. But of course, we probably should move into having a look at some interpretations of the film soon.
Well, do we want to
Yeah.
actually talk more about the aliens in the water thing?
I really-
yeah, we
Did we
kind
not
of
go over it? I feel like we did.
Well, we sort of
Um,
did, but I think I know what Fringy means here. I for those who haven't seen the movie, the alien's weakness is water, and by that I mean like when it touches their skin, it's like acid that kills them. Water, not a particular kind of water. Hydrogen, oxygen, in the appropriate parts. It's just water. That's the alien's weakness.
I guess what
They-
I'm interested in talking about, I guess, is how that is like a particularly prominent aspect of the film that's talked about, right? As like one of its kind of major flaws, or is it, question mark, right? In terms of like, I guess a one of those instances of man seems like this massively uproots or breaks the premise of the film. The premise
Yes.
being aliens are coming and they're interstellar travelers and they're coming here to harvest humans, but that they in terms of the nature of their incompetence has been talked about, like they can't break down doors, they don't have any weapons of any kind, but the big one is, man, of all the places you could go to, if the problem is water, damn, man.
Earth
Yeah,
is
well,
not the
and-
planet for you.
And the easy connection to humanity exploring the universe would be like, there's going to be plenty of planets we'll go to that are going to be hostile to us with 90% of the construction of the entire thing
Like,
anyway. And
well,
it's like, yes, and what do
we
we
take
do when that
precaution.
happens?
Yeah, the moon is a particularly hostile environment. That's why Neil Armstrong didn't run out in his
naked.
just jump
Yeah.
around and do cartwheels.
Because the moment they got out of their spaceship and went into the atmosphere, they should be going, "Oh God, it's in the air! It's in the air! The air itself has the demon molecule!" And he runs inside.
In
But-
Mexico, it's aqua.
That is a deep cut, but if you know it, you know it. Like,
That's really funny. Whoever.
But yeah, the fact that this is their weakness, and
And that they didn't
have
do
no
anything to account
precautions.
for it is it's just one of those things of like, damn, man, that does seriously undermine the whole movie. I think
that's
it
how they
is-
win.
It's like it's
Yeah.
important to mention that this was like the big thing, that was kind of a thing of like, when people watch the movie, was this. I feel like it's one of the most commonly talked about. If you're talking about the old era of the internet talking about movies, right? This is
Yeah.
one of the big things that we point to as a plot hole.
This
the
would be
aliens
on the
vulnerable
classic
to
top
water.
10 lists. The aliens and
Yes,
signs were weak to
definitely.
water. Are they retarded?
And then based
Yes,
on
yes,
the
they
yes,
are.
they are. They
Yes,
are
they are.
Well,
profoundly
yeah, the
retarded.
thing is that I guess that would be something to emphasize is that you can focus in on the water specifically, and it's fair to because it's major. But I mean, you think about like basically the third act and the way that it plays out, right, with all of the encounters throughout the house. It's already been talked about that the humans could have been more prepared for that encounter, but the aliens don't have battering rams or like crowbars or any tools or equipment at all
Yeah,
in
they don't
order
have like
to achieve their mission.
pre-medieval technology to just get past a door when like you could have just kicked it.
My
It's not like that.
My
But-
take on this is the M. Night, because he even references it in the film, is a fan of War of the Worlds, and he thought, hey, it was like an average human sort of illness that kills the aliens. That was a really cool idea. What if it were water, as simple as water, a common, almost the life-giving source of what's on Earth is the very weakness to the aliens? Wouldn't that be an awesome twist?
I mean, I
Well,
can
let's-
understand why he would have thought that, but then you think that somebody around him would say, like, okay, but, here's the problem with
Yeah.
that.
yeah, the
M. Night.
problem, like the War of the Worlds gets somewhat of a pass because it was written in 1895, and it's
I
like,
don't think I like the
No,
idea
I think
somewhat.
War of the
You
Worlds
can-
deserves more credit. I think that the War of the Worlds thing of that they were killed by infections and diseases on Earth.
Yeah,
I
it
think
was the
that's better
bacteria,
than-
right?
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
I
the,
think that's
the
better than
water
water.
let
oh
it
yeah, it's
thrive.
way
It's
better.
harder
Oh
to
yeah,
spot
it's
bacteria
way
from Mars
better.
than it is to spot water from Mars.
Yeah,
I think is the
I
point.
agree that
Like,
it's way better. I don't think it's great, but I think it's way better and it's probably good. But there is an element of like Shyamalan has a lot of benefit to learn from the setups and what he's like taking inspiration and stuff from. So
the
his
thing is-
his decision to take a much worse version of War of the Worlds it was a really foolish decision to go down
Mhm.
that route.
Well, because I mean, it obviously, if it's your own film universe, you can establish whatever you want. But I mean, the general attitude is that water is probably going to be. There's a reason
It's
why we
too
look for water
obvious.
on other planets. No, I was more just going the angle of from a world building perspective. You've got aliens that are very like that they get melted by water. So in terms of like if you were trying to figure out there's a reason why us as
Harder to
humans, when we
believe.
look for other planets that might have life, we're always looking for water because as I understand it, it's the idea that water is a really good binding agent. Hence it has a lot of the quality, and then of course the fact that this is the only planet that we know of, and that has life and everything here relies on water. I suppose that's not as big of a deal, but I guess it kind of contributes to the overall feeling that like a lot of the thought and consideration given to developing the aliens in this film feels like it wasn't even secondary, but that it was tertiary
Yeah.
to a lot of the other goals that they had in mind, which is unfortunate when so much of the film is about the aliens.
It's especially funny to me because if aliens ever did come to Earth, a big reason probably would be because we have so much liquid water. You know what I mean? That's probably
yeah.
what would motivate
Isn't
alien
that
life to come
it's
here.
the premise of, is it the Oblivion, the Tom Cruise thing, that they harvest all the water because they really need the water with their giant machine things? There's a few others where they
Oh,
come
I
and
saw
harvest
that
all the water as
movie
well.
and it was terrible.
Yeah.
Let's see. What was it was something like that. That's an EFAP movie potentially. A little slow in some parts, but boy, that movie's really bad.
Mhm.
But yeah, we can.
These subjects will come up again with the videos we're going to be checking out anyway. So if
I
you,
had a feeling they would.
we have a couple things to go through. So if everyone is all right, we could move on to phase 2 of this
Sure.
stream.
Okay.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Kind of on the water thing. H.G. Wells had when he wrote War of the Worlds, one of the things that he had done in the book, and I forget if this was the narration or one of the characters specifically say it. I know there was like a doctor character. It's been ages since I've read it, but one of the ideas was the thing that had caused unimaginable human death and suffering and harm to us was the thing that ended up saving us from the existential threat of the aliens. And in this, to say that, oh yeah, water kills the aliens. Water actually is the thing that saves us. It's not a like it's not the same kind of actually. It's an actually without anything that makes you go, "Hmm." It's an actually that says, "Well, you know that thing that we love everywhere all the time, and unless you're like drowning in it, it's really awesome to have. And you need it to survive. It's really good." Like, yeah. And
Oh, well,
like
I
that's
figured that the
it's
other angle is like holy water. That would be the
Yeah.
other. That's the other angle. Holy
Silence.
water.
No,
Okay.
you didn't. You never brought that up. You got that from chat.
Okay.
As we will be getting to theories soon
All right.
enough.
Okay.
But I'm trying to just get the fucking friend invite here for watch together. They've changed things around. How do I get
I love
people
it.
in?
I don't know.
Fucking
I
hell, I'm
always
actually
every
getting
time I go there on
lost.
my desktop, I have to get the prompt that says, "Would you like to do the desktop version?" Like, yes, bitch, I'm here on a desktop. What do you
There you go.
think?
They moved it all to the bottom left. Terrifying. What am I supposed to
Why would it
do?
be there?
This still. Every time they do
Why
this
can't
too,
you
it
just
fucks up.
leave things where they are?
Yeah,
See, I
know.
have to like switch to desktop version. That should be the default, considering I'm on a desktop. Also, the other version is
Agreed.
balls.
Okay, so first up, and this is partially why I figured, oh, this could actually be fun. For those who don't know, Signs is the movie that inspired Chris Stuckman to become a filmmaker. He says it is one of his favorites of all time. He's very
Oh, boy.
invested in a lot of what was achieved with it. Considers it, I think, somewhat of a masterwork from Shyamalan. I don't know if his estimation of it has gone down since the comments I've heard him make before, but he did have a video breaking down Signs and why it's so awesome, and he provides responses to some of the common criticisms that we can check out to see. Now,
M Night does.
no, Chris. So I thought that
Oh,
maybe
okay.
it would be interesting to check out one of the films that you would arguably say he's the most passionate about, considering a primary issue we take with Chris is that he doesn't quite seem as invested. But
devoid
to
of
be fair,
passion.
this was made a decade ago, so even if this is particularly passionate,
Oh,
times have changed. However, I will be more than interested. I'm always interested to hear people's perspectives on films when they adore them, and they have so much, they're so ready to sort of dig in. So that's the first thing we're
Well,
doing.
I was wondering if the reason he was inspired is if he saw the movie and he's like, "Well, that was a piece of shit. I can make a way better movie than that." And then he started.
I do wonder how many people in our generation are going to be inspired in that way by a lot of what comes out. They're like, that was not only awful,
Yeah.
but how dare you,
Yeah.
we
This
need-
is what
origin.
passes in Hollywood. Are you fucking kidding me? I can
Good
do better than
movies
this.
inspire a love of movies. Bad movies can inspire the feeling of, oh, fuck, I could do that.
Well, at least I can't do any work.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, are y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Let me use the lid real quick. I'll be just a second.
See,
All this
he
water
says
talk.
yes, and then clearly explains that he's not ready.
Yeah, I don't know. Just, yeah.
Well, I suppose we can continue to discuss some things like do any of you keep up to date somewhat with M. Night's campaign to destroy his own reputation?
No, I haven't watched one of his in a long time.
Same for
I
me.
saw a knock at the cabin door, and that was not very good.
Hmm.
I think the last one I saw was The Visit, which I kind of liked. I didn't think it was great, but I kind of enjoyed it.
There's something about him, like, because he's still managed to make all of the ideas he's coming up with, and he gets funding here and there from different studios that are like, yeah, we'll take a chance on you, especially if he's able to make a strong return on some of them. Kind of like, he's kind of living the dream,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, if
I mean,
I understand
pretty
correctly, most of his movies make money. There's just a
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
few
much.
big duds, but whether they're critically acclaimed or not, if they're turning a
Yeah,
profit.
But the thing is, he's got his cope for that. It's the North American critics are the ones who don't understand his movies because he's got a European sensibility to him.
I remember that.
Wait, is that
quote.
real?
Yeah.
Oh, do you not? Yeah,
Oh
so
my
it was, I think it was for the press tour. I think it was for Avatar: The Last Airbender. And it was like it was.
Throwing the
they were just talking about
Europeans under the bus for Avatar.
They
Interesting.
were talking about it was a conversation like, oh yeah, critics have they're not really liking your movies, and he said something along the lines of, I don't know what's happening with me and the critics in North America, And then he says like, "Well, I've got a very European sensibility, like Stanley Kubrick and stuff."
Oh
Oh
God,
my god.
It's just one of
he
those.
was
Damn, man.
American, M Night. He's an
Well,
American guy, Kubrick.
oh well, maybe. Oh, he might have said
Maybe he had a
Hitchcock,
European
actually. My bad.
sensibility.
I can't remember exactly. I think it might have been Hitch.
I know he's
Like,
been compared to Hitchcock by other people, and I'm just
well, he
like,
was saying
fucking
like,
hell,
"Oh,
really?
well, my films have got a slow pace, and Americans might think that's stilted." And it's like, mad.
That's not the problem.
Okay.
Thanks, fucker.
It's just copium, you know.
Yeah.
It's just people don't like your movies lately in general. But I guess that's the thing. I'm not sure what his view would be on like if he looked back, right, retrospectively, what he thinks about that particular era of his career, basically from Science to After Earth.
It's funny to say that, especially promoting the Airbender, like the last Airbender, because that's such a shitty, schlocky CGI nightmare. Like, what about that feels like a Hitchcock or a Stanley Kubrick movie?
Didn't he say when the Netflix one came out, he's like, "It's not so easy, is it?" Or something, comment like that. Like,
That's funny.
it is very funny.
Remember the part in that movie when they were in like the Earth place, and then like 6 guys did like a slow little dance to move a rock, just float it across the. Like it was very slow. The rock was moving at like 2 kilometers per hour, something like that.
That's, I
Very
think, the
heavy
most
rock. Rocks are
rewatched
very
part of
heavy.
that movie in clip form. I've seen it so many times that everyone's reviews of anything, like that when it's brought up,
so
just
funny.
like that.
And then the one guy who screams really loudly, he's really into it.
Yeah, he's making it work. That guy, you know, he's
Trying
getting
his
into it.
hardest.
Because well, has anyone here seen that movie?
What, The Last Airbender?
Because I never did.
I have not.
I
haven't
have,
either.
yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago. It's funny.
It's bad.
Is it
It's-
really
it's-
bad, like as a film anyway? Like if Avatar didn't exist at all?
Yes, yeah.
It's awful.
It's incoherent. Yeah.
Okay.
Then yes, of course, the common bit of criticism is that it's a very unfaithful adaptation.
Oh, it's
think
bad
it's-
on its own terms as well.
I think it was famously 0% on both fronts on Rotten Tomatoes, audience and critic. I'm just like, well, I have no interest in seeing this.
I suppose one of the only questions I would have maybe is, did there seem to be hope with him being the guy
I
making
remember
that?
there was a teaser trailer that I think people thought was pretty cool. I think so, right? Like there was a teaser trailer.
I
that
don't
had a bunch
remember.
of shit, and I think people
I
thought
don't
that was
remember.
kind of cool.
I think I just
And I
wonder
guess
if
I
people
haven't
thought
looked
like,
at
is
it
he a
yet.
good fit for that, or if were they like, what the fuck? Because his reputation at that point, that was the era where he starts to lose everyone's support, pretty much.
That was the that was the end of like
Yeah, you could
any,
put it that
I
way.
guess. I think because then after that was After Earth, which he didn't get marketed as being a part of, which was reflective of essentially the spent stock at that time.
I agree he sort of became a joke at that point, but I wonder if it actually led him to financially suffer, because his name, I think, sort of became a punchline, but then I figure a lot of people would still go to his movies for like the laughter value of it.
Well, it's like I said before. It was around that time. That was like the only point in his career where he was seriously at risk of like not being able to make films again. But then he
Right.
made The Visit, which was like very low budget and did quite well. And then that kicked. And then it was, I think, Split came after that. I think. And ever since then, he seems to have been okay in terms of making films that generally make their money back and a little bit more.
And
Yeah.
they're
But
back
not
to
compared to, like,
advertising.
Science, for instance.
They're back to
Science-
advertising them with his name on them now.
Yes,
Knock at the
that's
Cabin
right.
Door and the new one with Josh Hartnett. It hasn't come out yet, but those are both prominently displayed, his name across them. So
Yeah, I mean, I
well,
want him to restore his status. I want another movie like The Sixth Sense.
It would be fucking
I
great
really
if he
like that.
made a great Shyamalan movie. I think people would argue would Split be the closest thing we got of his newest stock. I remember liking that movie somewhat. That's
probably.
a movie that helped put Anya Taylor-Joy somewhat on the map. Obviously, other things boosted her
yeah.
further, but it's just crazy things. Like, yeah, Shyamalan, you know, he created her career. You should say that to her and be like, you should star in my next film because of this. You owe me.
We both have a very European sensibility.
Yeah. You know, I saw people did like Furiosa. It felt very European. All right, let us go. Like I said, context is this is Chris Stuckman's Signs Analyzed and Explained.
Is a very special film for me. Some viewers may know it's the
Wait, sorry, the first sentence lacked a bit. Let me just bring it back. Okay.
Signs is a very special film for me. Some viewers may know it's the film that made me who I am today. When it came out in 2002, I was only 14 years old, and I remember my first visit to see it very vividly. It was the first time I really
Wait, this never happened in the movie.
That's a big crop circle.
That would have been funnier though.
Also, someone
Mark
mentioned
this planet
really-
with a symbol, so they know this is the one to land on.
It'd be a really small planet.
someone mentioned The Witch was bigger. So not only was that definitely bigger, but you have I think Queen's Gambit was the thing that probably took her from. Like, what would you say the most significant jump for Anya Taylor-Joy? The Witch was definitely significant, but I think the Queen's Gambit, I saw that getting discussed everywhere.
Queen's Gambit. Yeah, that was very successful.
People
I
like the
didn't see that
menu a
one.
decent bit as well. Saw some discussion about that, but
It
yeah.
feels like it came, I guess, later though.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I'd agree. It's just that she had a couple of things in a row that were all discussed, and so she it seemed
Mhm.
fast tracked to. Is she what's like top tier actor now? I don't
Well,
know. I guess
it's
so.
interesting,
Oh yeah,
though,
I would say
because-
she's an A-lister now. Yeah.
I guess it's interesting though that A-lister, but it doesn't like help, Furiosa, right? That didn't do anything for it.
Nope.
Even
Sure
though it was
didn't.
prominently marketed as her and Chris
Yeah.
Hemsworth in it, that didn't save it, which was indicative of the nature of how, like, oh, actors in it doesn't, like, necessarily. I mean, Ryan Gosling, Emily Blunt for the Fall Guy, that didn't help that movie either.
No, it did
Mhm.
not. Star
Certainly not
Power
enough.
seems to have a big effect internationally still for American movies, but not as much domestically. It kind of depends on the actor, but yeah, like, if it's a new crop of actors, that won't necessarily translate much internationally. But like an older actor that people recognize seems to help in movies
Well, I
internationally.
mean, it didn't help with Mission Impossible, right? Like, Dead Reckoning was not successful. That was Tom Cruise, the last one.
And the
right?
next one won't be either. it's,
No, the
No.
next one even costs a lot more money as well.
what if
Well,
the
it
next one makes
certainly
even
didn't
less
help.
money? What are they gonna do?
I mean, well, I think they're just going to have to lose a lot of money and never make Mission Impossible movies again. It's kind of the same situation that the Fast and Furious series is in now.
Yeah.
Where the last one, I think it had a budget of like $350 million, made about
Jeez.
$600 million. And they initially said that they were going to make 2 sequels. I think now they've brought it back to 1. Obviously. Because it's
Well,
hard to
that's,
justify spending.
A
Yeah.
good point in chat. Cruise coming off Top Gun 2 set up a lot of unrealistic expectations, which is probably very true. Like,
I
Yeah,
suppose that
that's
they might have been
disagree.
unrealistic, but I mean, Fallout made like $800 million, so I don't think the expectation of that film being profitable was unreasonable. The next one being profitable is probably unreasonable because of how much it costs now.
Do we have a
I
name
think-
for it? What's
We
the
don't
next
know.
one called?
It's
Oh,
not
no,
part
no,
2
yeah,
anymore.
Just not part 2. Yeah.
Red Deckoning.
Whoa. Well, all I was going to say was
Oh.
even 800 million wouldn't have been what they wanted, right? They would have wanted more than that.
Probably with the amount of money that they were spending. I presume they thought, well, it's up and up and up and up. That's how it goes with Mission Impossible, and it did for a while.
Also, I would stand by what you've said previously on streams, Fringy. I completely agree with you. I do not agree that Dead Reckoning was directly competing with Barbenheimer in such a way that people
No.
were like,
Like,
I gotta
really?
see either Dead Reckoning or Barbenheimer. I don't believe that's a real choice.
It's totally
No,
different from those two movies.
Well, I think the more relevant, the argument I would make is that when Mission Impossible, Rogue Nation, and Fallout made about $800 million each, I think it is absurd to say that film should have moved out of the way for a 3-hour biopic about Oppenheimer.
There's also
There is no justification for that beforehand. It's only retrospectively that people look back and go, yeah, I guess that was kind of busy.
yeah, well, it feels like a hindsight thing as well as the fact that people seem to want to
Hindsight, yeah.
avoid talking about how badly written the film is.
The film was bad, and I think
That affects
explains
word
a
of
lot.
mouth, and that's
Yeah.
arguably the most important thing.
If everybody was saying how amazing that film was, people would have said, well, I guess I could go watch like Barbie and Oppenheimer next week, or alternatively, well, maybe I'll watch Barbie and Oppenheimer this week, but next week when Mission Impossible is still playing in theaters on many, many screens, I'll go watch it too. That didn't happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Top Gun Maverick wasn't doing amazing right out of the gate. It took word
that
of
was
mouth.
a slow. Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
slow burn.
It stuck around for ages.
Oh yeah, like almost a year it was in theaters. It was a long time.
Yeah.
Word of mouth's powerful. It reminds me of how long The Last Wish was discussed, right? It came out,
Oh,
and
yeah.
just for ages, people kept saying, like, that movie's fucking good. And it was like, eh. Took me a while to see it, I think, but it was still on recommendation from basically everybody. It was like, all right, I'll see it.
Started to think seriously about film. Up until that point, I hadn't really thought about the art of filmmaking. Signs was the film that sparked the desire that led to a purchase of a camera, many short films, and a love of movies that hasn't left me to this day. I firmly believe that if I hadn't seen Signs on that specific day, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. Strangely, the film deals with a very similar message.
It's like
to make that connection.
I think it's totally fine for literally any fucking movie to spark your interest in filmmaking, right? Because it could be any set of
Absolutely.
anything. It's just so fascinating that it was Signs of all films. Like, okay, all
Well, we
right.
can score
Well, I mean,
one for God,
that's-
right? It's another example of, something has to happen in a really specific
Score
way.
one for
And in
God.
this case, we
Like, God
were
needs to
given
pull a
Chris
win out of this
Stuckman.
conversation.
Well, I think
He
that
does.
was why I was when he said that I was like, feels like it's almost it's poetic,
Very
right?
on message,
Like-
isn't it? Yeah.
He took
I
the
think
sign.
in particular with a movie that's flawed and you start thinking of ways how it could be improved, that could definitely
well-
kickstart your
Well, that's not what he's saying.
I
career.
don't think that's what this is, right? It's that this. Was
No,
like,
I know. Yeah. But just
know what
to
you
the
mean,
point
though,
where
yeah.
anything can be a starting point,
Mhm.
Well,
Well,
so
consider that it was basically The Last Jedi that did that for me. Like, I was a very, very normie sort of moviegoer until
I
The
know.
Last
I'd say
Jedi
mine
just
was way
kinda-
more normal. I watched Toy Story 2 and I loved it, and I was like, man, storytelling, huh? This is some good shit.
Yeah.
yeah, everyone's got a different story. I don't remember not loving watching movies. I think it's just been a
Yeah.
staple.
I always liked movies, but it changed the way that I viewed them and thought about them and was critical of them and would kind of just sort of saw them. And then EFAP happened.
Yeah, because the way he described it, right? I think he said the artistry of film. I remember even being fascinated by. I'd mentioned Night Before Christmas is one of the most repeated films I've ever seen in my life, and even as a kid, I was just like, God, it's amazing how they did this. They must have spent so long, because it's not too difficult to understand how stop motion works, and once you do and you see it, you're like, holy shit! Obviously, Wallace and Gromit as well, especially.
Lion King,
Yeah,
all these sorts of things where it's like, man, this is so cool how they did that.
On coincidence and fate. This will be my 5th installment in my series of analyzed movie reviews. In the past, I've covered Prometheus, Drive,
That's okay though.
A Good Day to Die Hard, and Only God Forgives.
Wow, that's an interesting
that
one.
is-
Die
that is-
Hard 4 specifically.
Well, what an interesting selection,
Yeah, the whole thing is like, I feel like there's no through line at all, which is not a bad thing necessarily,
No.
by the way. That's kind of
They
interesting.
all feel like except for Drive, they all feel like movies that he's trying to argue have more merits than people often give them credit for. That might be
That could be
a
it, yeah.
thread, but everyone likes Drive. You know what I mean? Or like I don't know if anyone. You don't have to save that movie's reputation.
Oh, and
Yeah.
as someone just pointed out, it could very well be that those were just what was coming out when he was like, I should make an analyzed thing.
That
Timeline
too.
Yeah.
might match up.
Signs is by far my most requested. So sit tight, grab some popcorn, and let's reminisce to a time when the name M. Night Shyamalan made people shiver with excitement. Now, it just makes people shiver. But I still love you, man. Never do that again, though. One of my goals with this video is to debunk many of the popular complaints that I constantly hear about the film's finale. I will
Okay.
get into that later. But just as a warning, spoilers everywhere for Signs. So if you haven't seen the film, check it out and then
That's
watch
right.
my review.
We are the perfect demographic for this video. We've seen signs.
I've seen Signs, so I don't have to worry about spoilers because
I
I
saw
know
the
what happens
sign.
at the end.
This
And I opened up my eyes, I saw the sign.
this image is interesting because it looks
Very
promotional
beautiful
and it's
singing
got
voice
the
you have, Fringy.
that shed or whatever. It's like the roof's getting blown open.
It's like
and
exploding.
getting potentially
Yeah,
hit
I
with
It
a
looked like
UFO
it's being
beam or
sucked
something.
up by a tractor beam.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
review.
Yeah.
Signs
yeah, that didn't
opens
happen
with
in
a
the movie.
main title sequence that brings back memories of watching Psycho for the first time. The loud score by
It is
James
a
Newton Howard
very
was utilized.
interesting opening.
feels like a
It
very
is
much
an interesting
throwbacky
opening.
type of one.
Yeah.
I
Definitely.
enjoy it. But it does. This sounds very critical, but it does take me out of the experiencing it, and rather I start thinking about it and how it was made. You know what I mean? I'm like,
I know,
not.
yeah, it's very meta. You know, it's like, oh, this reminds me of the way that films used to present
Yeah.
their like credits right at the beginning of the film.
Because when we were watching it, when Mullen and I were watching it, I was like, this music is really unusual. It's like kind of tense but quirky and like peppy. And then like, what are the visuals? Is this like a like what are these visuals supposed to be? Why have it like this? Is this a flashlight looking for like an alien, or is this like you're looking up at the spaceship and this is the blue light that comes down from it?
Yeah, yeah.
Or what's like what's going on with these visuals here? What do they mean? And I can say now, at least after seeing the movie, I still don't know, but it's something to think about.
It's probably the flashlight idea because that has a prominent role in certain scenes, and then the looking for signs. It's kind of
in the opening credits to hint at the intensity that was to come in the film. It was sort of like a warning, a promise that things would get pretty freaky, and the full arc of the music isn't felt until the finale.
That's whatever I do. Whenever I have someone over, I play the sounds intro music because I just want to let them know. Just letting you know, things are gonna get pretty freaky.
You know that?
So we've got the Signs intro music playing. All right.
You know that face, the whole fucking episode was. I just like the idea that you play the side soundtrack, and the person's looking at you like, "What the fuck?" and you just make that face.
That's just the only face, except my cock's out.
Yeah,
It's just that face.
you know what's about to
Think-
happen. We're in the
you
we're in
know
the
it's-
mood
I don't-
now. We're in the freaky mood.
No words need exchanging.
Finale of the film where that promise is kept. When the credits end, our first shot booms onto screen without much weight, and we see a pristine
Booms onto screen without much weight is
I
an
was
odd
gonna
way
say that.
to. Normally, when
Boom.
something booms on screen, that implies that it has a weight or this dramatic impact to it. So, an odd way to phrase it.
The film does open and end on, or at least close to enough, this shot. What did
shot,
everyone
yeah.
take away from that?
Things carry on regardless of the negative stuff that happens in your life. I guess unless you fucking die, then it doesn't carry on. But like life goes on, sort of. How things began is how they might become, and the days go by, and you could look back and be like, oh, things sort of are how they used to be. Maybe, I don't know. That's
A
Fine.
key difference between the opening shot and the ending shot is the window is smashed open, and I got an impression maybe that it's supposed to be
that's right.
somewhat symbolic of the I don't know the sort of wall between Mel Gibson and his connection with God is like behind a glass barrier, easily breakable, and by the end of the film it's broken open. I don't know if maybe that was something they were going for.
like the world's broken now, or you can't look out the world in the same way because that film, that thing between you and the real world is maybe broken, and maybe you see the world for what it really is.
Yeah, the
or-
glass barrier has been broken, and now a man
Yeah,
previously
and
devoid
now-
of faith is now unified with God and all
I
his
think that might be it.
manifestations out there.
Probably.
Maybe, yeah.
It's
And also,
kinda
we are
weird.
going to have ants.
Yeah, it's kind of weird he didn't fix the window.
Well,
Yeah,
sometime.
It only
Well, have you
just
seen the
happened,
door,
right? Or whatever.
the front door? He's
Well,
he's used to having bugs in. You can just
Wait,
reach your
how-
hand right under the front door.
How long has
So-
it been? He's a priest again, and he's put the
It's
cross
winter.
back on the wall.
No,
and
I
it's
think
winter.
the shot that
I think
it
it's
comes
before the
when it
transition.
tracks in, yeah.
Oh, you're right.
The camera
You're
pans
right.
and we transition to the future. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we do. A
What if
little
it's like
passage of
10
time.
minutes later he comes out with his priest?
art, one that should emote feelings of comfort and warmth, but instantly we sense
Evoke
something
feelings.
isn't right. This is confirmed when Graham Hess,
Okay.
played excellently by Mel Gibson, in my favorite
Well, that's actually something I wanted to mention. I did like the performances generally, and Mel
I like-
Gibson had a couple of specific moments where I was like, man, he's good at his best.
Yeah, I liked him. I think none of my issues were with the acting. I think when everyone was acting and behaving bizarrely and like weird androids from another planet, I think that was just like the direction, and they were kind of doing the stuff that M. Night was kind of directing them to do. But
Yeah,
I
he's
was
pretty
pretty
consistent.
Yeah, I was pleased with the actors and actresses throughout the movie.
M.
It was a
M.
good
Night really,
cast, yeah.
yeah.
Sorry,
M.
go
Night
ahead.
really likes to have people behave in very strange, robotic ways. It's consistent across all of his movies, even the good ones to some degree. Very
And
odd.
and while I very much disagree with that being a wise decision or a good decision for some of the scenes in this movie, and I think they cause issues. I think it was executed well by all of the actors involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Happening is just the best ever for performances. It's so funny.
Favorite performance of his wakes up and immediately feels off. From this shot until the final moments in the film, an unwavering sense of dread permeates this movie.
I definitely don't agree with that.
I mean, only in the
I think there's
sense
plenty of
that
moments that don't have an unwavering sense of dread. There's a lot of really chill.
there's a lot of comic relief.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
scenes. I laughed in some of this movie, and a lot of it's very mundane to the point of it being almost like it ends up being pointless. But like there's no overarching sense of dread when Meryl's in the recruiting office and we're learning about him being a baseball player, or when Mel Gibson goes to the pharmacy. Like all these scenes, they're not an unwavering sense of dread. They're just they could be kind of weird / funny / unusual, but not because they're dreadful or tense.
And I would argue
know?
that a lot of it, I feel, is contextualized specifically just by the investigation, quote unquote, from the family about the alien stuff, the weird alien references, like who was running across around the house. I don't know. It's like you can argue there's a sense of tension in those scenes, but nothing that I think that implies something more is happening than what is happening, which is there's some weird shit going on. Ain't that weird?
And I would even say that some of the scenes were made to be far less tense than I feel like they should have been or could have been.
Yeah,
if that
sure.
was the idea.
Yeah.
I think them in the car with the baby monitor, that was a really weird way to execute that scene, and I feel like it could have been done better in a shorter, more effective fashion. But I guess he wanted to have the tone that he wanted to have, and it mostly just did not resonate with me at all.
Oh, and
I think it got in the way, but
has anyone here seen Scary Movie 3?
Yeah.
no.
Maybe.
Oh, are you? I think I know what you're going to refer to.
Well, if you
I
know
think
anything
I
about
know
Scary
about
Movie
this.
3, you should probably know what I'm going to refer to. It's
I think you told me about this a long time ago.
Well, I wasn't actually going to make any particular reference. I was just going to say that
okay.
I really love Scary Movie 3. I think it's hilarious, and having seen Signs makes that movie funny as hell. Like, it's already funny, I think, but knowing exactly what they're making fun of, which Signs occupies, I want to say, like, a significant portion of the jokes in that film.
Isn't it kind of the frame they hang all the jokes on? In that
Yeah,
movie?
it's like the core story,
Yeah.
and then everything else gets referenced around it.
Yeah.
There's so many fucking good jokes. I was just thinking about referencing one, but I was like, you know what? We're probably gonna do an EFAP movies on it someday. So you know, instead we'll just carry on.
The thing about this opening,
Hilarious
which Knight
movie.
himself...
It's a hilarious ending, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like a deleted ending, rather, involving the Incredible Hulk. I recommend checking out.
We gotta see these movies. I haven't seen any of the scary movies.
Well, that's the thing. Before seeing a scary movie, should one see the movies it's referencing? Because if you want to see one, you need to see Scream and I Know What You Did
Yeah.
Last Summer. A few
I'm
others. I
fine on
think.
going on a little adventure. It would be I'm down for it.
The
First
second
two
one's
has
The
his-
Haunting, I think.
Yes, and then the fourth one is War of the Worlds. Funnily enough, the Tom Cruise one.
of dread permeates this movie. The thing about this opening, which Knight himself refers to as his James Bond opening action scene, that impresses me so much is how much
Is that what he prefers to go by? Is Knight or M Night?
I have no idea. I'm surprised you weren't more invested in saying this was the James Bond opening action scene.
No, I think it took a while for my mind to process. It's like Knight. Is that his name? Like, is that what you would call him? Or would you call him M Night?
Or
Mel
M.
Gibson wakes
Just call
up
him
from his
M.
bed and he leans up and you hear the da 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 da. It's like,
Yeah,
Yes.
They give me a lot of
That
like the
is so
parkour sequence in Casino Royale kind of vibes.
oh yeah, when there was the train heist in Signs here, when they had to steal the documents from the Russian supercomputer. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
I really like
Yeah.
that, and the aliens tried to stop him. Yeah, he
It
used
would
the
be funny
baby
if the aliens
monitor
were
to fake
Russian.
the signal for the.
learn about Graham in just a few shots. You really get all the essentials within a minute. It's really remarkable. The photo on his end table shows his wife and children, as well as himself in his priest uniform. A faded stain where a cross was once.
I wonder what is that called? Priest uniform. It's not.
Frock,
It's not
I
the,
I was more wondering how
The
much credit I
frog,
wanted to give the film
right?
for that because I don't think that's
I mean, it was
a
okay.
difficult
It's just an
detail.
okay
It's
intro.
fine. It's just there it
Yeah.
is. That's the picture. You know.
Unsubtle
So-
but serviceable.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
So-
I don't think it was. It's just that I don't know how many people miss that when it's like kind of the most important part of that frame. That's all.
Well, and
So
it's
it
funny that he
looks
brought
here
this up
like
because
a-
John brought it up not too long ago. The faded cross being so obvious. It's like, oh
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
I do not like that that's there. I obviously get it, but like it's so dirty and ugly looking. And like if you're him, who wants to be reminded of the cross? You know what I mean? Like he would probably scrub that off. But no, we the audience need
Or
to see
hang a
what he's-
painting there, maybe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my understanding is that, and I'm checking some of the things. A frock is the one where it's got like the drape shoulders, the shoulders that kind of have they're a bit thicker on the shoulders. They have like an almost like a cowl sort of shoulder covering. I think that's a frock. I think because you have the normal clothing that they use are just I think generally called liturgical vestments, which are a chasuble, an albastole, and a cincture, and that's the Catholic one. And they also have cassocks, which are the foot. It's like one piece that's buttoned down the middle, and it's like sort of like a dress kind of thing where it goes all the way to the floor. But they use a surplice and tippet when it's when you have like the white over it, and then they wear the stuff with a collar underneath that.
With all the
So-
words you just said, it's no wonder he said priest uniform.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'm fine with priest uniform in hindsight.
Well, it's it's informally called a dog collar.
Right,
The,
yeah.
the little thing, but it's I think a Roman collar is what it sort of goes by. I guess more formally, but I don't. What were we talking about?
Tongue is clearly seen on the wall as well. Within a few shots, a sharp eye can tell that he's had faith
A
and
sharp
lost
eye.
it.
I know, a sharp eye. Fuck
Oh,
off,
fair enough.
dude.
yeah.
Okay, it's just like if Chris were here, I'd be like, you understand that the way this is framed, your eyes are gonna be drawn to anything of interest. Which, if you remember, Mel Gibson's not even in frame at this point. When the scene starts, he steps into frame when he hears the scream. So what do your eyes look for? And it's like, well, if you missed
Anything?
that, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you missed that,
Yeah.
what were you looking at? I don't. Maybe you just missed it. I guess it's just calling it a sharp eye. It's like, okay.
Bad. It's not bad.
Right.
Like it's
No, I don't think it's bad, it's
this
just-
to me this is normal.
It's a bit
Yeah.
conspicuous. I think I would have preferred something more subtle, especially because you've already kind of clued me in with him having having the dog collar and the cassock vestment cincture Timule stolen.
Well-
and so we've got that, and so I'm already kind of like not primed in a bad way, but I'm already like, oh, okay, he's like a priest.
I think maybe if
That's
he had
interesting. That's unusual.
faithless tattooed on his forehead.
Oh, I was gonna go with damaged. I think that because his faith has been damaged and because of what happened, and also his wife was very damaged in the crash that killed her.
See, what I prefer
Oh,
about
I
your
think it's a
version is the
reference then.
subtlety. I felt
I like
mine,
the subtlety
yeah.
too. Yeah, yours is a bit too subtle. They might not quite
Exactly.
be able to grasp the raw emotion.
When screams from his crops send him and his brother Merrill, Joaquin Phoenix,
I do.
Screams from his
I know,
Everyone
it's
pictured
not
the screaming
Chris's fault.
crops. Everyone pictured it.
Oh God, it hurts! Don't harvest me!
Help me, Father.
When you're in the fucking harvester running over them, you just hear screaming. It's the
Yeah.
whole thing.
No, what did we do?
running into the
They
corn,
got Tim!
Oh god, they're gonna get me on the they go on the
Run,
U-turn.
run! We can't. We're plants.
It's my favorite bit of Clarkson's farm is like the massed screams of the grain and the crops as he just kills them all. It's like a genocide.
Yes.
Yeah, and I like his smile as he's running him over.
we meet Graham's children. Bo, played by Abigail Breslin in her first role, and Morgan, played by Rory Culkin. Our first lines from both of the children are very important. Bo seems to think she's still in a dream. The fact that she has odd, possibly prophetic dreams is constantly brought up in the film. Morgan thinks God made what lies ahead of him. It's clear now that Morgan hasn't lost his faith. This will bring up a consistent struggle between himself and his father throughout the film.
Is
I wouldn't
it a
say it's
consistent
consistent.
struggle?
No,
not
Because
it's not.
really.
I don't agree
consistent.
that it is. I think that's why when he says like the stuff that we talked about him like hating his dad, I'm like, where the fuck did this come from?
Yeah,
Mhm.
they certainly needed to do more work for that one.
And also, depending on kind of how you view the word. But by the way, probably, I mean, depending on how deep into the analysis you want to go, like defining what actually faith is. Like you could have faith in God and just like hate him. You could think he's real and be angry at him. Like plenty of people are like that.
Well, yeah, Mel Gibson gets that point,
So-
right? Where he explicitly
Yeah.
says, I hate you over and over again. It's like,
Yeah.
he's having a bad time.
I don't know. It was a rough day. It's been a rough day.
Those Dawn aliens.
They didn't eat
After
the
the
French
Hess-
toast, you know.
Family discovers the giant crop circle in the field, we now have our movie. Can I just add that this is real? This isn't CGI. I really, really respect that.
Oh,
I think it would have been more reasonable for it to be physical than CGI in 2000. When was this made?
2002, yeah.
Especially being that they're shooting on the crop circles as well. I don't know, like
And they'll probably use it at least twice in the film to go out there into it.
because I think that if they had opted for a CG crop circle, which I suppose they could have, I just think it would have been
Could've.
noticeably looking worse and caused them extra problems in terms of filming.
And because it's so early into the movie, you're already like, oh, this is the big kind of like stinging like plot starter thing, and all I can think about is how terrible it looks. Not a great thing. You want to really hook me in with that kind of stuff.
To be honest with you, because this sounds a little bit unfair to science, but if this film had come out today and they'd done it for real, I'd be much more inclined to celebrate that fact. But I think this probably
Yeah.
would have been a pretty normal decision in 2002. It would have been like, well, yeah.
I think so, yeah. It makes sense that, yeah, because the alternative just would have been just pretty clearly a bad choice. But nowadays, when you can get away with
Yeah.
so much more, opting to actually do the real thing has a bit more like, oh, hey.
In the next scene, we see that their German shepherd, Houdini, peed on the floor. The kids think he's sick, and this little exchange happens.
Houdini peed. I think he's sick.
Why don't you take
Gonna be careful here. Just be a
You
little
should
careful.
be a little okay, yeah, safe.
A little
Little-
care. He had some music playing earlier. I
Okay.
assume it's copyright free. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Well, I hope so.
him outside? I'll call Dr. Crawford.
He doesn't treat animals.
He'll know what to do.
This is actually a really
He's kept the clip going, so I just want to be careful. I know he's speaking.
Yeah,
now,
no,
but
that's
still.
fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Darn it, Chris. Didn't you know
Yeah.
that people 10 years from now will be streaming this video? Gosh.
Don't you know?
really cool little tidbit that I'll explain later. It's something I didn't notice about the film for a long time. Soon we
Okay.
meet Caroline, a local police officer who's arrived to hopefully give some answers.
She didn't come from out of state or from Mexico. She's a local police officer.
What if she was an alien?
She's based in the area.
Oh,
She
I
didn't
actually,
come from-
I think I was talking to Fringy about this, but it would have been super tempting because you get all kinds of ideas about other possible alien stories, right? And it's just like there's always something so enticing about a story where you realize maybe in the latter portions of the film, maybe even the third act, that the aliens can shapeshift to a point of appearing as human, and that a character
I
throughout the whole
almost thought
film.
that they were doing that. Yes.
Well, it would have been cool.
Yeah.
And
It would
if
have been interesting. Yeah.
take for example, she was an alien the whole time, or in her first 2-3 scenes, she behaves a very specific way, and then every scene after those 2-3, there's something off about her. Just subtle, you know. It would have been. I'm always thinking about like, oh, it would just be fun to have all these different premises because I kind of like alien, or rather sci-fi, I guess, at that point. Which I was going to break the mold here and say sci-fi is a cool genre. I don't know if you guys agree.
I think it's really neat.
I'm not the only one. All right.
It's pretty cool.
Wow, 3. Crazy.
We soon learn that many animals around the county have been acting odd. The look on Gibson's face always sends shivers down my spine when she says other dogs have been peeing on themselves, like when they smell a predator.
I'm sorry. That's just a funny sentence.
I know. For the record, his scripts, the ideas he's putting forward, I totally get them. It's the words he's choosing.
The look of terror on Mel Gibson's face when he realizes all those dogs are peeing on themselves.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's gonna be such a mess to clean up.
He's just thinking about the sheer amount of dog urine. It's nothing
Oh,
to do
yeah.
with
He's like, hey, when he grabs the sheriff by the shoulders and shakes her, and he said, "Who's gonna clean it up? Who's gonna clean it up? It won't be me. I don't have enough paper towels."
Around. It's also during this scene that Graham asks Caroline to please stop
Sorry, that's the other wide angle shot I was
Yes,
thinking
yeah.
of.
referring to him as father. We also get our first hint that Bo has a thing about her drinking water, and a pretty suspenseful scene involving the family dog. This scene also includes some pretty good humor, something I think Knight really nailed in this.
Again, an example of an isolation of capturing a thing that was like, oh, when the two of them are talking about the water or whatever else, and then the dog barks quite aggressively at them. I remember being like, oh shit, like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that made me like, oh, I jumped a little.
Mhm.
Oh,
I quite like
It
the
stands up.
framing of it as well, because we don't see the dog's expression, but we hear what it's, you know, the noises it's making, and we can see their reaction to it. And I was like, yeah, I like this.
It's cool sound design. Yeah, they make it really loud, the barking.
After a few moments of silence, Graham becomes unnerved by the fact that he can't hear his children anymore, which leads to a scene my sister couldn't even watch. The doggy dies. Knight broke a rule of screenwriting here. Never kill the dog. Kill as many people as you want.
That's like a save the cat type thing, I'm guessing. Like, don't kill a
I
dog.
would assume you only kill the dog. The purpose of killing the dog is to, generally it's used to show, like, it is usually an oh shit moment, or it is usually used as
Well,
a very important, I mean, even The Thing does it, right? I think the
no,
first
there's
thing
loads
in-
of films that do. I
Yeah,
would, like, we could list them
More
all.
a trope
like the
that
dog.
the movies kill the dog.
Yeah.
It is a lower stakes version. It's building up oftentimes to a human being killed, and it shows that there is something that is capable of killing a dog and is willing
Well,
to kill a dog.
I think he's
So-
referring to general rules of thumb that people, because that's why I said
Don't
save
like
the
it.
cat. No, I don't like it either. Our show is about not liking those sorts of fucking writing rules. To be honest with you, it's when it's like, you know, make sure your protagonist is always the one pushing the plot forward. It's like, well, you don't have to do that. It depends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like seeing dogs die, but I don't like seeing like characters I like die. And I would never say never have a character you like.
Well,
Well, then,
killed,
right.
so-
With the point being that nobody likes to see the dog die. So I think even Chris would agree if you were to do that in your story. The idea is that the audience hates whatever character killed the dog and wants the main character or somebody to kill them.
Yeah.
It's not a
That's
never kill
why-
the dog moment, right? It's just a be careful how you're killing the dog and make sure that you're using it in the right purposes. So, like,
Yeah.
there's a way to kill a dog properly which serves you dramatically, and then there's forgetting the dog because you left it outside and then the alien got it. That's not killing the dog properly. But
Classic
the longer you think about
Right.
it, the more examples of killing dogs in media come up. Isn't it like the Lost World Jurassic Park, the T-Rex eats the dog? And that's dumb and silly, but it happens. It happens all the time. It's not a rule.
Well, yeah, and to sort of bolster, I think what you're implying there as well, it's if you want to get to the technical, like, analytical part of the audience, you could have a suit being like, don't kill a dog. That's going to make the audience uncomfortable. You could have, like, a cynical approach to storytelling in that way, but I think this one works in the sense that the dog is terrified, it's getting angry, it's lashing out, and to defend his sister, he got the barbecue fork and skewered it, and that already captures the seriousness of what's happening here is and the inexplicable nature of it. It's like, what is this? What's
Well,
happening?
I'll say what in the film I think he says the dog fell on it, which I'm thinking like, does that mean the dog like tried to pounce on you and you kind of are interpreting that as like the dog was trying to fucking get you, but you interpreted that as it fell on it. Like, okay, all right, maybe, you know, it doesn't have to be explicit, but it's one of those things that did make me go when I watched the movie, like, interesting.
It's a nice moment in isolation. I was frustrated that there seemed to be no consequences for it, like no fallout from this emotionally for the kids.
I was actually
really.
about to
It's
bring
just
that
kind
up too. They have a shot
I
I quite
agree.
like of Bo staring at the event itself, but there's nothing afterward at all.
Yeah, it's kind of gone.
Mm-hmm.
The dogs are props in this movie. I don't quite care for that.
Yeah.
No, I
It
don't
seems
either.
more like
Kids
it's
and
the
adults
means
are
to
really-
establish the asthma thing, right? Because that's the first time I think we see the kid using it. So, like, the dog being scary, he gets scared, he uses the asthma thing, and that seems to be what the movie thinks is the most important thing to establish with the dog's death. Is there any mitigating factor by the fact that they live on a farm and they're more working dogs than pets, or are we?
No,
No.
no, we can don't run for the
Also,
Republican Party here in the U.S.
I will say,
Okay, so-
because we were bringing up how they're farmers, I will say they don't really capture the nature of these people being farmers outside of them having a field
Oh.
of crops. That is
They
it.
just have corn.
Yeah. Which, to be honest with
They
you, it
just-
starts to
it just
be
grows.
like, are you actually farmers? Is this even your corn? Like,
This is an Airbnb. They're
Are you
ahead of
renting
their
it
time.
out?
Yeah, it kind
or
of feels
is
that
it
way
just-
sometimes.
It's just because it's for the crop circle.
Yeah,
Basically.
yep,
That's it,
100%.
so that they can live on the
Seems-
property
yeah.
of the crop circle.
Mm-hmm.
Because like if you're a priest, like you don't have time to farm. You are like doing stuff with your congregation and taking care of a church and maintaining it.
Tending
Well,
your
maybe
flock,
the wife
whatever.
was more the farmer. How about that, Rags?
Oh yeah, yeah.
This movie's
yeah.
woke.
She wore the overalls in this family.
My goodness.
Knight broke a rule of screenwriting here. Never kill the dog. Kill as many people as you want, just never kill the dog. He breaks that rule twice in this movie. We learn of Morgan's asthma here.
That's
it.
that's really it. Okay, that's a bit disappointing.
Okay.
I'm
yeah, that
just
is
thinking
disappointing.
about how, in terms of like, oh, the dog dies and it reveals asthma. It feels like the dog got fridged. You know?
Oh no!
I honestly
I know,
thought, by the
a
way,
little
that he
bit.
was gonna say it jokingly and then explain what it meant in the scene. You know what I mean? But,
I thought so too, but
Yeah.
that
But he
thought
seems to think it's bold for doing it twice when it's a rule you don't do. It's like, no, it's more the trope that everyone does, which is why people are sick of it these
If
days.
anything, it's a particularly frequent trope of the dog
Exactly.
dying is a particularly sad moment and
when was-
has a massive impact on the main character.
I felt like that came to a head with when was I Am Legend out? Was that 2005?
That was and that was definitely a case of people going like, ah, right, that's like kind of the quintessential example of the way that dogs have often been used in
07.
stories, which is that they are the sad second act low point.
Yeah, well,
Right,
because
yeah.
I haven't seen that movie in a long time, so I don't want to be too critical or celebratory of how they handled it. But I do remember at that point, it felt like, okay, stop with the
And that was only a few years after this came out.
yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It was over the course of a long time of just killing dogs all the time. It's just like, stop trying that shit. And it's funny because people are like, what about John Wick? It's like, well, yeah, John Wick is that's much more modern, but it was well entrenched by then as like a thing.
But
you
if anything,
use.
it does seem like now people almost expect that if a main character has a dog companion, that the dog's not going to make it, to where it's surprising when the dog makes it to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is interesting to frame it as like, well, he broke the rule of killing dogs. It's like dogs die a lot in movies.
They do. Yeah. They're often
yeah,
remembered
yeah.
more so the ones that kill them because the ones that don't kill them, oftentimes the dogs are like they can be superfluous in the story, sort of they're just there.
Yeah.
But they'll have
think
a
it's-
scene in which they are horribly killed. You remember that.
I mean, it's derived just simply from a misinterpretation of the fact that audiences will typically be upset by seeing a dog die. But you can utilize that. That's the whole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're right, because this goes for everything. It's like, try not to kill a kid in your movie because it makes audiences uncomfortable. And it's like, well, I mean, yes, but also,
Right.
you know...
Not me. Kill that child.
Well,
Stab the child.
this is the thing.
Sacrifice them.
You could almost flip reverse all of these rules and be like, the one way to really tell an audience your film is free from the limitations of typical storytelling tropes is to kill a kid pretty early on. If you do that, you're like, oh,
Well,
shit, all right. This does
oh,
not
when we
include
were
killing John
watching-
Connor in Dark Fate. Boo.
When we were watching When Evil Lurks and that thing happens, we were
Oh,
just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I was like, oh, that was like, this is, yeah, everything's on the table now. Everything is on, we feel like pretty much everything's on the table.
Corrupt them all.
Is that movie good? I haven't seen it yet.
It is worth watching, I think.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
I
It's an it's
would
an
rather
interesting movie. I
simply
think
tell
it's
you to check it
worth
out and then tell us how you feel about it.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Here and discover that the relationship between Graham and his brother Merrill is a bit strained. Soon we cut to nighttime. The farm is
To be fair, all that happens in that moment is he says, "Where were you?" and he's clearly holding, I think, food, or he's holding something that implies he
He
was
came
doing
out of the
something.
house. Yeah, he came out of the house with like more food. Like he went inside to get more food and stuff.
I wouldn't
then
argue
there's
that was
also
a
the
moment
elements
to
of-
show their relationship is strained. It was literally almost like logistical. Like, why weren't you
Yeah.
in the scene that the kids were attacked by the dog? It's like, oh, because he was busy.
Yeah, and also like, you expect me to think that the dog will randomly attack the kids? But,
yeah,
like,
no,
I would
no one
understand why
expects that.
Mel-
No.
Yeah, so like at the same time, I would expect Mel to maybe be a bit irrational in terms of like something crazy just happened. Why weren't you there to make sure that this crazy thing was
Yeah.
accounted for. And he's like, dude, like how could I this is wild. All right. I could have
I'm
never
not even
possibly
sure.
imagined this.
Yeah,
could
because he doesn't
happen.
even fully understand what has even happened, right? Because he's just come out, and then he says,
Yeah,
you
he just
need
came
to
out.
take Isabella behind the shed or whatever." And he's like, "Okay."
Tie her up, yeah.
It's quiet. Nothing is moving. All we hear is crickets. But suddenly, they stop chirping. I didn't even notice this the first time I saw it, but that subtle sound effects work terrifies me. It's like, holy crap, a freaking alien just walked on the scene and the crickets were like, hell no. Bo wakes up.
So all right,
The
so
whole
like
that whole thing was kind of just awkward, right?
it's-
Like I'm talking about the way that he's explaining it. That was a bit.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It was a bit awkward.
There's
it's
that.
honestly, yeah, he says it like a jokey kind of way, but I think it's just weird in the movie, like that all the crickets stopped together.
This is what I was talking about. We were talking about earlier, right? If there's a radius that you give off that would make a cricket stop making sounds, sure, I understand that, but to the point where we don't hear any.
If I see that in a movie, I'm thinking like a demon or magic or something
Well,
like
yeah,
that. I don't
you
think
think
just like a
maybe
normal,
they put out
not
some
a
kind
not
of
a secular creature that just like steps out and it's an alien. It's like I don't think crickets care what planet you're from. If you're big and walking around, they just don't want to be around you.
And the implication, of course, could be that they did something alien to make all the crickets stop. But I don't exactly know what that would be. Like, do they maybe have a pheromone or something that goes?
All of the crickets die. Like they've landed, they're around, they secrete something, and so all of a sudden they notice, well, how comes it's so quiet? And everyone's like, oh, I just realized there's no crickets anymore. And then they notice like, interesting, and we never hear crickets ever again for the rest of the movie. And they think, oh shit, are all the crickets just like fucking dead? That's weird. Did something happen? Is there something in the crops when the circles happened? Is there did they spray a pesticide on the corn? And then they're like, oh shit, if they sprayed a pesticide on the corn, is our crop like, is it bad? Do we have an entire wasted crop? Did someone destroy our like livelihood? And that creates tension and stress and.
Someone in chat said apparently there are ninjas who train crickets to not stop making noise so they don't get detected by pockets of crickets. Is that true?
I don't believe that.
I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it. Maybe I could believe that.
I'll believe the exploding bat thing, but I don't think I'm. I don't know.
Cork in that bat.
Training crickets to chirp thing. I don't know.
Weaponized crickets just seems really like specific. How many situations
What if there was
do you really use that in?
There's just that one passionate ninja that's like, no one's gonna see this coming. I'm gonna kill everyone.
How many ninja plots were foiled when somebody realized, oh, that cricket over there stopped chirping? I should be on alert for ninjas.
Maybe it was ninjas in this movie the whole time. They just look weird.
Maybe it was. And they hate water, and they
hate crickets because they ruined everything.
Their clothes.
Crickets gave it away, man. Also, I think Cap, were you saying something?
I was just gonna say, as is, in terms of praising that subtle detail, he's so jazzed up about it, and I don't quite understand what's so remarkably good about it. I mean, it's okay.
I'll say that I feel like he's missed out on a lot of what could be praised so far already.
That is true as well.
The crickets thing kind of reminds me of the Halo games. If you have active camouflage, or you're near a player who has that, and it powers on.
Well,
the cloaking device.
You said like revelation earlier, and I didn't say anything. But now that you said camouflage, we might have to. We might have to start talking.
We might have to put him down.
Revelation? I don't think I said that.
All right.
Maybe I misspoke. But my point being that if you engage your cloaking device in the game, it sort of creates this muffling effect within a certain radius. Like whether you do it or you're in the radius of somebody who's done it. So that's why I was thinking like maybe it has something to do with.
I thought it only counted for you. The camouflaged person. It only works for the camouflaged person. It dulls everything, makes everything quieter.
Well, I do know if you're in theater mode and you have the free roaming camera and you're within the radius of a player that's using active camouflage, it has that effect. So I figure it applies to players that are not them using it. But anyway,
maybe it does, and it's just one of those little like Halo factoids that I've not remembered. But interesting.
Right.
I wonder if that's the case. I'll ask my friend who is big into Halo if that's.
It got me thinking because we know in the movie that they have active camouflage on their ships. So like maybe there's something about that energy being emitted where it's just like, oh, there must be a ship like right over the house. That's why all the crickets are shutting up.
Perhaps.
Graham, saying there's a monster outside her room. Graham kindly tries to put his daughter back to bed, and we get a really great scene where Bo asks Graham why he talks to Mom when he's by himself. We sense that she's since passed away. This nice moment quickly ends when Graham spots an alien on the frickin' roof.
Whoa!
Oh, okay.
Whoa! Well, I thought
He's talking like that girl from fucking the game. What's that game? The one that everyone
Oh, I just lost the game.
was making fun of.
Oh, Forspoken.
That's it. Is an alien.
I
on
just
the
saw an
freaking
alien
roof.
on my freaking roof.
That
hope
just
he
Also,
says-
I remember rewatching the film. I kind of wondered if that was a bit too early
Yeah.
to show the alien that clearly. I wondered if it would be better to wait more than, because I feel like that was like 10 minutes in, 10-15 minutes in.
That was something I was
I-
talking about with the
here's-
theater going experience of most audience members will be like, "What the fuck was that? What did he see? What was that something?" You know, like because it was so quick. But
I think the problem was with the sound effect, because
Yeah.
that one was accompanied by the very loud. It's like, okay, yep, all right, I see it.
I think there's a point in the middle that would have been really good. If that was like the super inciting incident for Mel Gibson when he sees this, no sting. It's just like a really flat, totally played straight, which I just think they need to do in movies more anyway. But he just like looks up and happens to notice this thing looking at him through the window.
well,
But he's the only one who sees it,
Can we
and he starts like
reference-
freaking out.
the goat that might be unbeatable because it's just the perfect version of what we're talking about, but can be done in other ways. It's just that there's no way to improve the way it was done in the Descent,
The Descent.
where the light
I mean, it's
passes
kind
over
of the king of.
the cave and there is something clearly there, and the light goes back to it and it's gone.
Yep, it's a really, really good one. There should be more, and it actually happened later when she goes down the tunnel too,
hmm
and she sees the thing in the distance.
Much more overt that
s-
one, but yes.
Yeah, a lot more overt, but it's like in terms of being a comparison to this, where it is very overt, but it doesn't have that sting, that musical cue that happens. I really kind of wish that they would rely on the visuals and put me more in the mood of the character, who it was just like, yeah, just the visual of something like that happening. I feel it's much more immersive for me.
I'm totally in agreement that removing the musical cue would possibly help a lot, and the idea of a flatter shot, or rather a shot that it's in view of us for a decent amount of time, but only becomes clear as to there's actually something there. Like if it were crouched behind something and then slowly stands up, sort of, with enough of like it could totally become a part of something that was like, oh, that was there. What the fuck? He actually does it with the alien hand later on with the cold shoe or whatever. It was there the whole time, and it only moves when gonna grab him. It's actually camouflaged with the material of the coal shoe as well. It's kind of neat.
It does that, yeah. They show a few scenes where when it touches things or when it's around things, it'll sort of like camouflage a bit with it. I think that maybe having, like similar to the Descent, where he sees it and it's kind of subtle, so he squints at it, and then when it cuts to him squinting, he's looking at it, and then when it shows back to what he's looking at, it's gone. So we don't have like a super clear understanding of what everything he saw from his perspective was. We just see the sort of before and after, and we piece together like there might have been subtle movements in the middle that he was looking at.
I think the other way you can do it is to sort of place it in a position where it can easily be mistaken for something that is just completely normal. So for some reason, my mind is going to that. There's that bit in Shaun of the Dead when like he's on the bus and the woman is like grasping after a pigeon, but before she grabs the pigeon, the bus goes in front of him, so he loses his view and then it's gone. It's that you can mistake that for a different thing or something that actually is sort of, it's odd but normal. There's another interpretation other than, oh my goodness, there is an actual strange, probably alien monster thing standing on the roof of a barn. If he looks over into the darkness and there's like a bundle of fucking brooms or something, and like, it looks like there might be a person there, but there's also not a person there, and you can kind of see why the kid would think it's a monster, but at the moment he can still rationalize it away as being, no, that's just a trick of the light. There's nothing actually standing there. Just a subtler way of doing it would be nice.
It would be really cool if you took the Hill House route and you just sort of had in the movie really subtle, very like you wouldn't even potentially even notice them, but like aliens that were there in the very back of some scenes, maybe through a window, maybe standing halfway obscured
Camoed
by the
up.
corn, maybe around, sort of camoed up, maybe they're sort of ones peering around the barn or whatever at night, and no attention is ever drawn to it, but they are there in the background. And I think that would be a really good route to go as well.
Shyamalan was clever in the ways he chose to reveal the creature. He doesn't just show you it, you get a little glimpse, which keeps you curious. On the DVD, Knight said that the killer coming at you with a bloody knife isn't necessarily scary, but having the knowledge that a killer is in your house, just not being able to see him, that's terrifying.
I mean, it's about
Yeah,
how you
it certainly
execute
can
both.
be. A lot of it, a lot of it is execution. There's definitely it's easier for you to. I think it's easier for you to. Which one would be easier? I don't know. But yeah,
Well,
the
I guess the
execution's
simple way
kind
of
of
saying
key.
is that, is that sometimes not seeing something is scarier. Like, yeah, sometimes. Just
Yeah.
depends.
But even
But-
a slasher movie is going to do both of those things.
True. Yeah, I think
Well,
so.
and
So, like,
makes me think about it's like yeah, like a movie where a creature that you know is going to kill you is slowly moving toward you. That's just not going to be scary. And it's like, oh, it follows is pretty creepy. Like
Well, we get this in games all the time, where a good horror game will have like, oh shit, I know something's around here, but I don't know where it is, and then you get the oh shit moment where like it's coming to get you and you have to
remember,
run. I think Amnesia: The Dark Descent is a really good
well,
example of this too.
I was thinking of all the times back in the day when everyone was first jumping into Left 4 Dead and getting to understand it, when the tank would spawn and you're, say for example, running through an area and it's behind you because the screen is rocking and it's screaming at you and you're like, oh god, if it hits me, and then it does and it sends you flinging and you're just hoping that it actually like benefits you in some ways so you could escape. But point being, of course, there's a huge balance going on here about how you'd execute. These are just two different styles almost of creating an experience with the audience. You could do them both badly.
That kind of thing used to freak me out as a kid playing Resident Evil, like beyond the range of a fixed camera shot. Like you would hear like there's a zombie somewhere in the room shuffling around, or like multiple of them, and it's just like, oh, I don't want to walk forward and engage the new perspective, and then I'll see the enemies. It's so scary. Like, I mean, as a kid, right? But like, I just thought that was spooky.
Yeah.
Hitchcock said something similar, and I'm paraphrasing here.
Look
A
at that.
bomb going off
Look at
is
that
not
Raven.
suspenseful. That's the release. A bomb underneath the table and you don't know when it's going to go off, now that's suspense.
Well, that makes more sense because he's talking about suspense.
Yeah.
not
Yeah, suspense.
Scariness.
I mean,
It's slightly
suspense
different.
is like, yeah, it's like that. I mean, suspense is essentially like the feeling of anxiety, right? Feeling nervous. So, yeah, I mean, it's
Anticipation,
kinda-
somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also
Uh,
think if you were to cut to a bomb under the table and you saw that it had a timer, and then you cut back to the conversation, that would still be kind of suspenseful because you'd be like, oh, they
yeah.
don't know,
Yeah.
but it is going to go off.
Well,
I mean,
think
there's loads
it's all
to
well, it's all well and good to say like, oh, it's scarier when you don't know exactly what it is, and like 'cause there's a lot of truth to that. But also, it still needs to be scary once you do see it. And Signs is a movie that utterly fails in that regard.
It
I
gets
think
worse. Yeah,
Exactly.
worse.
There
Well,
are
I mean-
movies where like once you see it or once the killer's in the room running at you, it can actually be just as scary or even
I-
scarier.
The Thing,
I was
it's like the
immediately, I was
go-to,
going to say that,
yeah.
the thing.
Like, oh shit, that's what it is. The situation is not better now that I know what's going
No,
on.
God, no.
Yeah, I think it's
Things
one of
have
the
not
few
improved.
examples. It's one of the few examples where you get the full reveal of what it is, and it's even more crazy and scary. Yeah.
Not
the
everyone would
thing-
agree, but I would put Alien in that regard, in that category. You know, like
Right.
seeing the full alien monster, like, oh my god, that's worse.
I think I
Yeah.
think I agree with you. The reason why the thing comes to mind, at least for me, is because I'd be if you had like a selection of monsters that can kill you, I would pick Alien over the Thing because I don't exactly know what the experience of being enveloped by the Thing is, and I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, Graham wakes Meryl and they try to chase this thing down outside, still assuming it's just some neighboring kids. This scene is pretty hilarious, especially the dialogue involving the fact that Graham doesn't feel comfortable cursing. Soon enough, the brothers start to sense that this may not be pesky kids. The next day, Caroline has returned. Through conversation with Meryl, we get more hints at what happened to Graham's wife, and through a conversation with Bo, we learn that she's really got a problem with water. She even leaves tons of glasses all around the house half full. And yes, I think glasses are half full. I'm an optimist.
Not much to say. He's saying what happens in the film.
Yes.
Caroline interviews Graham and Meryl about their experience the previous night, in another scene that keeps the audience chuckling. But the subtle humor is always quickly replaced with an air of dread or worry, as Caroline brings up the fact that Graham left.
I'm sorry, I'm still just stuck on the glass on the whole thing.
It's funny.
What the fuck?
I like the way he phrased this just now. I would flip it around the other way, where it's just like it keeps trying to set up these horrific scenes, but it quickly gets usurped by a forced comedic moment and kind of ruins it.
Well, this is one of the comedic moments that really didn't work for me, like the hyperfixation about like, oh, well, maybe it was a female gymnast. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I know.
Why are you saying that?
Yeah,
and I think this immediately follows them running around the house and doing that. I am crazy right now. I'm super angry and pissed off. Like, okay, we're doing overt comedy now, right? Like, what the fuck even is
It kind
this?
of needed to go in either direction, you know, because right now it's kind of splitting the baby a little bit in terms of tone, you know, where I'm watching it and there's not a lot I remember being redeeming about the alien. So I'm like, fuck it, let's push more into the comedy.
Yeah,
I get that.
It's somewhere in a weird middle ground.
Because I did feel like the joke with the gymnast is very stilted. That she says, you know, could it, you know, how you ruling out that it's not a woman? It's like, I don't know any girl that can do that. And it's like, there are Olympic athletes that can do what you're talking about. Like, well, she jumped really high. There are Olympic athletes that can jump very high, jump clean over me. Then eventually he says, like, okay, so excluding a Scandinavian Olympic athlete, what do you think happened here? And then, like, cut back to her, and she's like, "I don't appreciate the sarcasm." You know what I mean? It's like, oh, that took a while to do the joke that I think we could see coming.
yeah.
The church, and someone might possibly have a grudge against them. Soon, Bo says that every station is playing the same show, and we see news reports from all around the world indicating that the crop circles are happening everywhere. One of the things I love about this movie is that it truly captures what it might feel like if a group of hostile aliens attempted to take over the planet.
No.
Really? Does it?
No.
Does it?
That's not what
Because-
they do, though. Also,
That's all
Also,
they
this
do.
wouldn't like one of the biggest criticisms about this is that obviously these aliens are retarded. There's no way this is how it would happen.
Also, just before chat,
they're not pissing around in cornfields like graffitiing them. Basically, that's just a waste of everybody's time.
And may the aliens
Graffiti.
strike me down if they do.
just fair warning. I feel like we have to do this once per EFAP now. Discord is still busted to the point where people who leave for like even 2 minutes, when they come back, they're super loud temporarily. Nothing we can do about it. Sorry about that. They just happened to Rags, so I'm just trying to get ahead of people being like, "Why haven't you turned Rags down?" It's like, don't worry, it'll level out. It always does.
Turn me up, baby.
alien invasion movies show worldwide destruction and people from other lands running and fleeing from big CGI.
Ooh, question for the whole panel: what's better, Signs or Independence Day?
I certainly enjoy Independence Day more than Signs.
Yes, do I?
Yeah. Yes.
Also, it's really awkward as well to say, like, oh, big CGI ships. It's like a lot of this is practical and miniatures. So
Oh, I
it's
love
really
some of
kind
the
a
work in
weird,
the original Independence Day. Yeah, for the special effects, it's cool as fuck.
I'm not sure why he used this as an example when there is a good mix of practical effects in here too.
I think Independence Day is a tongue-in-cheek disaster crowd pleaser movie, and it's easier to get on board with. Like,
I don't mean this insultingly, though. It's impossible to make it not sound insulting. Independence Day comes across as the first very opening idea a person has about aliens invading. It's a bunch of ships, and they have spaceships, and they shoot lasers, and that's an alien invasion.
yeah,
It's like
we're here to blow up your buildings.
Yeah,
Especially the ones. At least they've got lasers, Mom.
Well, no, this is what I mean. Signs feels like a step forward and then 5 steps back. It's like, well, it's more complicated because the aliens are sneaky, you see. They're doing blah, 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 and then you make them retards. And it's like, oh, well, that's not satisfying. There are other films that do alien invasions that are much more subtle / complicated in terms of what their ultimate goals are and stuff. And I feel like Signs
Mars
wants...
Attacks?
Absolutely,
Yeah, I was just going to say Mars Attacks.
That bat. I fucking love that movie. Unapologetically, it's such a goofball
Oh, it's
movie.
great.
CGI ships. To me, despite the fact that these movies actually show worldwide invasion and devastation,
No.
it wasn't until Signs that I legitimately understood what it might feel like, because it's told
What? Okay.
Why would signs be? Why would the way that they do it in signs be the way that they do it? It's really really stupid. So they park all of their ships above the major cities of the world, and then what?
Well, and
Then
Rags,
they
remember,
jump
they
down and run
camouflage the
around naked and
ships.
try and grab people.
They camo the ships, and they're undetectable by any particular waves. I think they make clear, but they can be seen by the naked eye because of their lights at night. It's like,
Well, yeah.
oh,
So well,
well, you fucked that
all
up.
right. Well, see, here's the thing. That works really, really well if it's like a stealth bomber that you can't see with your naked eyes anyway. But if you're just hovering over cities en masse and people are like, oh, look, up there, ships. And it doesn't do you much that good.
There's also
Why would you
unless-
park over city? Why would you... Oh,
I think the
we're not
implication was
gonna
like
get into
that
the issues.
they were literally moving into place, ready to attack. That's as simple as it was. They were just getting
And their
everybody.
attack was them jumping down naked and grabbing people.
I'm gonna get you.
Go get
That's
you.
it. I was
That's
like,
the
I
thing,
can
these films aren't
imagine them
comparable in
going
that sense.
with their arms up and everything, be like, "Oh, we're gonna get you, Woo, spooky."
Well, it makes
Yeah,
you.
we
It
never
makes
see
you wonder.
them do anything like to actually show them what the actual attack on humans is going to be from the aliens' perspective. We don't get that big picture stuff at all in Signs. They scare a Mexican child, and that's kind of it.
Hey, give him more credit.
Several
Many
Mexican children, yeah.
children.
Several Mexican children. Okay.
So
Yeah, and it's like crouching in the bushes, and then it's just
Well,
like,
and
oh, I'll just be on my way now.
I'm just gonna walk away.
it just
bye.
feels weird that with the information we have, it feels like it's to the point where the peak human person for strength and fighting capability on Earth, absolutely naked as well, might actually be able to take one of these things on. And it's like, oh, that's
Oh,
strange.
definitely.
You know, because you'd be like, well, there's other movies where that's the case. Like, yeah, Mars Attacks, where it's goof bullshit. Like, where they can punch doesn't he punch out one of them and it breaks their helmet in a moment where they're having like a boxing reference? Because I forget the actor's name, but he was a boxer, right? I think, or something like that. In any case, the nature of the aliens is very much not at all capturing what I think it would feel like to have a hyper high-tech alien race decide to hostily attack, rather just attack Earth. Or even harvest us, however they put it at the end.
told from the
I
perspective
would love
of
if the movie in like the basement scene entertained the scenario of one of the aliens busting down the door, and then it's just like, okay, now what? What does the fight look like? Like the alien tries to get them in a headlock to like do the poison thing.
Oh, you make me think now. It's like, wouldn't it have been cool if it bursts open and it's just dark, and then you hear the noises and you're like, oh, geez, what's gonna happen? Because yeah, the thing is, the film can't really work, can it? You can't have them actually get through that door because it's kind of like, well, what's gonna happen then?
Well, there has to be resolution to this. Yeah, like as cool as it would be to have the door get busted down, and when when the Emperor raises his axe into, like to defend himself, he accidentally hits the light. It goes out, and then it's quiet. That's really cool as an idea, but it means that we've got to have a resolution to what occurs at that point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you make me think of like how that could be a fun way to they're visible in the dark as opposed to the light or
They
something
glow a
because of their
little?
camouflage.
They're a little okay.
Maybe,
yeah.
and then
Little
it gives
bioluminescence
all the
there.
humans in the room the advantage somewhat because they can see it, but it can't see them. Yeah, something. I don't know. We'd have to tool
The
around a
old
lot
Sam
to
Fisher treatment.
fix up this scriptaroonie, I think, because I have a fondness for it conceptually. I think Signs. I almost want it to be fixed up because I like the idea of trying to get this really creepy atmosphere throughout the whole movie of aliens invading Earth, but having such little information. It's just so disappointing that the aliens were such retards. What else can you say?
Yeah,
just
I
this
mean,
one-
I also like the idea of telling an alien story purely from the perspective of a family, which I imagine what Chris is getting at here. Like he's describing this feeling. I can't remember what he said exactly, but like knowing what it would be like to experience an alien invasion. And I think what he's getting at is the fact that it's told solely from the family's perspective, ignoring all the poor execution that goes along with that.
I like a woman who knows how to open a pomegranate.
Exactly.
family, so it's vastly easier to relate to as a viewer. Graham decides to take his family into town to help get their minds off things, and through some comical scenes we learn extremely important details about each character. Morgan is extremely interested in this whole UFO thing and gets a book about it. Bo's had a thing about her drinking water her whole life. People still really feel the need to confess their sins to Graham, and in what is perhaps the most important character info scene, we learn
Okay.
I just
all right.
these aren't
Like
what I would call
Like these aren't things really. Like but let's we can start at the beginning, like with the kid at the bookstore. There's a lot of potential weird alien stuff happening. Do you have a book on aliens that I can read about? Maybe see what people think about them. It's like, okay, that's almost not even like a character thing. It is, of course, but it's almost like that's just intuitively what a lot of people would just do. That tells me virtually nothing about their character, other than they're kind of interested to some degree in the events around them. And then you have, yeah.
It just feels. What else is there to grasp from the scene? He's pointing out things about the scenes that are extremely important for future detail, but like that is the scene, you know.
Like with the chick in the water, the little, not the lady in the water, but the girl Bo and her. She's just weird about the water she drinks. She's really picky about her water because sometimes kids are weird about stuff like that. What did we learn in that scene? That trait has persisted since the first time we learned about it. Like, okay, she's still weird about water. All right, what's the next part? Well,
I guess what I'm pointing out is just that I feel like there's more analysis to actually be had. He's sort
not
of
getting much insight here. It's much more of just a description of the events playing out on screen.
And for
rather
reference,
than
this video
developing those thoughts.
This video is titled "Analyzed and Explained." This feels like we could be doing a little more. I don't know.
learn that
Because
Meryl
Well, I mean, he just said that that these scenes are all really important for character stuff. And to piggyback on what Rags was saying with Bo, all that we learned new is that she's been like this since she was a kid. That's not important. That's not extremely important. We already knew she was weird about water. All we learned here is that she's been like this forever. That doesn't. What does that matter?
I'm literally, I'm actually trying to think of like how that would be relevant to anything in particular, because it doesn't. It could have started yesterday. It doesn't have to have been for years for it to, you know.
No.
Unless
we didn't
it's
learn
a sign,
anything really.
That's her having always felt that way about water was a sign from God that she will be needing to put water glasses everywhere so that
that
Meryl
would be
can
the
use
same
them.
if she just started it recently, you know.
God should have just made Mel Gibson really lazy and irresponsible by allowing her to continue to fill the entire house with
Fuck it,
half
Rags.
full
You
glasses
should just made it
of
raid.
water.
Make it raid.
Let them
Bullshit.
I
happen.
know that the distaste for water is one thing, but then she has this inexplicable compulsion to leave half full glasses around the house in
Like-
large quantities instead of just fucking
Well, that's the
emptying a glass
unacceptable part.
out into
That's
the
like-
sink and putting a glass away.
Yeah, that's like, Liz, what the fuck are you doing? Like, if you're gonna be weird about your water, fine, be weird about your water. Whatever, you'll get thirsty sometime. But like, you can't be leaving this stuff around all over the place. Where's the fucking parenting going on?
Well, there
Even
is.
if you're Meryl, it's like, dude, what are you doing? You're leaving shit around. We're running out of cups.
He
They're all in the living
says
room.
you're too old to be doing this, so he's trying, Rags. He's trying to get through to her.
Not very hard.
No. Well, to be honest with you, the significant moments of his parenting are kind of he's a bit pushovery. He's like, you know, the whole we should probably do something to protect ourselves. Though his fucking suggestion was going to the lake, so whatever. I don't know. That's not.
Let's
I
go
don't
to the
think that's
lake.
better.
And we'll ski them to death. I don't know. Like,
Let's
I
just
don't know
go-
what's the plan here?
Let's go see Great Uncle, you know, Flim Flam, and get all of his guns and hold up in his crazy, you know, conspiracy shelter. That's probably the thing to do. Like the character in Extraterrestrial. We referenced him before, Michael Ironside. And he gets his scene where he's shooting the aliens. I think he kills one, right? I can't remember. Or at least
I think
'Cause
he did. Don't they see blood or something? Or
I'm trying to remember. I flushed
I
that movie out of my
forget.
head. Was that a goofball movie in terms of, like, was it at
Yes.
times comedic? I think so, right?
unintentionally, yes.
I thought
Like
it was
the alien in the
intentional as well
pool.
sometimes. I thought the Michael Ironside character was supposed to be funny. I can't remember.
He's just the crazy old weirdo guy who turns out to be right about the conspiracies, and then he dies. And like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh,
know,
it
I was
falls into the
thinking-
pool, but it lives. Okay.
Yeah. I've fallen into pools and lived.
I need to go rewatch us watching that movie so I can remember it. I've forgotten Close Encounters. Sorry, not Close Encounters.
You know, the
Extraterrestrial.
Bo's weirdness with water and her, like they're, you know, Evian backwards, right?
Ooh, well, yeah. What?
It spells naive.
Right.
So I'm thinking, like, is there some kind of like connection with the water and the parenting and leaving it out? Like,
You
what's
fool.
the connection?
You've now reminded me of the Doctor Who episode I watched today. Unfortunately, Fringy saw it as well.
Oh yeah.
I don't really want to stay on it for long. I just want to say it's basically the tweet I
You
put
just
out,
wanna
which
talk
is
about-
they're all
Okay.
worried about this big spooky monster that's arriving. They don't know anything about it. There's all kinds of information that's not really making any sense. They don't know what it means, and then
Oh, it's like signs.
kinda. And then one person in their big facility, important computer room, starts. She's been possessed. They do stay. They're like, "Oh my god, she's possessed." She's saying weird things. She's like, "The arrival of my
Okay.
dark master," blah blah blah. You know, all kind of creepy things.
Assuming
And,
direct control.
Yeah, and so one of the characters is like, "Oh no, Harriet, what's happening? Harriet, are you okay?" And then the doctor, who's like, you know, able to talk to them through little communication devices, is like, "Wait, Harriet? Who is that?" And then she says, Harriet, you met her. And he goes, "Yeah, what's her full name?" And then they pull it up on the file, and it says Harriet Arbinger. And the
Oh
Arbinger?
my god.
What?
the doctor goes, "Harriet Arbinger, Harbinger. The
Oh, fuck
gods
off.
send harbingers ahead of their arrival. She's a harbinger."
That's awful.
It
That
was,
actually happens.
Yes. I was
Jesus
losing it watching
Christ.
it. I couldn't fucking believe
Oh,
it.
I accidentally made a Mass Effect reference when I said assuming direct control. Harbinger is
You
a
did,
Reaper.
that's right, yeah,
Oh,
you
I
did.
how did the dots they connect?
Rags,
It's
acknowledge the
hilarious. You might-
insanity of what I just said, please.
The thing is, you might
I-
be thinking, why would that be on their mind? It's like, well, because there was an anagram earlier, so they concluded that her name must be an anagram, which I guess it is. It's just
It's not an anagram so much as we're just gonna take the H in Harriet and then just the weird last name
then
Arbinger. Is that a
Arbinger,
real name?
yeah.
Arbinger?
and then the best part is, well, Rags, is the letters disappear and it puts them together and it
Yes.
says Harbinger, and then the doctor says Harbinger, just in case you didn't get it.
It's so
Oh, there is an Arbinger Institute.
it is so unbelievably clever. Harriet Arbinger.
Yeah, I know it's not an anagram. That's why they think that there's a connection. They're
They
like,
think
"Oh, yeah,
it's
there was an
clever.
anagram."
They think that was clever.
Why
That's
would
when
the
the
demon do
letters
that
are
if it wants
jumbled
to stay
up, right?
hidden?
Yes.
This
But-
is like
but
all the
the-
conspiracy theories about the Illuminati and the Freemasons and stuff, and it's like they left all the symbols and the signs and our money and everything, man. It's like, well, gosh, like, do they not want to be discovered, or are they leaving signs everywhere for you goofballs to find? Like, which one is it?
That is one of the explanations for Harriet Arbinger that I've heard, that the god in question made sure to have that lady before he possessed her have her name be Harriet Arbinger.
Or maybe he
so
can
funny.
only possess people who are named H something.
H
Arbinger.
Arbinger, yeah. Someone in chat just
like
said
Harry, right?
didn't say
Harold.
didn't say you, said Hugh. That's another classic.
Oh, Hugh.
Hugh did this.
You did this. My
They high-fived each
God.
other in the writer's room when they came up with that Harriet shit.
They probably did.
Fucking clever because
probably
it sounds
did.
like a thing.
It's just I'm more so amused by the doctor. It's like, she's saying weird things. Well, what's her full name? We might be able to figure out like what.
It might be a woman's, so who knows? Like, what are we talking about? What's going on here?
You see, the
What's
doctor
their
saw
name?
the signs, and he
And
figured
I
it all
opened up
out.
his eyes.
That's so bad, though. It's like say, "Oh, my name is Mr. Edward Villman." Edward Villman. It's Evil Man. Evil
Oh.
Man. He's the baddie.
I actually feel like yours
Cruella Deville.
was more subtle than the problem is. It's such a. I think Gary captured it 'cause he put a tweet on mine saying, "Hello, my name is Al Apocalypse." Like it's so like the word is practically complete. Harriet Arbinger. You're like, oh.
The clue was there
Alpocalypse
the
is
whole
good.
time. How could
I
we
like
not
that.
see this? How could we be so blind?
I know.
Hi, I'm Murderoso Rape Lord. It's like, Jesus, like, oh my goodness, are you a good guy? He's like, no, it's just it's.
You have
it's
that
a
like
Scandinavian
Peepo
thing.
sus
It's a-
face, like, wait a minute. You say that name again.
the need to confess their sins to Graham, and in what is perhaps the most important character info scene, we learn that Merrill almost went pro as a baseball player, but wasn't able to make it because it felt wrong not to swing.
I
Is that
actually,
super
No,
I
important?
actually think
that
if
isn't-
you remove this scene, the film doesn't actually lose any integrity.
Doesn't change at all.
No.
Also, he didn't not make it to the major leagues because he felt like he needed to swing. It's because he struck out a lot. If he felt the
But-
need to swing and hit a lot of really good hits,
Yeah, but it's because he never wanted to not swing. He
Yeah.
never,
it's
you
because
know,
of the
even if it
strikeout.
was.
It's really
Well,
semantics
How
at
is
that
that a
point.
good payoff?
I
How would
guess,
it-
but yeah.
Well, if he
How-
really wanted to swing and he was really good at doing that, then he'd be in the
Well,
middle.
my guess would be that it also, like, when it's a ball, he would swing as well when he didn't
Right.
need to miss and then get a strike.
It feels
Sure,
so
yeah,
forced,
sometimes.
and there's no sense of
But a lot
like
of balls-
personal
I don't know
turmoil.
about
Like
that.
he's like
I don't-
you could at least have a scene where he's sitting alone at a baseball field or something, just looking out at the park and going,
Well, rather than
"Ah,
having
the good old days
the
when I was a
recruitment guide
baseball player."
player at all.
Well, yeah, because
Let me
this
explain it to you in the most theatrical way possible.
this is not only
I'm
very
kinda-
explicit, but it's also not even that helpful, like as information. It just isn't. He always wants
Yeah.
to swing the bat. That doesn't necessarily help him with an alien. Like, I don't
Well,
understand.
yeah,
like,
we talked about it earlier. Like, you would think that that's thematically setting up that he doesn't want to be passive and that he'd rather do something than nothing, and that he's
Yeah.
like a go-getter and he's really affirmative about things, but that never pops up. If anything, it categorizes him as just sort of passively watching the news all the time and like not
yeah,
like being an active participant in the goings on of the house until Mel gets him to do something. If anything,
When
it
they all-
creates confusion having that scene.
All meet up for
Yeah.
pizza, we get another very important scene. They spot the director, Shyamalan himself,
Is that him?
Is that a very important scene?
um,
No, it
'Cause
Is
I
that
don't think-
capital H
So-
him?
this is the. I'm trying to be really fair here. It's like, what is an important scene? It's like, well, if you can cut it and the film remains completely intact, was it that important? Like, I don't.
I think that's a fair way to categorize it. If you can get rid of something and nothing changes, is it
wasn't
important?
that crucial. Yeah.
I don't
Because
think
like
so,
it's the
no.
difference between it's like, is chaff important? No, because you can get rid of it all and you're left with the good stuff. I wouldn't call this important. If anything, I was legitimately kind of confused as to why the scene existed and what it wanted me to think.
He's running
I was-
away from responsibility, I guess, and trying to think how that links.
Yeah,
into
I
the
don't.
sort
I don't
of
think there's
refinding
nothing to
of-
gain from it. I
Like-
just don't know that I would call it an important scene.
Because if the only time he met Ray, this guy's Ray, right? Or Hugh?
No, he's
Because,
Ray.
like,
Ray. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking Hugh. It wasn't because of the Hugh did this. I was just thinking something that was completely coincidental. It's like the Harbinger thing. Not your Harbinger thing, my Harbinger thing with a Mass Effect reference. What was I talking about?
Whether or not you
Oh,
gained anything
right.
from
I
the
remember.
scene.
Yeah. If the first time that he met Ray, it was in the truck at his house, and in that incredible sequence, then I don't. What would change? Because I think it'd be because we'd still get the idea that Ray wasn't like he didn't want to call because he'd say I had that number sitting by my phone for 6 months, and then I called it this time, and you came over and you dropped off that alien. By the way,
Well,
there's an alien in the pantry.
What I suppose
Like-
this does is that they all harbor a distinct feeling toward him, and that he's kind of trying to avoid dealing with it himself. That gets bolstered, though, as you pointed out, by the scene we see him later. Like, there's no information in this scene that we don't also get at other points, which is why, again, I'm trying to be fair. There are scenes that you can't cut from this in terms of not doing any damage to the continuity of the film, but the two that he's referenced as extremely important, I think, can be cut.
It's an arc of a kind, isn't it? I mean, we introduce him here. He looks at them, he sees them, he runs away. Then he traps an alien in his basement, and this makes him think, right, and now I have to own up to my sins. So like, it's
course.
silly,
So-
it's
so the reason
contrived and
why-
forced, but it is a direction of travel.
The reason why I brought up this, we don't learn anything here that we don't get in the other scene, is he says the reason he called the father specifically is because he had his number next to the phone for 6 months. And I think that that's
Yeah.
actually a pretty good line to tell us he's been thinking about calling him the whole time.
Yeah.
I think that to me already captures what this scene is trying to capture, which is that he's.
I think I agree that it does the same thing. I'm just wondering whether or not, like, if we had skipped this and we just had that, and he popped into the scene and said, "I've been thinking about doing it for 6 months, and now I finally have," whether that would seem too abrupt for it. Maybe I don't know. Because it's a bit
Well,
too
so wait,
convenient, though, like, the guy
I'm
pops
actually
up
not
and suddenly
arguing.
says, "Oh, by the way."
I'm not arguing to cut this scene. I think it's fine to keep it. I just don't consider it important compared to other scenes. That's all.
I cannot get over the self-insert aspect of this scene. It really bugs me. Like, is that him?
It
M.
does
Night
kind of.
Shyamalan?
It does kind of draw me out of it too.
Famous movie director.
Yeah.
To be like, oh, it's you, and not like
Screenwriter
"Oh, it's you, yeah."
extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is you get with Peter Jackson in Lord of the Rings, it's a very much a Where's Waldo type situation for some people. It's like, oh, that was him. Hey, there he was. Okay, it's already gone by the time you point it out. But with Shyamalan, you ain't gonna miss it.
It's like, oh, he's still here. He's still he hadn't left yet. Oh, he's a character. We're gonna. Oh, okay. He hasn't. All right. Oh. See you later, I guess.
Yeah, and Lady of the Water, I'm pretty sure is the worst that anyone has ever done it. I don't think he'll be top for that one. Or maybe not at the level of, like the budget. I don't think, because I was about to say, like, I guess you could count Neil Breen, but we all know that's art.
No,
so.
that's way better.
Just so it's clear for the chat who hasn't seen the scene, the dialogue on his entry is that him with no other context. And so, like,
Yeah, I
just think
totally
that's
forgotten
ridiculous.
what his role in the story was. So when I was watching this again, I'm like, wait, are they all just like, oh my God, is that the Arab? Like, because this is just after 9/11. So I thought maybe that's what they were going with.
Oh my God.
But
Wait, he's in the movie? Dang, he gave himself a big role. He's the guy who killed Graham's wife and started all the characters on their fateful journey towards redemption?
No, that was God.
That
but,
was
I
God.
Mean, God, M. Night Shyamalan. I don't know what the difference. I mean, the splitting hairs, right?
Yep.
I'm
The director.
not that familiar with, like, American law enforcement, but if you've fallen asleep at the wheel and you've killed someone, are you let out and driving again within 6 months, or are you having your
way
license
he's
taken away and
driving.
putting in prison?
No way he's driving. Whether or not he'd go to jail, I think that's depends.
It might depend. It might depend on what the judge does. But
certainly a possibility would be something to emphasize.
The fact that he
ain't
would have
driving, no way.
probably admitted to his mistake, immediately shown immense regret, have a full, clean history, that would have helped him a lot in the case, right? For, like, he doesn't necessarily need to go to prison. But yeah, I don't see how they would let him be driving so quickly.
It looks
Stuff like that, but no way he's driving.
Well, it says here from roadwise.co.uk, at least, that a driving ban for a minimum of 2 years. So let me see.
And that's for vehicular manslaughter, I assume?
Yeah, it says if you cause death by dangerous driving, you could face 14 years imprisonment, a driving ban from a minimum of 2 years. But I think that's the UK. So let me see here.
for the record, I am aware that he's Indian. I thought what the scene was saying was that they were giving him like shifty looks because this was like post 9/11.
Oh,
it was like right after the it's like right after.
That's what I thought
disaster.
was happening in the scene because there was no actual information in the scene. I'm aware that he's Indian. Yes.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Yes, indeed.
Writer, director, storyteller extraordinaire.
Started all the characters on their fateful journey towards redemption? Yup, the director. The guy who created these characters is also the character in the movie who made the first step that leads them all to the finale.
No, because that was God. The film says it was basically God.
Why wouldn't he treat him the same way he's treating all the other characters as they are pawns of within the universe, yeah. Like I guess we're supposed to believe that God kind of put him to... Oh, he does have a line. He says, it's like it was meant to be, that had I fallen asleep for just those 10 seconds at any other time, it wouldn't have happened. It's almost like it was supposed to happen. I think the film's point of view is that God definitely put his thumb on the scales for that one. He was like, let's make you fall asleep now. And then it made happen what happened. So yeah, I would definitely say it's definitely not... He's not the one in control in this at all.
Interesting. Here's why it doesn't bother me. I saw this movie in theaters in 2002, before I knew who Shyamalan was, because as I said, this was the movie that really made me want to analyze film and learn more about them.
Speaking of analyzing film, his analysis of that was interesting.
I think this is a part of that, but so far I know what you mean. He did just basically say interesting to all of that.
Yeah,
in a Signs Analyzed and Explained movie review video.
So
I hope we get
I think he's getting a little bit more
it.
on this, right? The thing is, I'm not sure
I
where
hope
he's going
so.
with this, because if he's countering the
Yeah.
idea that people found it immersion breaking to just see him doing things, which is a common criticism for seeing. The same thing will be said of celebrities in movies, which I understand people saying, but all you can really say back is it didn't do that for me. It's like, okay, which he's saying because he didn't even know who Shyamalan was, or rather what he looked like.
Because as I said, this was the movie that really made me want to analyze film and learn more about them. So I watched his performance as if it was just another actor, and it didn't bother me. In fact, I remember thinking, this supporting guy is pretty good. So there are two cool things I take.
I actually don't think he was acting.
He was.
No, I
think
don't
he was
either.
fine. He was fine, I guess. He's fine. But I ain't going more than fine.
He was no Quentin Tarantino in Pulp Fiction. I'll tell you that.
I'd
That's
say
probably
that
one
he
of
belongs.
the most.
Let's say he belongs behind the camera, but I was like, maybe not.
Quentin's cameo in Pulp Fiction is fucking hilarious and iconic. His cameo in Django Unchained is so fucking cringy.
It's awful, yeah.
The Australian accent. What was he thinking? Like, oh, every
Show
time
me
it comes
your
up, I'm just like, oh, he's trying, I guess.
Maybe Shyamalan in his head is going through like the emotions that are demanded by the scene, but I am just not seeing it in his face or his eyes. Like I just don't see anything there to grab onto.
Away from this scene. For one, everyone recognizes him except Bo, who says, "Who is he?" This is probably due to how young she is. She probably wouldn't recognize him. And when Shyamalan drives off, Graham is the only one who starts eating, taking a huge bite, trying to forget and move on. This shows
This is a pretty normal size bite.
I think I'll give it to him though. This is analysis.
That's a bit of a This is
him being the
analysis.
only one. Him being the only one who takes a bite. Like he's ready to. Like he wants to do something. He didn't want to sit there and linger and think about it. He wants to get back to
Well,
life.
and bearing in mind the later scene, right, where he's like, "Well, I don't care about what all you guys are talking about. I'm going to eat my food."
Yeah.
So
Like,
we can see that that's something he's done multiple times. So I would agree. This is analysis, which I feel has been light so far in this video.
if he says why, if he explains why he thinks it's meaningful that he's the only person who eats,
Well, he just did.
I also find it kind of funny that typically, like with movie food, you would want to take small bites so you can preserve the amount of food
the
that's there on
next
the
shot,
plate if you need to do like additional
And you know what
takes,
happens when people do that? No one ends up eating the fucking food. It sits there the whole time. The people in the show or the people in the movie, they make this delicious bounty and it doesn't get eaten. You need to be like Viserys. Fuck up that chicken. Go, go, go.
You mean Denethor?
No.
Because he fucked up that food.
He
Iconically,
did fuck up that tomato.
Yeah.
And that chicken. But Viserys also did as well. He was like, oh yeah, it's chicken. I don't know, I'm not gonna say chicken fucking time. It's oh yeah, it's time to eat this chicken. And boy, he was eating that chicken. And you know what? I would too, because that looked like a fine piece of chicken.
You know what's funny? I think the first time I've even seen that happen, I think Discord actually lowered your volume after you did your little outburst. It was like, I think that's the intention of whatever the fuck they've done, and it just doesn't work.
It doesn't work, yeah.
They need to undo it.
But you have a setting. You have a setting for yourself where you can have it automatically adjust. I don't, because by the way, it has never been done well by any program ever. The raising and lowering volume automatically in these sorts of things, never been done well.
But you'd think they would have
Turn
done it
off,
by now.
always.
We got fucking AI Pixar films. Can't you fix the audio and?
Well, it gives you the option to do it to yourself. It gives you the option to manually choose how loud every other person is for you. At that point, I have all of these controls for volume. It's like, stop fucking with my shit. I have my own settings. I will put them where I please. Shove it up your ass.
just how tortured he is. In the next scene, Bo
Oh, we can roll him back to make sure he got his full thought out there.
taking a huge bite, trying to forget and move on. This shows just how tortured he is.
There you go, Rags. He nailed it,
Um,
right?
See? Analysis.
Yeah,
Give him a little medal.
that's yeah, it's something.
The next scene, Bo's old baby monitor starts to pick up signals from something. But what I always took away from this scene was that the signal doesn't become clear until the entire family is connected. To me, this was a hint that the only way they're all going to get out of this is by working together. That each member of the family has something special. Also, we get the first hint of Meryl's future obsession with the whole event.
I don't know. I feel like Mel and Meryl do like all the heavy lifting when it comes to working as a team here. And I don't. Is there a reason in universe for why if they all touch it,
No, I don't
it
think
gets
so.
okay? Because that doesn't. I don't think like technologically that makes any sense. That the more people holding on to it, the clearer the signal gets.
And by working together, does he mean the Bo's contribution to that is leaving the glasses of water everywhere? I guess.
And
I don't know.
Yeah, and then the son's contribution is having asthma.
I guess so. I don't know.
Because I mean, like, good job, I guess you did it.
They didn't really need to do a whole lot to come together as a family. They had like one fight at dinner. That's about it.
Yeah.
I mean that is an interesting observation because it does seem like
Yes.
the director intended to do that, but like the reason it didn't register with me is because it makes no sense in regard to amplifying the signal. Like, why would that play a role?
I think it creates the confusion because I can believe I'll totally buy that a baby monitor or maybe like a radio antenna can pick up alien communications because it's just all it does is it just receives the radio waves and in the atmosphere. It's like it doesn't have to be in the atmosphere, but it senses the radio waves. It's like, okay, I can buy that. So we've used a believable scientific sort of basis for what this technology can do. Now we're kind of getting into and then magically, the more people who touch it who need to work together in the future make the sound clearer.
And doesn't it work pretty well throughout the rest of the movie? They don't need to be on top of anything. They just
Well, they don't have to even touch it. Remember at the dinner scene when it's sitting there at the edge of the table and it's really clear and bright and loud? Wasn't anybody touching it.
That's correct. And then there's also the don't let go. We'll lose the signal, and then he immediately lets go.
Well, he takes it from him, and then
it's very it feels like there's a couple of different things happening at once. I've seen some people reference how the human body can act as somewhat of a boost electromagnetically, I think, or something in some way to radio waves. There's probably something there that might be able to be taken advantage of, but simultaneously he is lifting it higher, which I think gives the audience
that
a
I can
sense.
believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the audience
Right.
believes at this point it's the height that's making it happen, and then perhaps you're supposed to read into the subtext that they are together in this moment. But I think the film doesn't do a fantastic job of binding this family and making them all seem like they have different components that make them strong together. It's more
I agree.
It's also
more
more
generic.
incompetence for the aliens, right? Because like the aliens are super secretive. The aliens have arrived. The aliens presumably don't necessarily want everybody to know that they're there or what they're doing, and yet all their communications can be intercepted by a child holding a baby monitor. In which case, they can be intercepted by pretty much anybody. In which case, we've got no business being as ignorant of them as we
Well-
are. But there is a similar beat in Independence Day, isn't there, when they actually use the satellites to bounce the signal around the world, and then it's only by tapping into their own satellites that the humans can decode the aliens' transmissions. Then, of course, it turns out that the aliens all run on Windows 97, so they can be hacked. But up until that point, the actual communication discovery part makes more sense than this one does.
I think it depends on what they hear as to the whole should the aliens be aware of or care about if human like radio transceiver receiver thingies can pick up sounds that they make if it's just weird noises.
I think on the list
They do
of all
say
the
they're
things,
talking to each other. There's two of them. That's
Well,
one of the
here- I
reasons
actually
we've done
don't
this
like
My
those
series.
issue is my issue is that there's no way that they should arrive at that conclusion. I think that this whole scene is really weird, and it would be much, much better and shorter if they were talking in the car about whatever it is they're talking about. Could be anything. And he just has the monitor, he has the baby monitor, and then as they're talking, it starts making the really weird, creepy noises, and everyone just sort of pauses and looks at it, and that's just kind of the scene. without the whole "don't touch it, you touch it, stop, listen, wait, climb on the car, lift it up,
I don't know.
hooray,
I keep the
teamwork."
going up part. I think that's fine. I would lose.
I
I would
would-
lose the don't let go thing because they clearly do at several points. So I don't know what relevance that really has. And I also kind of think that holding it up to the sky and then hearing these noises, there's something there in terms of the direct, like the connection of them it coming from aliens. That's to be taken use of. I really don't like the line. There's two of them talking. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, how did you decipher that? And isn't it enough that there's weird, creepy noises in this alien movie? Like, yeah.
Well, and to be honest with you, I think the sounds work better without that context because
Yeah.
we're all wondering what
Leave
the
it
fuck.
to me.
And is that the sound
Let
of the
my
aliens?
brain
Is that the
run
sound
with
of
it.
their technology running, or is that interference? Is it a garbled version of something? It's like, who knows? It's like, no, it's two of them talking. You're like, oh, all right. And someone could say like, well, he could be wrong. It's like, well, we know he's not wrong. By the end of the movie, they definitely
Right.
speak that way. And that could have been something that we got instead of having him say it. I think he's off screen when it's said as well. It might be like a bit of a, we better have that in
He didn't
there.
even
otherwise-
ask. It would have been better if he said like, "Are they talking?" Is like, maybe Bo is like, "Is that the aliens?" And then he's like, "Maybe they're talking."
Again, I just
or something like that.
surely
instead of so
no
assertive.
comment from any of them. Just listening to it is more.
I agree.
effective,
No
right?
comment is
Yeah.
best. No comment is best. Maybe it's a very temporary thing. When they hear it and they stop and listen to it, it only lasts for just a little bit and then it goes away, and everyone's got that like, that was creepy kind of moment.
Event. The next scene is honestly one of the most suspenseful scenes I've ever seen in my life. Graham decides to investigate his crops at night.
This might be my favorite from the film. I think.
It's my favorite from the film, but I don't know if I'd describe it as one of the most suspenseful scenes I've
No.
ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's a stretch. It's
That's
good. I liked
high
it.
praise, but I don't think it soars that high.
What here? Let me ask you this. What would it? I imagine it would take all of us quite a lot to get us to, if we believe there's something creepy out there, to get a flashlight and walk out alone at night into the middle of a cornfield. Like that's, like I wouldn't do that. Like not even like I wouldn't do that like tonight if I just wouldn't do that on a whim.
Well, to be fair,
So I imagine
he's doing this because he wants to prove to himself there's nothing out there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like saying, like, curious. There's got to be, like, I don't know what it would take for me to do that in my own life.
Would you
'Cause
do it
that's
with a
just, like,
gun in your
That's
hand?
just no. There's no way. That's creep central. There's a lot of things that I've learned in my life. I'm a repository of wisdom, and one of those things, one of my pearls, bloop bloop bloop. Look at him go. Is you don't walk into a cornfield at night, right? Because that's where monsters are in velociraptors. You don't fucking do that. All right,
I knew
you're asking for trouble.
velociraptors were still around. Those people.
That's
say
how
that
they
a
get
long
you.
time.
All right. Don't go into cornfields at night alone. Just don't do it. You're asking for trouble. And if you go out and do it and say nothing happened to me, it's like, oh, did nothing happen to you? All right, keep doing it. Just keep doing it. Test your luck.
Keep doing it,
Try
see
it.
what
What did
happens.
you gain? What did you gain? Right? Oh, you lived to see another morning, another sunrise. Good for you. I'm glad you're still around. But don't count your chickens.
Farmer's greatest enemy. All the raptors running around the cornfields.
That's why he would have had a shotgun. Movie sucks.
The sound design for this scene is perfect. The dog barking.
Wait, someone said, would you do it for your kids? Listen, they knew what they were getting into going out into the corn.
Yeah, Rags would
My
have
kids,
learned them
my
well to
kids
never
would
go in
never-
there. So if they're gone, they're
That's
done.
how I know. That's how I know that they're like doppelgangers, or it's like the Wendigo imitating voices. Is because I know my kids would never go out into a cornfield at night. I taught them from an early age. Listen, don't ever do it. If you hear my voice in the cornfield at night, it's a Wendigo. It's trying to lure you out there so it can suck your blood or whatever. It's the chupacabra. Don't do it. All right. I'm not going to put myself in that situation.
And let's be honest, if they survive the night and they come back in the house, you're going to be like, yeah, you're Skrulls. You're whatever. You're
Yeah, you're Skrulls. I saw you go out there, and now you've come back, and now you're two little Wendigos. And then that would be that.
Boom. Yeah, justice.
Yeah, there you go. Boom. And then I'd shoot him, and you'd see all the tentacles and everything come out. You're like, see, I knew it. I knew it. I told you about the cornfield thing. I do need to find my kids, though.
Sorry, if Snyder made signs, the aliens would have been here for the corn. I mean,
That's pretty
We
funny.
We
just
need
know.
corn to fuel our intergalactic army.
They feed the corn
Empire.
to
We need
the
your
to the cosmic
corn.
god. They feed him little bits of corn. They're like, come on, let's go.
In the background.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea. We need the water of your planet to sate the thirst of this demonic god that we worship.
That he will
But it's
destroy
actually
the
like a
entire
real
universe
thing.
if we don't get him the water.
Yeah. So we need your water
But no, Rags. Aliens would only ever come to us for exploration or to attack us.
or wheat.
To gather our wheat.
Is perfect. The dog barking in the background, the crickets, and the sounds coming from the alien all lend to that warm feeling of suspense I get from a well-directed film. My
warm-
favorite shot.
warm feeling of
Feeling
suspense?
Yeah, sorry. There's been a lot of really like awkward phrases in this video. It's kind of like taking me out of it a lot. Just like
Warm
these weird
suspense.
ways of describing.
You have a
warm,
direction?
moist, creamy feeling of suspense that you get.
Hey, listen,
Creamy
it's
suspense.
nothing wrong with feeling warm, moist, and creamy. But if I was gonna like say suspense, I don't. Yeah, not warm. Like
Warm is
because
not
when
the
you're
word.
suspense, people normally
chill,
equate that with being
right?
chill.
Oh,
Yeah,
chill.
chilly,
Yeah.
goosebumps.
Yeah.
You know, you get the shivers. It's
Your
like
blood
that.
runs cold.
Yeah, it's like that Berenstain Bear book.
Maybe we're
and
just not operating on Stuckman's level. He is a published author, remember? So
We're not operating at this level. Suspense warms me. Yeah, it makes the blood rush to my skin, so it makes me feel warmer. I've heard suspense described as like a blanket, but in an uncomfortable way, like it's oppressive.
Well, warm. I think
Yeah.
like warm is more frequently associated with comfort.
Comfort.
Than
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, like nice and warm and toasty. You know, beneath
Mhm.
the sheets.
Yeah.
Suspense is like touching a bag of sand.
The only time that the only time I like wouldn't want to feel toasty is if I was in a toaster.
I think.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't be. That wouldn't be toasty. That'd be beyond that. I think.
Well, you know what, Frangie, you're right. That's true.
Why don't you say that to Zod's wet and creamy neck?
Why do you say that to Stod's warm suspense?
In this scene is the angle below Gibson before he kneels down. The shot and Gibson's performance really sell his desperation in that moment. They finally.
I think that's fair. I would have liked more on that scene, but okay, we're
Yeah,
moving on.
I mean, if it is like one of the best instances of suspense ever, I figured you'd talk
Well,
about
and
it for
It's
more
the
than
best
30
for
It's
him.
what-
At the time, that was the best.
What
He
we
said
talked
the
about
best.
a few hours ago. What I really liked about the scene was he managed to make each scenario scary, as in a complete lack of vision on anything beyond the corn in front of you. The long
Very
stretch
exposed.
of walkway, that was creepy too. It's not reassuring. The crop circle itself offering full view, that wasn't reassuring either. It's an interesting scene for clarity increasing, and somehow that almost reflects his interest in proving there's no alien, proving like, you fuckers trying to do this to my crops, you're not going to get on TV, looking around and being like, this isn't people, this is something else, I'm leaving. Like I really like the way that happens.
Yeah,
I agree. I think it is the best scene in the film.
I see that.
It's interesting.
When I see a character in a situation like that, especially like a horror movie, a horror comedy, or whatever he wants to call this, and they're like, "Yep, he's doing exactly what I do," and I'd fucking just bolt. I'd be out of there, like a tree. Then boy, it really helps me to connect with the movie a lot. And that was a moment where I was totally on like the movie side. I was like, yeah, that's what I'd be doing in his situation. I even like the thing that he calls out when he goes out to the crop circle, and he's like, listen, if you're out here and you're doing this, I'm not going to tell the news station. I'm not going to call the police. You're not getting any attention, so don't even bother. Which is like, yeah, that makes sense. If you believe that it was a bunch of wacky pranksters, that's the kind of thing that you might say so that they'd stop. He's like, we're not going to give you attention, so just don't even bother.
Sometimes it makes me wonder, like, this is his analyzed and explained, very passionate film of all time that set him on his path to becoming a filmmaker. I wonder if like he would really appreciate that point of view then, because that's all he seemed to have to say about that scene. I wonder if he thought about the nature of the different ways that M. Night makes it terrifying despite all forms of information gathering, which was the core reason he went into the cornfield in the first place, was to prove, as the dog is almost representative of his I guess, mental state, right? Like, he's trying to push away from that. But, you know, just saying all this stuff, I wonder if he would be like, oh, yeah, that is also good about this scene, and I knew that, I just didn't put it in the video. Or if you would say, like, oh, shit, I didn't think about that. Because I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth putting
I
in.
don't know. I don't know why this is one of his most suspenseful favorite suspense scenes of all time. Like, what about it? What specifically?
Well,
Because
like,
you know, there's so many scenes that do something comparable. What's so special about it? Is it that one low angle shot? Is
Can we do,
is that it?
Can we do a thing? Nobody say it, but everyone type out what you think is the first movie that comes to your mind for suspense, and then everyone press enter at the same time. I just want to see what happens.
All right.
A whole movie or like a moment or a scene?
The movie that the scene is from, even if it is just a scene.
You put me on the spot. Now I'm blanking.
So the reason why I said it is because I'm curious what answers everyone's going. Well, I mean, I guess that's obvious.
You said the first one that comes to our mind?
First movie comes to mind for like top tier masterful suspense.
Okay.
Is everyone ready?
Sure.
All right, 3, 2, 1, enter.
Shit.
Interesting. So we got. Mine was Inglourious Bastards. Caps was Sicario. Rags was The Thing. Fringy was The Thing. And John was Uncut Gems. Where's yours, Platoon?
I have completely blanked. I had one and it's just gone.
Well,
I mean, why not?
you could have just said signs. You could have just
Yeah,
said
you could've
signs.
said
Signs.
signs.
It's the
I didn't
safe
want to
bet.
agree with Stuckman. Why would I want to do that?
Listen, a broken Stuckman is right once a decade.
Chat have had many great examples. I feel like as good as much as I like the cornfield scene, and I would argue suspense is pretty strong in it. I feel like the opening scene and the bar scene in Inglourious Bastards like destroy this in terms of sort of masterful
Yeah.
direction.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's. I like if I can think about a scene and remember how I felt watching it, like the unease and the tension, and be like, oh shit, like what's gonna happen? Then
Yeah.
you know it's good.
And for me, like the reason I say Sicario is not necessarily the whole movie, but it's the border crossing scene.
I figured it
Like
would be that one, yeah.
Yeah, that for me, and I think part of the reason that this one in Signs just feels like falls flat for me is like what is the threat here exactly? You know, with Inglourious
Mel Gibson might
Bastards.
die in the middle of the movie. I semi joke, but like,
yeah.
it is a tenseful scene, and I like it.
I mean,
But-
it's not bad. I'm just wondering, like, okay, if it's one of the most masterful ones he's ever seen, I'm like, the alien is just kind of doinking around in a cornfield. Like, what is happening? What is it doing? What does
As
it
you
want?
do.
What is the threat here?
I thoroughly enjoy the use of the word doinking. That's I'm gonna try to use that in the
Aliens,
future.
yeah, that's what aliens do. They
They
doink
doink-
around in
doink around.
cornfields in the middle.
That's
of
what the aliens do in this movie. They just doink around for half the film.
They decide to
Anyway.
turn on the TV after Gibson spots a frickin' alien leg.
Stop saying that.
I'm also being a little bit taken out of it by constantly going back and forth between calling him Graham and Mel Gibson. I don't know why. That's kind of odd.
I've committed to Mel Gibson.
Yeah, I decided.
I
I
think
think
we've all
Mel.
committed to Mel Gibson, but he's been going back and forth.
And when it comes to his brother Meryl, I've committed to Meryl. And
That's
for
kinda
Bo, it's
funny.
Bo, and for Son, it's Son. So
That's kind of funny.
In its crops and decides, you know what? There may be something to this. When they watch the news, they learn that ships have been spotted around the entire Earth.
do you think that he should have been like a lot more overt with what he's told to
Also,
everyone?
Rags,
Like,
I would
listen,
leave. I would be like, we're going.
I would be. There is a fucking creature out there in the fucking cornfield at night, and you know how I feel about cornfields at night. We've been over this, and they got the crop circles. We got spaceships. We got creepy shit out there. We are going to the lake.
No, not fuck the
To
lake.
ski.
we're
No,
going.
we're going to ski at the lake because everyone likes to ski.
We're going to wherever these ships aren't and wherever the crop circles aren't.
Earth. I love that they're just these little tiny dots on the screen and not some overblown CGI creation.
See, for
Why do
me,
you like it?
before we
Why?
hear his
It
explanation, I
looks
just want to make
like
clear, like,
liquid.
I want one or the other. I don't want a weird middle ground. I want them to be intelligent and subtle and knowing of what humans detect, or I want them to be like, "Fuck you, we're gonna get you, Mars attacks," and in
Yeah, like, we
Independence Day
don't
style.
care.
And I think I'm starting to get more and more annoyed with, yeah, they're not like the big CGI ships. It's like, what's your problem? Like, why are you so opposed to the idea of a big CGI
Well,
spaceship?
That's the thing about it. Like, I almost want to go to bat for Independence Day somewhat. It's incredible and imposing when the ship first like breaches the atmosphere. It's just like it's so grand and just
Yep.
like holy fuck, that is a different species coming here to fuck us up. While this is I agree, it's like, oh, this is very curious, but I can't help but be in the back of my head being like, why did the aliens do this? Well,
Well,
Why did they
I
even
will
do
make
this?
I will make an appeal to the first half of Arrival, which I really liked. The fact that they're not there for various reasons, or are they? But like the sudden like matter of factness of their arrival and the manner at which they just sort of
yeah.
do
Arrive.
things or don't do things. Yeah, arrive. Yeah, that's the name. I really liked that. This is like, yeah, but you're right. It's this weird sort of like, do they care? Do they not? And then you learn about what they want, and you're like, why are you stupid? And it like I said, takes you out of the movie. It really hurts.
It's so much more realistic that way.
No, what?
Well, okay, so
Not-
it's not necessarily. So there is no realism because aliens have never come here yet. I don't even know why you would conclude. Well, it would be more realistic that if aliens showed up, they'd do this. It's like, oh, would it? Would it be more realistic that they would do this rather than announce themselves or otherwise be invisible?
There are
And
about
also, that's not
100,000
really
reasons they could come, and that would then determine their approach and their technological prowess, their current status. There could be anything. Anything could happen.
I think I'm just annoyed by like, yeah, this is better than the big CGI ships because it's realistic. It's like a disconnect in logic and like even taken as individual statements that don't make sense to me.
Maybe because this, like with the current technology and someone's camera, like, yeah, I guess this looks realistic. But then everything surrounding why are we looking at it like this, the behavior of the aliens, everything else, it kind of ruins that sort of realistic tint that it has in certain contexts, like here.
Any
Just
form.
looking at these lights in the sky, I feel like it's just one of those dumb movie things where it's like they have cloaking technology for their ships, so they don't want to be seen. But then why have the glowing lights? But then from a production standpoint, you don't want to have a shot of just an empty sky. Like, oh no, look, there's nothing. Like you gotta have something there for the audience to be like, oh my god,
There's
aliens.
somewhat of an implication that this is not necessarily intended. They are fully camouflaged in day. It's at night that you can see this. The implication, of course, being
Okay.
that like
That's
this might have been a
crazy.
flaw in the aliens' camouflage.
I mean, that
I
level of
could say
stupidity is
that.
on brand for them, isn't it? I mean, they are very, very stupid aliens.
They
I
are
think
very
that-
stupid.
I assumed it was just that they were camouflaged and then they decided to turn that off for some scenes.
No,
but
that could
was
be
never
true as
clear
well.
to
I
me
don't
why.
know. It's just that, remember Meryl is like, oh, a bird flew into the ship and got killed. They are still there. You can't see them at all at daytime.
That
I
should
remember-
be
I
that should
remember
be the
correct-
this
Go ahead.
this is why it's easy to have or really useful to have like the one guy who's really into this and has a vested interest in finding this stuff out, because you could have him say no, look here, and then he has this one video that he has on the internet or whatever of the bird that just suddenly hits nothing and then dies and falls down to the ground. And he's like, see, look, like, and he puts way more credit or stock into that than anyone else. Everyone else thinks that's just a silly nonsense video, and that starts to get it's part of that escalation of what might be happening. This idea that, oh, they've been here the whole time, kind of deal.
There's a joke in
My-
chat that I think it would totally be accurate. There's two aliens at a console. One of them is like, yeah, the humans still don't know we're here. And then the other one goes like, wait, are the fucking front lights on? And he's like, what? They're like, you left the fucking front light. And he goes, oh.
And he reaches over and he grabs it, like, oh shit.
Like flips
Yeah,
the
like the
switch,
car
and he's
thing,
like,
yeah.
how long has that been on? He's like,
Oh, Ray probably didn't see it,
I don't-
honestly.
I don't
They
think-
probably thought it was a star or
It's
something.
fine.
You know how
I think
they
I'm-
are.
I think
You
I'm
had
still-
one job. Don't leave the fucking lights on.
I'm
Oh,
still
wait.
annoyed by the way that he said this. Like, yeah, this is better than if there was a big ship there. Why do you say that? Why is this better than that?
He was clear with you, Free. He said it's more realistic.
I don't even know why he said that though.
Is it
Why?
is it because I mean, I'm trying to give him a lot of credit here, but is it because this looks more like supposed UFO sightings that people do have, of
Well, we
like,
should have said that, I guess.
yeah, yes, of course.
And even then, I don't know if there's a real that's necessarily an argument for why that's better than a big CGI ship.
No, it
Depends on
isn't.
the
It's
story
just a
you're
personal
telling.
preference that he likes the
Yeah.
sort of like, oh, you only see it from grainy footage on TV. He likes that better. It doesn't really
Yeah.
offer a good reason why either.
And then, of course,
Something.
as we've talked about, this kind of doesn't make sense.
Not really.
Yeah. Well, my impression from watching the movie was that like there's a certain point where they go, "Oh my gosh, now they've gone dark. Now they've gone camouflaged. So that means bad things are going to happen." But then later they arrive in full force, in full view. I don't understand when they do and don't go camouflage. Like what are they after? What are they aiming
They're
towards?
silly. They're silly. They're
They are
goobers.
some
They don't know
silly
what they're
gooses.
doing.
Now,
Well, like someone said,
I
pretty sure they
was
were announcing
reminded
their
of-
arrival, and it's like maybe, but again, it just makes you ask more questions.
There was a part because we actually brought up Extraterrestrial. Was that the movie? The fun one,
Yeah.
or was that?
Oh,
Yeah. So the shitty movie, the
Yeah,
bad one
yeah,
that we did
yeah.
EFAP on. Yeah. So there's actually a part of that movie that I really quite liked, and I thought it was. I've never seen it before, and that's when they're running away from the alien, the aliens, and they're in the woods, and it's raining. And as they're like backing away and trying to get around the road to get away from the aliens, all of a sudden they like walk underneath it and there's no rain anymore.
Oh, I remember
But
that.
obviously
Yeah.
we don't see that. Yeah. I thought that was really cool because like all of a sudden it's not raining and you can, it became super overt afterwards. But it's like a cool little like, oh yeah, they've inadvertently walked underneath the ship and the no rain is because the ship's blocking the rain. So you had like the screen where it was half rain, half not rain, and then you walked underneath it, and I was like, oh, like that's cool. That's the kind of stuff that you would sort of expect. Like, okay, it makes sense that if they had like cloaking technology and stuff like that, I could buy that they would have that, but like it would block the rain. That's pretty decently intuitive for a movie experience and aliens and stuff. So it's one of those little things that you could have done that's really clever and neat and kind of creepy, especially if you play it slow and straight, let tension build a little bit as to, oh, like how come it's not raining anymore? But this discussion made
I
me
get
think
you.
about that. And
I
then I think about
maybe-
the rest of that movie, and I stopped.
Unless I'm mistaken, so I guess there is a movie called Extraterrestrial that I wasn't aware of, and I assumed anytime you mentioned it, I thought you were talking about E.T.
No,
And you would mention
no.
like a scene, and I'm like, I didn't remember that scene in the movie, but whatever. I haven't seen it in a while. Maybe I just forgot about it.
I mean, a guy. I
So
think
there is
gets-
another movie called Extraterrestrial. What
Yeah,
year was that?
a guy gets anal probed in it. I'm pretty sure at the end, so it's definitely not ET.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that would be. in
It's
that
like
movie.
a violent, terrible movie. And the government's in on it, and it's all like aliens want to kill
Yeah.
and kidnap and that sort of thing.
Watch
So
the
it's-
EFAP movies on it. That'll be better than
Yeah.
watching the movie because you'll have us laughing at
okay.
it with you. We also watched. What was the other
Cool,
alien
cool.
movie we watched semi recently? The one with Kerry Russell.
Oh, was that the was that on our
wasn't
little body
recently, but
snatchers?
That was.
I said
that
semi
was,
recently. It's all relative, Fringy.
Okay, I can't remember what it was called. That movie sucked.
The Body Snatchers remake, or are you?
No,
oh,
was it
I know
Dark
what you're
Sky?
talking about.
Yeah,
it was something like that. Yeah, that was a dumb one too.
Mm.
Where all the birds die or something. All the birds like kamikaze into the house. Right?
Yeah, we got very disappointed because there's I think a few scenes in that we were like, oh, that was cool, and then
there's
yeah.
a couple ones.
Did you guys see Fire in the Sky?
No.
That's the
It's
sun.
Probably one of the most harrowing abduction scenes I've ever seen.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm
it's
not
worth
aware
checking
of
out.
this. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Let me see.
Screen and not some overblown CGI creation. It's so much more realistic that way. Eventually, the kids fall asleep, and we get what is possibly the most important scene in the entire movie.
He's probably right about that. This scene is designed
I
to
mean, it's
bind the point of the
theme.
film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Meryl is feeling very worried and quietly begs Graham to be like he used to be just for a little bit. Graham reluctantly tells him a story about consequence, coincidence, and fate, breaking your average person down into two groups: those who believe things happen for a reason, and those who believe in random chance. The conversation turns from light-hearted to dark when Graham mentions the last words his wife said before she died. He says she said, "See, then swing away." Graham believes her brain was failing her as she died, letting random thoughts escape her mouth without meaning. He admits he no longer believes in God. This is when we get our first dream. Graham is dreaming about the night his wife died. When he wakes, he finds Meryl has taken the TV into the closet, saying the kids were getting too obsessed.
We're back to sort of just saying what happens.
Yeah, this is what
You're gonna
happened.
analyze that scene?
I mean, it's really weird
Like-
that he just went over what is one of the most important scenes, like, actually, and he didn't really say much about it at all.
Well, yeah, it took us like 15 seconds and we're done. He just
I guess
described
maybe
what he said.
maybe you'll talk about it later. But I mean, you know,
We can talk about it now, but
yeah.
He thinks the aliens are using the crop circles as a mapping system and talks about how their ships might be cloaked during the daytime due to a bird flying into what appeared to be a wall in the sky.
Those
Interestingly,
two
there was
sentences shouldn't go together. If aliens have cloaking devices, they don't need to draw fucking maps in corn.
No,
Like,
no, they
that's
don't.
just
You're
not-
right. It's not. I don't like that. I'm sorry. The core conceit of this fucking movie being about the crop circles doesn't work. Why would they need that to navigate? That's nonsense. Craziness.
Oh, but it's more realistic, you see.
No. Also, do you have that one alien that's like, hey, if we do that, it'll put the humans on guard, you know? Maybe we shouldn't do that. And also, you left the lights on.
in the sky. Interestingly, there was a deleted scene in the film where the family drove by a dead bird, which would have linked up
wouldn't
in
it
our
be
minds
funny
when
if you know, you remember the scene in Breaking Bad where like because they left the key in the ignition and like drained the
Yeah.
battery? Can you imagine if when they're about to leave, it's like, all right, I think we're done here. Let's leave, and then one of them it's like doesn't work.
Makes a revving sound, like
Yeah.
repeated failures. Yeah.
Stop, you're gonna flood it.
You won't believe what I just did. Shit.
It's
But
like,
now-
all right.
I'm just picturing a dinky little UFO ship, and the alien pokes his head out the window with Mel Gibson chasing him, and he's like, "No!" And he's trying to start the ship up. Like, come on, he's gonna give me.
a dead bird, which would have linked up in our minds when Meryl said this. Next, Graham observes his family falling more and more into obsession and worry. Knight wisely plays a lot of this for comedy, rather than make it all too serious. When he gets a phone
Why is that
Wisely
wise?
is not the word I would use.
I also I
Wisely.
got confused when they looked at the image of the house being burned apart, the dead people that being like, we're looking a little too much. It's just like, okay, we're doing funny, I guess.
call from who we eventually learn is Ray Reddy, Shyamalan's character. We hear him say, "Father?" Then what sounds like claws scampering on wood in the background. The phone goes dead and Graham looks into a room revealing an incomplete dress, still hanging up. The box in the corner has his wife's name, Colleen, written on it. It's clear he knows he has just spoken to his wife's accidental killer. Graham decides to go to Ray's house to check on him, but before this scene starts, Bo tells Morgan she doesn't want him to die. "Who said I was gonna die?" he continues to repeat. Now earlier I talked about the exchange Graham had with his
Yeah, all right. But he's stopped.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
stopped
what
talking about
kinda-
scenes as much now. He's just
not- Yeah, like I think this movie's not good, but like there's things to analyze and talk about as
Yeah.
we've been doing for the last however long.
Come on, Chris. Get passionately into it, man. We're a reference chat. We are halfway through, pretty much. I mean, if there
It's
might
also,
be some...
it's like, it's kind of interesting how much this film is just obviously a play on, say, like something like Close Encounters in particular, because like so many of the beats are basically the same. This, like the scenes he's just been describing are sort of like with a different perspective. They are the scenes in Close Encounters when he's getting more and more obsessed, and he's seeing this sort of vision, and he keeps, he creates this mountain out of clay and all the rest of that shit before he really knows what it is. He gets more obsessed about it, but the perspective is different, and so like his obsession is the thing that he believes and we kind of know to be correct, but it causes his family to abandon him because they think he's gone mad, and then he's proven to be correct. And in this situation, it's basically the same thing, just the other way around. The family are getting more obsessed. He's refusing to see it until he can no longer refuse to see it, in which case he joins the obsession, which happens to be the truth. But like in terms of basic plot structure, even like individual scenes, the family dynamic, the thematic messaging, it's basically is just Close Encounters. The main difference is that in this movie, he's decided that the aliens are hostile, which has created this massive array of incompetence that Close Encounters doesn't have to deal with.
Yeah, it's like a cascading effect on every decision we see them make, whether subtle, passive, or active. It's very hard not to think about. And I think we saw it earlier, but some people are like, you're not supposed to really care about that. It's more about the notion of family, togetherness, faith, that all. And it's like, I mean, it's kind of what the whole
Again,
structure of the film is
you're
built
only
with.
going to be able to extrapolate the subtext through the text. There's no text. There's nothing. Like, all of the meaning has to be derived from what is happening in the film, which means you have to grapple with what happens in the film, like the plot.
Yeah. You can't
Children.
ignore the text just because it's in service of the subtext.
Well, and
Well,
it's,
it's just
the suggestion is almost that if it were coherent, that would be worse or something. Like why wouldn't you want that? Surely that would be better.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The conversation about taking Houdini to see Dr. Crawford. The kid said he doesn't treat animals. It actually took me a few viewings to realize something kind of cool Knight put in the script that was very
You're playing this clip for too long, Chris. It's spooky. You're gonna get hit with all the bots. They're gonna come get you in your sleep.
very subtle. We get one wide shot
This
of
is
Ray's
not
house,
subtle.
seeing
Well, wait, hang on. What's he saying?
that he is a veterinarian. Now that earlier scene makes sense. Graham didn't want to take their dog to see the actual vet, since that's the guy responsible for his wife's death. I think this is fantastic writing. I love when a director slash
It's not fantastic. I'd say it's okay. I could be pushed to good. It's not fantastic.
I think I'll settle for good, but that it's very minor. As in, like, this doesn't really tip the scale at all on any particular way. In fact, I wish the whole film were filled with these sorts of details.
Mm-hmm.
So
I would much rather the scene with the initial seeing of Reddy was cut, and the decision on Mel Gibson's part was instead to begrudgingly take the animal to the vet, and then you, through his interaction with the vet, you see that he's sort of callous towards him, and that's where you get a sense that there's some bad blood there. You know what I mean? I think that would have been preferable.
I also think
Especially because you
this-
could probably draw some like parallels between the idea that this is the guy who ended up, essentially leaving his children motherless, and yet in order to comfort them and to help them by getting the animal the treatment it needs for their sake, he has to go to the same person to help his children. So that's like a thing.
I think you're absolutely right, because the version of this movie where he actually does take the dog to him when we get that scene early on, imagine the work you can do in a scene where they need to communicate the problems with the dog between the two men who have that history. Like I'm not saying that makes it better or worse necessarily. I'm just saying that it should be entertained, surely, as an option that M. Night did not go with, because, like I said, I'm not hugely fond of the scene where we see him briefly in the town. I don't think it adds that much, but there's some other options you could do. This note of why did Mel Gibson suggest that they should take the dog to a doctor that's not familiar with animals versus a veterinarian, and then finding out that Ray Reddy is the veterinarian likely local to this area is like, sure, yeah, that's cool. That's what we call subtle too. You wouldn't expect from a movie like this. Doesn't leave a lot to the viewer to pick up in terms of like pieces. But I guess what's interesting. This is his favorite film of all time. If there's any others, Chris, please highlight them, because it would make me feel better about the quality of the script in this film. But I don't like this is one I can't think of.
And I'm not feeling the I'm not feeling the passion here for this, like how important this movie is to him and how meaningful it is to him yet. I mean, obviously we're halfway through. So far, I'm not
we're probably gonna
sensing
get
it. I'm not feeling it.
Like once the summary's complete, you'll get your or rather once the analysis is complete, you'll get the explained part. But this isn't even analysis. This is more so summary. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Can we call it good if veterinarian is just written on his mailbox?
The thing, I think it is just a matter of how far removed the scenes are. It's quite a while away, right?
Yeah,
As opposed to if it was the scene before, that's got to be worth something.
I mean, if he works from home, it'd be fine to have a sign that says licensed veterinarian, but I wouldn't put that on the mailbox.
I guess it's just
this is
look
his
at
house.
how prominent it is on the scene. Like, look at this shot.
No,
You know?
I mean, I know it's his house, but I mean, like, if he is working from home, like he expects people to bring their animals straight to his house to work. I don't
Couldn't
know
it be
if
on the
that's
side of his van that we saw him driving away earlier? I mean, would that be
Hmm.
subtler?
I think
Hmm.
that would be subtler if it
Or
was,
just
kind of a blink and you miss it
I
sort
still,
of
I still think
detail.
Free, what you said
it
is
might be
completely
that, but
right. The distance and there's no we were never in a position of I wonder who the veterinarian is because it's so quick and so not interesting in terms of the overall story
Yeah,
of get him to a doctor
it
that
doesn't
you're not thinking about it. I don't think.
it doesn't do the thing that bad movies tend to do where so much emphasis is put on it. It's kind of like actually decently blended into the broader conversation. So it's why
Mhm.
I think the floor is okay. I think it could be pushed to good, but this is not like fantastic.
Well,
That's
like my
that's
main
being a
thing
bit
here
excessive.
is he sounded somewhat passionate about this detail. This is probably the most interesting thing that he said about the movie to me, and I wish the video were with that
Well, we're
mostly.
halfway through the video. We're
Yeah.
halfway through.
Like if you had a
I
bunch of
feel like
these
I'm
in a
just getting
row, I
really
feel
fucked
like
the movie.
it would be pretty cool. But we'll see. We'll see what
and
else
yeah,
we got.
considering what he skipped over, I mean, we're doing the heavy lifting, if anything. So
Writer respects the audience and doesn't spoon feed them all the little details like this.
they're talking.
I would also argue it spoon feeds a hell of a lot in this film. There's very
Yes,
little room to
Definitely
misinterpret.
means a lot.
All the most
People go
consequential
through-
stuff. Yeah.
People go through some really they jump to a lot of conclusions in order for the film to tell me what's going on. And even the film that he said, or the part of the film that was really excellent, which is Maryland, the recruiting office, the way that sort of happened and explaining everything, and it felt like, oh, this is really exposition-y. There was all the details and specifics and everything with the goofy characters. I felt like I was not at all being allowed to explore the movie and discover things for myself. I was being clumsily told what I need to know.
Next, we get a very emotional scene that is played with remarkable subtlety on the part of Gibson. And Knight honestly isn't too bad here.
No,
As I said,
I'd say all of the praise is on Mel Gibson, and
Well, I would
M. Night
actually
Shyamalan
argue,
is just,
unfortunately
mad.
for M. Night, Gibson's fucking talent as an actor highlights his sort of like.
that he shouldn't be here.
He
It
probably
should have been
shouldn't be in
someone
this
else who
scene,
shouldn't have
no.
put himself in the movie. Yeah.
Did you want to have a scene with Mel Gibson? Is that it?
Well, no, I think it is like I don't know, just interested in the idea of I'm gonna put myself in the movie. Wouldn't that be like a cool thing?
He often does.
But it's like, yeah, it's this in particular is a scene that highlights that it should have been like an actor. You know,
It feels, yeah, it's different when I watch a Star Trek film and it's directed by, Leonard Nimoy, when it's directed by William
Well, of course,
Shatner,
that's
and these are
different,
like
yeah.
their characters. It's very much them, and it's a very prominent role that they do, and they have a vested interest in all of this. That feels distinctly different from this.
I hate to criticize your performance here because apparently, like,
Do you?
his real grandfather died the previous day in real life.
Oh, jeez.
And
Oh, really?
supposedly, yeah, in this scene, he's like channeling that grief, but I just don't really
Oh,
see
well.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't hold it against. Like, he's not an actor. That's the thing. He's not an actor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
his talent is
Right. Like,
elsewhere.
I wouldn't deny at all that he's like grieving. But I just,
Yeah, of course.
I don't
How
think he
that
can convey that
translates.
on camera.
Yeah,
I think it would. That feels like an illustration of the nature of acting. Is it's the ability to translate whatever feelings that you can manifest in yourself in a way that's like readable by an audience that they
I
can
think
grasp
it's-
that it's conveyed strongly.
yeah, it's worthy of probably making that sort of distinction, perhaps. Whereas, like, I can believe 100% that M. Night is really is like actually sad, when he's doing this. But when an actor is acting sad, that's like what like acting is. It's not actually being sad. It's conveying that the character you're playing is sad. And someone can be very, very sad in real life, and someone can be in deep sorrow, and someone can be having all kinds of emotions in real life, but it just doesn't show. It doesn't fit a film in a manner of speaking. But the way that people truly express emotion isn't often dramatic. It isn't often readable. So it's different. Just because you might be sad in real life because of a tragedy, that doesn't mean that just is. That's not easy mode for getting into character. It's still like acting is a skill. Being able to use that and channel that stuff, it is a skill. It takes practice and it takes talent. And there's a reason why the best of the best who do it are very revered for that ability.
Well, there's a high correlation of the greatest actors of all time having like theatrical training from a young age.
Yeah.
thespians, right? And that's not to say at all. It's like, well, you're asking a lot of M. Night. He just wanted to star in his own movie somewhat. It's like, yeah, no, I just mean that this scene I think would have been stronger with an actor who's better suited for the weight of it. I think Mel Gibson nails it.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's just noticeable with who he's acting across from.
And it's
I
also
didn't
like,
know-
there's one thing to say I want to star in my own movie, and it's another thing to say, and I'm going to put myself in technically one of the most pivotal roles in that movie for one of the most emotionally impacting scenes,
Yeah.
and have to convey a performance that is way beyond a cameo. Like, this is kind of vital, I think, to convey. That's
Yeah.
a sort of hubris which is not really forgivable.
I would, if I was writing something and I was making stories and stuff, I would want to put myself in the movie as a cameo, a little background character. I'd want to, oh, yummy carrot, I'm gonna throw this spear, and it's a quick cutaway, and then I'm gone. But when it starts to get to more than that, I'm like, like maybe a line, a side character. I'm the clerk that says, "Have a good day, Mr. Johnson," or something like that. But that's like it. Once
Well,
it
and,
starts getting past that,
it's
I'm
obviously
like,
case by case
what am I
because
doing?
if Andy Serkis was turned out to have directed like all of, I don't know, one of the
Lord
Planet
of the
Apes.
Rings.
I mean, I was trying to stay within like because everyone knows
The
he
film.
didn't. He did direct pieces of Lord of the Rings actually, but if he had directed all of
Hey,
it,
there you go.
I actually do think that we would all be like, yeah, but he was so fucking good as Gollum though.
Yeah, a lot. Well, it's like
Which-
many things. It comes down to the whole like, well, did you execute it well? Did you do a good job? Like it might be hubristic. It might come across as being like too me. But hey, if you nail it, then you nail it, and that's what kind of counts.
The cameo thing was just making me think of Peter Serafinowicz doing Michael Caine giving an acting class. How like he's in the background of every shot. Just imagine that would be like the self-insert, just like M. Night
That would be
Shyamalan is just
fun,
in the
yeah.
background of every
Being in a
shot for no
movie,
reason,
in your
including a
movie, you're
shot that
learning
already
how to
has,
act.
including a shot that already has Shyamalan in it. Shyamalan is
That would be
also
pretty
standing in the
funny.
background.
That would be pretty funny.
I was just thinking, by the way,
If it was like that would be a legitimately funny thing in a comedy, especially. Yeah, it was like this doubling up on the cameos in the same shot.
didn't Clint Eastwood, he directed $1 Million Baby and Unforgiven, right?
Unforgiven. As far as I
Yes.
know, he did direct those,
He
and he
did.
also
Yeah,
stars
and
in them.
What's
Well-
funny is like I would never want him replaced as both of the roles he plays in those movies ever.
Well,
Hey,
the difference
he's
between that is
he's
that
a
he's an actor. He's
a
and
great actor and a
director.
great director.
Yeah.
So
well, that's
I
what I was
mean,
saying.
go
It's
for it, man.
it's going to be case by case as well because if
execution. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm thinking about is A Million Ways to Die in the West. You guys remember that movie?
yeah.
No.
I never
be
saw
fair,
that one.
I just didn't like the
Sorry.
movie in general, not just Seth MacFarlane in it. To be fair,
Not. I mean, it's a bad movie. But it's more so that Seth MacFarlane felt like particularly. I feel like he should have gotten someone else to play the leading man in that one.
yeah.
He is I think a quite talented voice actor. I don't know if I would say that translates as well to just like a live action performance.
No, exactly. I could not take him seriously in a live action role, but when it comes to animated like voices and animation, like he's suited for that.
Oh wait, not working for me.
It's working for
Working for
us,
me.
so just give it a reload, and it should.
Yeah,
fix it.
what you need to do is you hit refresh, then get on the ground and go in a circle like a worm. Go, and then when you get back up, it'll have reset.
Are you
You have
sure
to
about
doink
all of
around
that?
on the rug. Yeah, you got to doink around on the rug.
Oh, I don't want to
no,
doink.
you don't. No, you gotta just get on the ground like a little worm and go.
Yeah,
and go
that's
around
what the aliens
circle.
were doing, right? In the cornfield,
Well,
they were
I
on the
don't think
ground
they
like a
were-
worm,
yeah, but
right?
you gotta have like your arms by your side. You gotta pin them to your side and
Yeah.
and go around in a
Be
circle.
the worm.
worm.
Feel the worm. You are
Yeah,
a
and
head
go,
and a tail.
Well, the thing is that it's more like you gotta try and you gotta lay on your side and do it and wriggle. You gotta, which is difficult actually to on your side with your arms together to just move. It's hard because not much leverage, but still, you gotta give it your best shot if you want to refresh. I presume that Waller is doing it while I'm explaining it, so when he's back,
Yeah.
Yep,
it'll,
I am.
we'll be
Well,
good to go.
I gotta go refresh my beverage, so let me do that on the way over there. Well, I can't because I'll have to transport
The
items.
adventure will have to continue without you, Rags.
Well, all right then. That's fine. That's all right.
You could tell he was very hurt by that. That went straight to
I
the
don't have
heart.
to listen. I know there are some scandalous rumors about me out there, but it's not all about me. You know, it really isn't.
He's now considering killing all of us.
No,
Oh my God.
He's gonna
I'm
ask
just
us
like
all
Batman.
to. He's gonna
No.
tell us all to go to the cornfield at night. He's gonna be like, yeah, there's a cake in there. Go for it.
no. First, I'm not considering killing all of you, but I am like Batman, where just in case one of you turns evil, I have a way of dealing with you.
Ah,
Oh my God.
But I'm not considering it.
I'm
I
not
don't think
considering it.
about it.
I'm planning for it.
No, I wasn't even thinking. I had forgot that I even
Period.
had done all of that years ago. But now that you've brought it up, so
Protocols are in place.
all right. Everything's working again.
just listen. Don't
Should the
worry
event
about it.
rise.
Just don't worry about it.
Okay. Anyway, bye, Rags.
Bye.
Bye.
Very emotional scene that is played with remarkable subtlety.
Just to be clear, I'm not like leaving.
I
I was just gonna go get a
Oh,
drink.
get
real
outta
quick.
here.
It's not like I'm not
Go.
leaving the stream.
Go
I was
doink.
just saying I was just gonna go to the other side of this abode and just grab something and refill something and then be
You would have
back.
been back by now.
You said it. No, but you said it like you were expecting me to leave. Because you don't typically say goodbye when I go to get a beverage or when I visit the loo, as I do many times on account of my hydration intake.
Rags, have you
I
considered
was a bit
that
uncertain
if
what
you
was
just
happening.
if you
Sorry.
just disappeared in silence briefly and then came back, you would have been back by now.
Have
Mhm.
you considered that if I was gone without warning and you had a really important question or an important life anecdote or you had some inquiry for me and you asked and I wasn't there to answer you, you might feel hurt that I was ignoring you.
Well, no,
And
my
people would be
conclusion would be,
curious.
oh, I guess he didn't hear it, / he wasn't there. I'll just wait until he's back and then ask him again.
That's fair. That's fair.
You
Okay,
know,
bye, Rags.
rather than abandoning that line of inquiry. But yeah,
No,
anyway,
that's good.
get your drink, Rags.
All right, I'll do that. I'm gonna go do
Go
that,
do
and
it.
then I'll be right back. So, tell you what, I'll use the turn off microphone thing. So when it pops back down like normal, then you'll be like, "Oh, he must be back." Someone press that button.
Bye,
I'm gonna
Rags.
go. All right, I'm going over there.
This. Next, we get a very emotional scene that is played with remarkable subtlety on the part of Gibson. And Knight honestly isn't too bad here. As I said
That he
earlier,
felt
I didn't know he
compelled
was
to
a
say that is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a sort of framing of the analysis of Shyamalan.
You know,
feel like
Knight
I'm
isn't
acting.
that bad. It's like, why'd you say that?
I feel like I'm in a time loop and I just want to get past this one short clip where he says the same thing. And
the director the
feel
first
less
time I saw
press
this
ahead.
movie, and the scene worked for me. The two men have a bit of a recompense when Ray acknowledges that he's caused Graham to question his faith. He also mentions that he's heading for the lake because some have theorized that the aliens have been avoiding water. Before driving
Again, based on
I like how
what?
quickly we moved past that. Yeah, they theorize that they don't like water. Oh, how?
What gave you that? It was a joke that people made. It's like we also theorize they don't like lava. We also theorize they don't like literally anything that they're not technically in proximity to. Like,
Yeah, because that's doesn't he say something like, well, we haven't seen any crop signs near water, so we guess they don't like water very much. It's like, okay, but
Well,
there are lots of things that you haven't seen crop signs near.
yeah,
It's not just water.
well, and also, isn't it just likely that if crop circles are appearing in pastures, I mean, yeah, that's probably going to be, not on the coast, typically, like right on the coast.
Well,
haven't
and
seen
what
many-
counts?
Many
What
crop
if there's a
circles inside
stream?
like inner cities.
Does a
Yeah.
stream count? Does a lake count?
Well, and also,
Because he says
something
no.
that
But like, I don't know. I just don't buy it.
I think something else, because I was thinking about it, but then I realized, they probably wouldn't want to do that because it just creates problem with the film. Like, if they noticed that the crop circles were appearing in more arid, or not necessarily arid, but drier locations, right? That there weren't as many crop circles in, like, near rainforests or around rainforests or the tropics or things like that. But all that does is invite those questions of, oh yeah, because water hurts them. So it'd be really, really, really weird that they would show up on this planet where it rains with a good degree of frequency in most places.
off, he tells Graham he locked one of them in his pantry. Next, we get what for some, myself included, was the scariest scene in the film. Most just refer to it as the disturbing footage scene. This scene was actually listed number 77 in Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments.
77. all right. I guess it's on the list. That's cool. The thing for me with this one is I've always found it distracting as to what the fuck is the alien doing? Why?
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like there's just no good answer to that question.
moments. It's the first time we get a good look at the creatures, but at the same time, it isn't. The first time we see the aliens is not in some beautiful wide shot with sparks flying everywhere and big CGI creations. It's on a hand.
Well, I mean, it is
What?
CGI,
Yes.
so... And I also I don't like the way it's presented. Yeah, we didn't see the aliens with sparks flying and the CGI. What is that as an observation?
Well, I think specifically it's a guy in a mocap suit and they put a CGI skin over top
Well, I
of it.
mean, I guess that's what I'm saying is like like it's CG. The aliens
Yeah.
are CGI. They're not practical.
Contextually, like a very sparky, flashy CGI introduction to an alien might make more sense than an alien creeping out of a bush next to a children's party.
Yeah, I
It could actually just be
Well,
better.
and I mean, I'm again reminded it's kind of interesting that he used Independence Day as an example of like, oh, look at this CGI. The aliens in that were practical.
They were amazing looking, those things. And
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. Is the first time we see them properly when Will Smith opens up the ship?
And punches him in the face.
Well, just the
Yeah, it says,
it's
"Welcome
like
to Earth."
screaming. There's
Oh, yeah,
things
dog.
smoke, the tentacles going everywhere. It's like you could argue, it's like, oh, look at this crazy thing. It's like, yeah, but I mean, it's achieving what it's achieving. Like, why are we? What are we doing
Exactly.
here? Why can't you celebrate this for what it is as opposed to what it isn't?
I think I'm getting tired of all of this like like it's not CGI and that's good. It's annoying because it's not an observation really at all, and it downplays the accomplishments of times when the use of CGI in these sorts of stories works, and it's also just doesn't even make sense. These are CGI aliens. They're not
Yeah.
people in suits.
There's another tiny little thing about this scene that sort of bugs me as well, which is that the
The
main
Volkswagen
kid.
Beetle.
It's not the Volkswagen, no, though I'm not a huge fan of that car. It's that the kid is actually really aware of his international audience. So this is in Brazil, right? So that they're all speaking Portuguese, and it's found footage basically. So like everyone there is presumably from the local area or at least the same country. But at one point, the kid just breaks out of his native tongue completely and says it's behind in English, just in case I guess the audience hadn't picked up on that. And it's a tiny thing, but it kind of bugs me because I don't understand why he's doing
It's
that.
so unnecessary
Yeah,
too.
it's that little break. Yeah, it's that break in the illusion of the movie, you know?
Well, and also I feel like too many
It's
people
like,
have the
it's
same
like
take on
listening to
this, which
Data
is
use a
like, wait, what?
contraction.
I know, and for the record, I know people found this like scary in the cinema. I remember that being a thing, but I also remember everybody once calming down, being like, wait, why did that happen? And it's just
Yeah.
your brain fucks with you on that. It's like it's hard for me to find this scary because now I'm thinking about this guy doinking. I don't want to be thinking about him doinking.
Why did he do
Yeah.
this? Yeah, why was he just walking around out in broad daylight?
What's he
Yeah.
up to?
I just checking
I mean,
out, just scoping out the
He's
place.
walking the
you know?
dog, the alien dog.
I
he's
just wanted
walking
to check out this child's birthday party.
Yeah, I mean this scene does strike me as silly, period. But I mean, a lot of people did find this scary, and there must be like something to that. And if I were to give this scene anything, there is something there about suddenly seeing the alien and it's just walking around like a dude. There's something like unexpected about it.
Well, so my
But, like,
praise would
it's-
be in the way they format this is to deliberately distort as much as possible that's within reason, and then the alien is
Right.
blurry when they pause the screen, to have it be like this is the first ever sighting that's very clear and that we recognize now the danger for the world. It feels like it may have a more of an impact, the fact that this is being shown on the news. The whole world sees this. What does it mean? Where is it
Right.
going? And precisely, like, a lot of that intrigue and suspense is going to be damaged when we find out what the answer is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, because on a rewatch, how well does this stack up in terms of making him look spooky?
And I also have some respect for the fact that this was shot with like a consumer grade camcorder.
Sure, I
Like
think
I
that-
hate when something like this is shot with an expensive movie camera and then in post it's made to look like
They
shitty
just
and
put a layer
staticky.
over it instead of
Yeah.
lowering the resolution a whole bunch and adding that little offset cut. Because you can just look up guides on YouTube on how to make your Sony Vegas video look like a 90s camcorder. It has all the steps, and it's like, wow, that's really impressive that you could just do that. And then normally what they do in these massive productions is, you're right, they'll just put a
Shitty
Yeah,
filters.
it'll be like super high resolution, and they'll make it black and white, or they'll put like a little bitty film over the top of it to be like, see, it's old. It's like, no, it's not old. I can see everything clearly. It's not old.
Yeah. Noise and glitch effects for no fucking reason. Like, what are you doing? Whacking the camera? Like, usually they don't do that.
And yeah, I think it's all deliberate to obscure the visual of the alien because that's an approach they have throughout the film. Probably because it would be very difficult to have, there's some shots that are pretty clean at the end, but they still want to avoid it fully, probably because it's hard to realize it fully and to integrate it fully in 2002.
Handheld cam from a foreign country. This is one of the best ideas.
Though, you know what? Now I'm starting to think about it. What about getting a very, very skinny rail of a man and getting him in a really well-designed makeup outfit?
Yeah,
I feel like
just give him do the Predator thing where he's got the really cool, well-articulated like hat helmet thing, and then I mean I think so with how kind of prominently they're showing these guys.
Well, I think we're owed a discussion on that from Chris because he's been praising the film for using practical where he thinks it was suitable. Tell us why the aliens weren't practical.
Well, but
Practical
also,
where it was suitable.
why was your point of praise of the reveal of the alien? It's not CGI when it is.
Yeah. So these aliens are so humanoid that there could have been a guy in a suit, and it would have looked better. Probably, it would have actually looked like it's in this space. Plenty of movies before this had aliens that were costumes and practical and stuff like that, and they looked good. So there's no reason. This had an incredibly high budget, so there's no reason you couldn't have got someone to make a really good suit. You're only going to use it in like one scene or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? There's no real excuse, I think. It's not like Jurassic Park where you can't do all of it without using CGI.
I think I'd say I don't mind if it's CGI. I'm more annoyed by the fact that he's praising it while shitting on the use of CGI to aliens.
I would go as far as saying I think this would have looked better with a practical suit that was really well done.
Yes.
I think I agree because it's just the time. Like this film, I would say, especially at the end when you see the alien, it's not aged well. It's not a great effect.
No, it
compared
looks
to
terrible.
Independence Day, right? Which still looks great to this day.
Yeah, and if when you got producers like Kathleen Kennedy on board, I mean, you're gonna have the budget to do like a practical thing and do like a melting effect, where the water melts his arm. Like do an actual real thing where like you have a material that deteriorates. That would have been way better than what's there on screen.
Someone said, isn't the point of his praise that it's not a big spectacle rather than whether or not it's CG? We can roll it back, but the mention of it not being a CG spectacle or whatever, you can have a spectacle in practical effects. So mentioning it being not CG in that vein makes it sound like...
he said it so many times.
Yeah.
He said so many times, it's better that it's not CG.
But at the same time, it isn't. The first time we see the aliens is not in some beautiful wide shot with sparks flying everywhere and big CGI creations. It's
big CGI.
It is a big
creations.
CGI creation, though.
It is. Yeah. It is.
Yeah. So
well, and you can have a big practical creation that could be
exactly
like it's something we've been trying to do because sentiment on CG has been wonky as of late. Like you can have bad practical effects, guys. Always remember that. You can fuck up practical effects.
Not everything is the Thing.
Yeah, a lot of things are Baby Yoda from Mando Season 3, which
oh my god.
It's okay that it's shitty because it's supposed to be a stupid puppet.
I can't, it's hard to get over that because I'm thoroughly impressed by Jabba and how much work. I assume some of you may have seen like behind the scenes. Just the amount of work that goes into the greatest puppets of all of film history is mind blowing.
Yeah, all the little internal mechanisms. The off-screen guy with a little remote control doing the mandibles or the mouth and stuff like that. Yeah.
It's not that big. It's just a dude strolling along. So big in terms of an undertaking of a project, not big as in he's Godzilla or anything.
Which absolutely
probably reused for the end. Yeah.
2002. It's a big undertaking. It is.
It's on a handheld
and it's just in conjunction with all of the other observations about CG. And I don't like it. It's starting to bug me. It feels really dismissive.
Yeah, well, it's a huge art form that takes an incredible amount of skill, talent, time that gets undermined by horrible, horrible crunch nonsense from studios that for some reason don't value the artist's time at all.
From a foreign country. This is one of the best ideas Knight has ever had.
Okay.
Because it perfectly
Well, here his reasons.
Okay.
captured the terror of what this situation would be like for your average family. Want to know my favorite thing about this scene? After rewatching it many times, I noticed this. You can actually see the camouflaged creature crouching in the brush, looking to see if it's safe to come out.
It clearly isn't.
It's not, though.
He's not crouching. He's
Yeah,
he's bent over slightly, but yeah.
Yeah,
It's clearly not safe. It's clearly not safe to come out. It was pretty obvious. Why did it take you several viewings to notice that he's right there at first?
Someone must have by now
funny,
made a meme of Howard the Alien standing down at the end of that alleyway dancing by now. I would hope.
It's just
Yes.
funny that he moves when it's not safe. There are many people looking at him.
there are
with
more people
video
looking at him at that
recording
moment than there were just
Yeah.
5 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they're
He's
gathering
like,
because they
oh,
can
God.
see him and he can see them, but then he decides, fuck it.
this
Wait,
will give you
so
something
Yeah,
to
it
think
is-
about. Happy fucking
Someone went
birthday,
and got
kid.
the camera and pulled the camera to the window, and that's when the alien thought, right, this is absolutely the time to walk out of this bush. Now I'm on camera.
It is very comedically awkward like that, where it's like, oh, they can see me. Oh, shit, I'm on camera.
fuck.
All right, I'll just leave. Bye.
Camo on? Oh, it isn't, is it? Oh, shit.
Clearly, it's distraught. It's hiding.
Clearly, it's
distraught?
distraught.
Distraught.
It
If
is.
it's
It is
distraught,
not
why
clearly
did it
distraught.
casually walk over to the other side instead of
Honestly,
running?
the
Why did it go there in the first place?
I wasn't going to read into its expression really, but it looked kind of like it was like, you humans, fuck you, as it walks away, you know.
That's what I do.
Not that it's distraught.
No.
No.
like this.
Why is that? This is very important. And
Well, wait, this is the analyzed and explained video. You tell us what's going on here.
Don't ask me the questions, Chris.
I figured maybe he was walking his dog and he got lost, and now he's annoyed because people are catching him on camera when he was told by his boss to never be caught on camera. He's like, fuck. It would be so funny. That sounds like a Smiling Friends joke where he would walk up to the camera and be like, give me that. Stop. No, you can't have that.
Yeah.
The kid's like, I have my rights. You can't take my camera.
Delete that.
It's my camera.
Delete that.
helps debunk many complaints about the film's finale, which I will discuss soon.
Ooh, cool.
Oh, he says this debunks the part of the film. Oh,
Hell
okay.
yeah. I'm ready for that. Also,
All right, tell me, because yeah, that's a really shitty finale. Yeah, so
is it me? I'll take a screenshot for you guys. Or has the alien in this frame clipped ahead of the
It's
So,
superimposed over the foliage.
I was thinking the same thing, that when you slow it down, you start to notice that the alien isn't like immaculately integrated into the found footage.
his arm has come ahead of the branches there, or the leaves. It's not
Yeah.
supposed to. Whoops. Oh well. It's okay.
well, that's why he's so distraught. He doesn't know where he is, what he's supposed to be doing. He's out of
Yeah.
place here. He knows things aren't right.
In the next scene, Graham still doesn't want to accept the reality of the situation and tries to talk to whatever is in the pantry. In a brilliant use of tension, he uses the reflection of a large knife to try and see underneath the door.
And a brilliant
The
use
scare
of
that
tension,
happens-
he uses a knife to look under the door is a clunky sentence.
So I'm waiting for. I just want to clear this section because I have a feeling he's not going to explain why this works.
In this scene is seriously utter perfection. There is no loud boom or buildup of music to warn us that something is coming. The hand just rushes out from under the door, its claws clicking against the kitchen floor. I'll never forget showing this scene to a friend back in 2003 after the DVD had already come out. He was sitting far forward in his seat, then he literally fell backwards and hit the back of the couch. It was amazing. After
No, that's it.
Are we
No,
not going to
okay,
talk about
so no
there was-
explanation. All right.
Yeah,
So-
like the.
Yeah, well,
You go ahead. You go ahead.
why I believe that the knife was an impressive choice was because of how limited the view is, and simultaneously how realistic I could see someone using this as a strategy. So I was kind of immersed. The blur around it, and then the focus, and I'm like, okay, we got the sauce balls. He's up on a shelf. We need to get further down. But then you start to think like, man, you are close to whatever's on the other side of this thing. You know,
Mhm.
and you've got a very narrow viewpoint that anything could happen at any point, but I am curious enough that I could see myself doing this very thing, and that it's this like risk and reward, push and pull. The tension is there. Like I really do think it achieves it very well.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons the scare works as well as it does, beyond just the prop itself or of the hand or the shot itself, is when it occurs in the scene in relation to all the other shots. Like you have the beat first when he kneels down, you do the knife shot, he's looking around, you're expecting something, there's nothing. And then he sort of reels the knife back because he's sort of like freaked out. He's just like, oh, fuck, I haven't seen anything yet. But I felt like if I had just hung in there a second longer, there might have been something there. And then he gets up and walks, and the shot doesn't cut, which is it's actually kind of a cool shot where he walks all the way to the back of the room, and then he stops, and then he decides, you know what, I'm going to go back, fuck it.
Yeah.
And then he walks back, crouches down, and then immediately then the arm comes out. And that's such a that's a smart place to put that scare.
Yeah, I would
Like, I
argue it's
appreciate
subversive because we're about to re-enter the tension of looking around the room and possibly getting a jump scare. It's like, no, you're going to get it straight away. The alien this time recognizes he's come down to that same position and this time wants to take advantage of it. It all matches. I think it's a pretty well justified jump scare. In terms of like it would definitely run out that way. It's not like arbitrarily thrown in. Yeah, I think the scene is one of the ones we were complimenting earlier, but I just feel like Chris is more so describing how it made him feel, which is good in terms of like understanding the purpose of it, I suppose, from your point of view, certainly from others that he has as friends. But try to tell us why. How does it do that? How as an artist did he get those feelings out of us, you know?
You do still have to kind of deliberately ignore that there is an alien trapped in a closet, like it's a creature feature as opposed to a highly intelligent intergalactic spacefaring civilization.
The scene in isolation works, but once you get all the extra information, you're like, oh, this is goofy. He's doinking again. And fucking...
M. Night. Yeah, M. Night was just like, oh, there was an alien in the pantry. I locked it in there. Bye.
Bye.
Like you just like if there was a camera in the room where you were observing the alien, he would just be pacing around angrily, going, "I can't fucking believe I'm locked in here." Like,
I love the idea.
Like, how did this happen? How did this happen? I have a spaceship. How did this happen?
He's got an alien mobile phone. He calls Jerry, who is currently trying to get the camera off those kids. And he's like, I need a second. give me a second. I gotta deal with... He's like, do you know how to get out of a pantry? He's like, break the window. I don't know. He's like, there is no window. I don't know what to do.
What's the door made out of? I think they call it. I think it's made of those plants outside. It's like, oh, then just kick it open.
I can't do
it's
that.
Way weaker than it looks.
It's the reason the alien in the previous scene was distraught, is that he's just embarrassed that he can't figure out how this technology works. It's just it's so
he's not going to call
far
it
beyond him.
Trapped somehow in the pantry. He's thinking about taking one of the. He's thinking about just ending it all and just taking one of those water bottles and just drinking it and being like, "Oh, I'm so ashamed. I'll just end it now."
There's so many ways to parody
doorknob work. Do I pull it? Do I push it? Nope. Well, I'm stumped.
The government captured alien, and like the beginning of the interrogation, the alien's like, "What the fuck is your problem? Why do you have these huge blocking things between all your pathways? What is the point? It stops anybody from getting anywhere."
Everything should be open plan, like it is on my planet.
Well, like those are doors. We use them for the transversal through walls, and like just have an opening then, and you wouldn't need the door. If you need a wall, have there be a wall.
Just wear a fucking sweater.
Oh, do they poop with the door open then?
Oh no.
Oh, then they had it coming.
They never stood a chance.
Aliens traditionally have doors, but they're all proxy activated, where like you walk close to it and it just opens.
Maybe they're like those goofy ass fucking alien doors from Amnesia Rebirth.
Oh my god, don't remind me.
Where you have to have the pyramid. You have to bring the pyramid close to the doors you want open. And if you want it closed, you have to move the pyramid further away from them. But it's designed in such a way that every time you want to go get something out of your cupboard, you have to solve a miniature puzzle.
You know what's... Seriously, the potential here is huge. They let the alien go as a peace offering, and then he reports back and he's like, so get this. They have these insane blockages in all of their pathways. Do you know what it's made of? And I'm like, what? And he's like, the same shit that just grows out of the fucking ground, apparently.
Yeah.
And they told me
plants outside
that it grows because their acid that falls from the sky powers it up out of the ground. I shit you not.
Lying to you, Jerry. They They just don't want to give you their secrets.
Yeah, they told you a bunch of bullshit. And he's like, no, they showed me. They showed me the whole process. It's like, they lied, dude. Like, why would
They
acid
have
make
videos of it falling from the sky.
Why would acid
Filling
make
it up
walls?
like
What?
rivers of acid. They have oceans of acid.
The whole
Humans
planet is
drink
poisoned.
acid. They
They
actually
say if they don't
consume the
drink
acid.
the acid, they'll die.
They thrive on acid. They are monsters. Like, we can't.
We
deal
don't want
with
to
this.
harvest them.
No.
We are
They
basically the
swim in the
xenomorphs to
acid
these
for
guys.
recreation during the summer.
Or buildup of music to warn us that something is coming. The hand just rushes out from under the door, its claws clicking against the kitchen floor. I'll never forget showing this scene to a friend back in 2003 after the DVD had already come out. He was sitting far forward in his seat, then he literally fell backwards and hit the back of the couch. It was amazing. After finally acknowledging that some serious crap is going on, Graham tries to convince his family to head for water, since it's a theory he finds some merit in.
Why?
Why? Why did the theory exist? Why did the first guy find merit in it? He's like, oh, the crop circles aren't near water. It was like, well,
It's
They
raining a
probably
lot
a
in
lot
this
of them
world,
are.
okay? I feel like it's just
Yeah,
not intuitive.
a lot of fields are going to be near water because that's just how that's just how reality is.
Oh well,
Irrigation.
that's why I said
Um,
earlier. Does a stream count? I don't know. I guess not. How would we know that they had a fucking, an equivalent of a crop circle in the ocean or not? Did you check? Did you go look, see if they've got
Well,
any weird shit
They
in the
tried to
ocean?
put it in the waves, and they're like, "God damn it, the substance there and covered it back up."
This-
I wonder if that would melt my hand if I put it in there.
They're acid factories. We can't draw lines in them. Like it's just a no-go.
His family disagrees, however, on the basis that they want to stay where their mother raised them. He reluctantly agrees on the promise that they board up every window and door in the house. I've also heard many complaints about how the aliens are so dumb that they can't get out of pantries and through
Yep.
wood beams.
Yep.
I'll get to
Yeah.
talking about those at the end of this video.
Ooh, I'm
Okay,
excited.
good. I'm ready. I'm
I-
excited. I'm
yeah.
excited. I'm
When the family
giddy.
is
He's
crowded
cooking,
in
you
the
guys.
closet watching the
Oh.
news, they learn that the crop circles are indeed being used as a mapping system. Graham hears of people flocking to churches around the world and leaves the room. Morgan tells Uncle Merrill that he wishes he was.
Like, I'm not kidding. It's like they use the crop circles as a mapping system. It's like, why not just use your mapping system?
Why not just use maps?
Yeah.
Why not just get? You made it here. You had pinpoint calculations that allowed you to fly across
Man,
the
again, you
galaxy
wonder
to get
how
here.
you wonder how like Magellan or Sir Francis Drake managed to navigate. Every time they went somewhere, they're like,
Crop
"Right, let's make a
circles.
crop
Yeah,
circle.
we gotta
in the
make crop
water there."
circles.
No, it disappeared. I'm lost. What's a man to do?
They turned our navigation and our navigation system into tortillas. Ah.
His dad, not Graham. After the house is nearly finished being boarded up, the family
Why didn't he
agrees to
talk
have.
about?
Why didn't he talk about
his
the reaction?
to
Yeah,
that?
Meryl's reaction
Yeah.
to that. Yeah, like that's like a thing.
Maybe he'll
Oh,
talk about it later. I don't know.
Maybe,
Okay.
yeah, maybe he
This
will.
feels like a prototype for those AI explained videos that are everywhere on YouTube now, where they
I
just
fucking hate
summarize the
those
whole plot.
videos. Where they're like,
But that's like
this
that's like
movie-
90% of what this is.
No, I don't disagree with you. Like, the ones you're talking about, I assume, are the ones where it's like creepy monster from outer space takes bodies one by one until two people left,
Yeah.
and it's the thing. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And it just describes the thing to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have what Graham is thinking might be their last dinner. They each pick whatever they want, but when it comes time to eat, Morgan wants his dad to say a prayer. This is a reminder that Morgan hasn't lost his faith, something we learned in the opening scene when he said he thought God made the crop circle.
Was this the scene where he said, "I hate you"?
Yeah.
And you in this case was referring to. Yeah, that to me, I don't know. That seems like a bit of like a wires cross thing. It's like, well, so he doesn't think that God doesn't exist. He believes he exists, but he hates him, which describes a very different sort of thing, you know.
It's both whenever
lost
the movie wants it
faith
to be
in-
one or the
yeah.
other.
I don't know. It just reminds me of like in God's Not Dead, where he's like, "I hate God. How can you hate him if you don't think he's real?" That kind of thing. In terms
I
of
would say
like,
that
wait, do you
maybe-
like not understand what it means for somebody to like not?
Well, in line with the
believe
theme,
in
it might not
God?
be that he believes God doesn't exist. Rather, God's not going to look out for us at all. We're on our own.
He's not an active agent in the world. He's
Yeah.
not like you can't rely on him or something like that. Yeah,
Doesn't
I-
he say that there's nothing, that there's no one out there? I can't remember exactly how he phrases it, but my
could be right.
conclusion from that scene at night when they're on the couch and the kids are asleep, that he was saying that he doesn't believe in God at all.
I think it is just mixed messaging, or rather, it might just be the misconception that somebody who doesn't believe in God. I mean, they believe he's real, but they hate him. That's the conclusion of what it means to have lost faith. Is like, well, no, you think he's real, but you don't like him anymore.
There's that, but there's also like, did you catch how with this analysis, when the reference was first brought up to the nature of Morgan having faith, he signposted that. He said like, this is this is going to come up a lot in the movie, the difference between these two characters and whether or not they have faith. This is the second reference to it, and he said like, this, you see, it was set up back in that scene. It's like, that's two, man.
And that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, this is what we said. Like, this really wasn't covered in the film very well at all. There was barely any conflict regarding this.
You think
I
it would come up
really-
a bit more often, right? Like that maybe there would have even just been a scene that's on Sunday, and the kid's like, "Can we go to church or something?"
Even the thing where he says, "I wish Meryl, you were my dad." If someone could be like, "That's the third reference," I'd be like, "No, that's not really anything." The context for that could be changed on a whim, depending on. Like I said, my interpretation of the movie was the fact that the dad wasn't taking all of this as seriously as Meryl was. I thought that's why he said that. And it's like, well, that combined with the fact that he doesn't like that his dad has lost his faith, it's like, okay. You know what I mean? It's pretty empty.
Yeah, like I wish this stuff was shown to me more consistently and or in any sort of meaningful way.
I want to like this scene, because like I appreciate Capital, like all the things you were saying about it earlier, and I think it's an important scene in terms of like the family bonding. But it's one of those scenes that perhaps the most extreme example of like it being unintentionally funny. Like this scene just makes me laugh. I find it really funny the way Mel Gibson's is sort of aggressively eating everybody else's food off their plate while like his kids are crying.
And well, that's kind of that doesn't detract from what I like about it. It kind of adds to it for me.
No, fair enough. Yeah. And there's also that other beat where like he's hugging his kids, and I do like that beat. But then there's this moment where it cuts to the brother.
It's comedic
in
for sure.
His own isolated shot, and he like gets yanked out of it really awkwardly.
Yes.
Like he stubbornly doesn't want to be a part of the hug, and it's just like, get the fuck in here! You're hugging us right now.
Yeah.
It's just
I like it. It's good.
Overall, I find it funnier than like touching.
I understand what you're saying, and I think I'm more in line with Cab that I think it syncs up okay. Because it's like a heavy moment, they can have a little bit of levity, recognizing that Meryl maybe doesn't do the family hug parts, but he's like, yes, you do right now. We're doing that.
Yeah.
It works.
It's more so that the conflict that's supposed to get us this payoff, this scene, isn't especially coherent. Because just getting back to it, I think the way he talks in that important scene when the kids are sleeping and they're on the couch, he makes it seem like he doesn't believe in miracles or coincidences or that like there's any sort of meaning. That seems rather distinct from I think God is a bad man and I don't care for him. It seems like it's just kind of unclear at best.
Well, I mean, I think it speaks because it was I just like the speech itself. That initial conversation presents it's just like a false dichotomy, right? To me, the idea of everything happens for a reason or it's all random chance. It's like, well, wait, hold on. I feel like there's dimensions to this that are worth exploring and that are kind of necessary to explore if this is going to be the theme of the film. I think you kind of owe it to the film itself to delve into that conversation a bit more, to provide like meaningful counter arguments. I think you need to provide like a meaningful, less cynical counter to that dichotomy. Because, for instance, somebody could say, well, I think everything happens for a reason. I think it's causality, or like, well, it's what you make of it, right? These sorts of things, regardless of whether the film actually agrees with those perspectives, like it's just, you got to explore it.
When Graham refuses, he breaks down crying, and the entire family comes together for one last emotional scene. Just like during the earlier car
One
scene,
last?
the signal...
Sorry, did you say one last emotional scene?
Yeah, there are no more.
Before the crazy events of the aliens, I suppose.
Yeah, because after this, it's all like, boarding up the doors and the
Well,
aliens
no, at
breaking
the end
in.
of the movie, that's another
we've got,
emotional scene as well.
We've got when he
Oh, yeah, I
explains,
see what you mean. Yeah,
he
yeah.
explains to Bo the nature of her birth, and then explains to his son the same thing, right?
Yeah, those were emotional as well. Yeah, the one with the son really was like, oh, this is like a.
And of course, the
emotional scene.
ending of the film is meant to be definitely an emotional moment with the family.
Yeah, it's weird that he describes this as one last emotional scene. Period.
Mm-hmm.
He must not have meant that. There's no way he doesn't
I
consider the ending very
assume
emotional.
not. Yeah, I assume that.
from the baby monitor becomes clear when the entire family is grouped together. They rush to finish boarding
Without
up
the
the
touching
house.
it.
Not the
Not
dog ain't
touching
here,
it.
though.
Yeah, the whole family is not here, and also they're not touching it, which was
When Graham
specifically
looks-
cited as the thing earlier. He specifically cited the family touching it. So earlier.
Out the window, the crickets stop chirping yet again. Another warning that the creatures are coming. In the script, Knight had originally
crickets-
planned to show us lines being formed in the crops as the creatures advance towards the house. He wisely omitted that visual. I find it much more terrifying without actually seeing that.
So why do you find it? Why do you? Because I presume it's going to compliment when you have the aliens, like casting shadows on the on the windows outside. Why would it compliment that?
Because I was just thinking, like, lines forming outside, that could mean a lot of different things, and I could totally picture that being very imposing. Like,
exactly
a clear disturbance in the crops, all in a line, if you know what I mean, coming towards the house.
I guess that's the thing is, I think I could take or leave it. He's described it as being wise that he didn't do that. I'm not sure that I agree that it's like clear that that was the bad choice. Or that there would have been a bad choice to have that shot in the film.
Once again, it feels like it would be about execution, which, as an aspiring filmmaker, you'd think he would acknowledge that there's ways to do it.
Thinking that this might be one of the last times he has to really talk with his children, he decides to tell each of them how they were born. Interestingly, the births described are actually the stories of how Knight's actual children were born. All the while, you can hear the creatures crashing through the house. All tension throughout this scene is caused with fantastic use of silence combined with sound design. They head for the basement. At this point...
so you don't want to talk about the dog,
I don't
then.
get him, man.
Oh, you're right.
No, the dog or the attic thing.
But also, could you provide an example of what you're talking about with the sound design and elaborate on it, rather than just saying it's got great sound design. Moving on.
Yeah,
it's got
used
great
clips before in this
cinematography.
video.
Moving on.
You could do it.
Yeah,
You don't even
about
need
it.
to play the clip. You can just describe it.
This film has great filmmaking.
Well, I actually think if an alien were listening to this, it's like, did you just tell me it works because there was sound and there was not sound?
Yeah, because you need to explain that.
Like, yeah, like I could totally see someone being like, I'm
Explain
confused.
it to me like I'm allergic to water.
Yeah. And I don't know, it's just an opportunity because, talk about why you love the film, but try to get further than you liked the no sound and then the sound. I want more than that. Come on.
Point, the creatures have gotten inside the house, and while trying to wedge the door shut, they knock out the lights, forcing them to use flashlights. They notice that the aliens are just making noises, trying to distract them from the real threat.
That was also a leap, by the way.
It was a huge leap.
He says they're just
was
making
very
noises,
inviting
and
to
it
me.
shows a shot where the door is moving significantly.
Yeah, and they're not
Yeah, I mean,
against it. They're just
It
watching.
definitely looks like they're trying to break the door down.
Yes.
I don't even know how you
Like
could
that,
ever.
that's a neat hunch, my dude. But just on the off chance you're wrong, I'm gonna go ahead and hold this door with all of the strength I can possibly muster, if that's all right with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because it leads to this payoff, and it's like you could have just had this anyway. You didn't need to say that.
They begin searching for the coal chute, remembering that it used to be poured into the basement. Upon finding it, an alien grabs Morgan, and Knight does something really great here. He focuses on the fallen flashlight, only letting us hear Graham and Meryl screaming to help Morgan. It gives me goosebumps every
I
time.
like this.
Well, I like
Yeah.
it too, but I don't think the explanation is much beyond what we saw.
No, because of course it's that it's kind of a bold choice to not show what's happening.
And yeah,
Especially
it works
when it's
well. And
particularly it's kind of a big flashpoint in the story, right? Oh, like one of the main characters is in peril. and it's left to your imagination to imagine the frantic nature of what's happening here. And I guess it's a contrast between that and just how still this image is, just a light in the darkness. Just off the top of my head, and I don't even think that was that great.
Like,
yeah, I like.
I think that. Yeah, then the alien arm, like, grabbing the kid, like, that's fucking creepy. That was, like, a legitimately creepy thing to see, it just moving over when it was there. Like, and it's such a short clip, you know? It's, like, this movie, like, I don't think it's a good movie, but there are things to praise about this movie. And I don't feel like you're doing this film justice. And I feel like we're doing a lot more effort for that, even though we have very mixed to negative sort of feelings on the movie. And this is, like, this is his boy here, and he's not really selling it.
One thing you could talk about in terms of the filmmaking is that it might have been like a sort of production necessity to try and not avoid this because it would be hard to show with the visual effects and what they have. And so you have to come up with a clever way of avoiding it. And focusing on the flashlight is a clever choice. If that's the problem and this is the solution, it's a pretty clever choice.
That's worth highlighting as that was clever, M. Night. Like, that was a really intuitive and cool workaround to a potential problem.
What I would want to do at this point is have a section of the video talking about M. Night's avoidance of difficulties within filmmaking through making use of a lack. Like, at one point, we don't get any visuals, right? When the light gets knocked out. It is also bold to have just pitch black for a selection of time. Other films have done it, and to varying degrees of success, because that sound design is super important for our imaginations. But that's an example. This is an example. The scene we've said that's probably the best one in the film has a lot of very minimalistic use of several elements, but tries to create. It's more than the sum of its parts, so to speak. And I would say that M. Night deserves celebration for that, along with his team, for the elements in this movie that pull it off.
Definitely.
And you could say that pretty
I guess
quickly.
I'm just. Why didn't he tie this back into the Hitchcock conversation about suspense? Because this was like a really good example of that, of removing information from the viewer so that it's more in their imagination what's happening. Because like for the duration of the scene, you don't know if it's going well for the protagonist or not. You don't know if they're actually succeeding in saving the kid. Which why doesn't he? The whole film has basically been relaying what the scene is and occasionally saying it's good.
It's good.
And then just moving on to the next scene.
Yeah. Well, we're nearing the end of the film, which means we'll get to the strictly analysis and explained part, right, of the video.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Well, this does seem to be a trend with him. Is just very surface, like overview.
I guess the expectation
the
is
thing.
this is his favorite film, right? So
one of them.
One of them, yeah.
But
yeah,
I think he would go into a little bit more detail this time. Yeah.
I would argue it's
more
inspiration. It's more important than his favorite film. It's the film that made him love film and got him to become a filmmaker. That's crazy in terms of what it should mean to you. I'm more than fine. Like I said, it could very well be at this point that he says, "I'm not as fond of it these days." But at the same time, you should more than be aware of what things set you off for what ideas about the potential of film.
Asthma attack, causing Graham to realize they forgot to take his medicine. Bo says she dreamed this, continuing to add weight to her almost angelic, prophetic dreams. As he's trying to help his son breathe, he begins talking to someone else, who we quickly realize is God. It's clear now that Graham really does still believe in God. He acknowledges his existence, but hates him nonetheless. Eventually, the asthma attack subsides. When the family is finally able to sleep, we get a little bit more of Graham's dream, learning that Colleen died in an accidental car accident. He wakes up before the dream.
An accidental car accident?
That's
funny.
Yeah, I know.
Finishes. When he wakes, we hear a voice on the radio, a man whose theory...
Yeah, it's like when you're driving down the road and there's some asshole next to you, and you turn to the person in your passenger seat and you're like, there's about to be a car accident, all right?
About why the alien...
I was just thinking about how he's doing the scene of just cussing out God, being like, "I fucking hate you, piece of shit. You're the reason all this has gone to hell." And God, it like cuts to his POV, and he's in heaven, and he's like that, like, little do you know, you hate me now, but
the Anthony face, yeah.
You'll see.
That is quite a striking example of the probable lack of proofreading. If you don't see the word accident twice so close together.
Or even when reading it out too.
I was going to say,
I just said this word.
It's how brains work, right? Because I think he registers car accident as event, and then accidental as the description of whether or not it was on purpose.
I think you're
Well,
right.
he needed
Yeah.
to watch Hot Fuzz to learn that they're called collisions now, because an accident implies that there's no one at fault.
No, the confirmation was that there was no one necessarily at fault because God was the one that put him to sleep. I guess it is God's fault there. We should be.
It is all God's
Wait,
fault.
what does that? What does that mean? Like he's in the backseat of the car and gets some chloroform?
Oh, that would be so fucking
Ringy.
funny.
Listen, Fringy, he's not in the back seat. Jesus took the wheel. All right?
I just need that scene. M. Night driving, sort of his eyes are heavy. Then God's like, this has to happen. Let this happen.
Pops out of the steering wheel like Freddy Krueger.
Stop fighting. Only dreams.
This will all make sense to you someday. Do you think Mel Gibson took the time to explain all of this to Ray Reddy, who was probably like, "What? Okay." You know what I mean? Like, he's like, I there's nothing I hold against you because it was all a part of the plan. You'd be like, okay, yeah, go man. If that works for you, if that makes you feel better, absolutely.
Aliens came to Earth. He says,
People think they came here to take over the planet. That's bull. I don't think that.
Maybe
My friend-
the pause here filter.
Yep.
For a little while.
His decisions on when to play audio and when not to play audio are interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't have more
They're perplexing.
visual clips while he was talking.
this
Most
could've
were
just-
screenshots, right? Yeah.
Because this could have been just him narrating what is said on the radio, but when he specifically talks about this is an incredible sound decision on the effects or the whatever it was, then he doesn't give an example of it. So.
And I saw them.
Found a pack of light bulbs.
They poisoned his family.
Man, he's still, the clip's still going, huh?
Found a pack of light bulbs. There they are in the box with the rest of his friends.
We don't even
Still
get, like-
drop them or they'll die.
You understand, chat. Me and Fringy,
10 years ago.
and to be fair, everyone here to some extent, tortured by copyright rules and regulations.
It's the scourge of the YouTubers.
It really is. Like, if it starts to go for like 4 or 5 seconds, it's like, no! Like,
Yeah,
what's
stop,
going
stop,
on?
stop.
You're
No.
stealing this because
You're-
you played 5 seconds of this 2-hour
You're playing
movie.
with dark arts that you do not understand. You're trifling with forces beyond your recognition.
I brought it up
beyond your capacity.
in a conversation we were having semi recently, but like I think chat, you've known about this, but the Lord of the Rings trilogy watch through, we couldn't keep it as one video because copyright kept coming fit no matter what. And one of the things they eventually went after that made me give up was "You Shall Not Pass." Just that. It was cut down to the "You shall not pass," and it was like no cut of that. I was like, of course I can have. I was like, nope. You're like, okay.
There was a point where you kind of like resign to your fate. You know, you just kind of. It's like a 1,000-yard stare sort of situation.
Yeah.
Once that happens, well, guess I'm doomed. Like, there's nothing I can do. All right.
Well, it's worth studying because you split Lord of the Rings up into the 3 films, and the copyright stops being a dick. I don't know why, but once you get to a certain length, it just, and that's why the streams have more trouble than the videos, I think, with some of these
Do
clips.
you think that their logic is if it's a long video, it might be the movie in full?
It could
So
be.
there's like a stricter,
That could be a part of the logic, that they write in. You know, nobody knows.
But they can individually tell which segment is copyrighted or not. So it'll be like a 9-hour video or whatever, but it'll be like, oh, but only 6 seconds here was copyright claimed.
My guess might be that
Must
it's
be the
trying
whole
to
movie.
count for like a live stream, right? That on a live stream, someone's like, "All right, yeah, I'll throw on like the movie or something, and do a live stream for the film," so they want to be more aggressive.
And
probably.
never underestimate just how much of it is actually still bots. Just crazy fucking bots.
Oh yeah, it's weird to get a manual. It's almost all bots these days.
Well, even
But every once in a while, you'll have some asshole, you know.
You know when you see like Twitter posts being like at YouTube, what the fuck is this, blah blah blah, and they reply. Half the time I read it, I'm like, that's a bot.
It's a bot most of the time.
It's a
Beyond
really
just
overworked robot sitting there at his computer typing out all these messages.
Beyond just the claims themselves, you got to be really careful about what you appeal, even if you feel like you have everything on your side, like receipts, for example, for something that you purchased that you used. Like, because I've seen people get strikes just for appealing something. They were within their right to do so, but they were just flagged as trying to evade due punishment. You know what I mean?
I had that with Rebel Moon. I used a clip of an interview with Zack Snyder, which had 2 seconds of the film he was talking about, and I think 5 seconds of him talking on screen. That was flagged for copyright as the film, appealed it, rejected, copyright strike impending unless you took it down. Same upload, where they could just turn off monetization for tracking purposes because I'd used some trailer footage. No claims at all. Appeals were all accepted. The only way to get past it is if you go through the whole file a counter notification thing, and then they have an extra 10 days to respond. And it's basically just an extended version of the appeals process because like 99% of times you will go through that extra process and they're not going to actually bother to fight a 5-second clip that they don't even own. It's just there really to scare people off actually going through the formal procedure, because when you get to legal like language like counter notification, people are going to think, oh shit, this could be really, really serious. My channel could get taken down if I fail. But everyone I know who's gone through the counter notification thing has succeeded, and no one's even bothered responding to it within the time window.
That has been my experience.
Same here. I just appeal everything and hope I don't get struck.
Platoon is right when he says that I think that one of its primary goals is to just scare people into going along with it. Because I remember when I was just starting off and I got my first claim, and I was like, oh god, I don't want to strike my channel, I don't want anything like that, because you're super new to this and you don't understand it. So you just go along with it. And then you realize, like, oh wait, like, they're not going to take me to court. Fuck them. And then you carry on with your life.
Well, I wouldn't want my channel struck or deleted, and like just the way that's set up, where it sets up the system and then disincentivizes you from taking advantage of it. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah,
if you do actually complain,
trying to avoid all of the wait-in periods as well, so just get it from the get-go, and then to prevent future shit too, where they decide they want to go after the video again or something.
I've never had it when, like, if I've appealed and the appeal has been successful, they've never gone back and claimed it again after the fact. So it's like, in my experience, it's always been a one-time only thing.
I had it with TFA Part 3, got claimed, counted, successful, claimed, counted, successful, and then, like a year ago, it got upset with one of the music tracks in there. And it's just like, fuck off.
Yeah.
It used to be to where it's a lot shorter now. It's like 2 weeks, isn't it? It used to be a month. It used to be they could wait 30 fucking days to even respond to your thing. Yeah. So they could potentially drag it out for like 60 days for free to them, essentially.
How did YouTube believe that was fucking fair?
It's like all of the other decisions YouTube makes. Like, how come you've taken away so many options for customizing my channel? Like, what does that do for engagement? You know?
It still is the case. The Rebel Moon video I've done, because the one that they was allowed to stay up was the one they demonetized for tracking. And so, like, if it's tracking, you can appeal. Well, you can dispute it, but then it's the 30-day window and there's no escrow monetization. But it's the only way of getting it up. Otherwise, it's 7 days for appeal, 10 days for counter notification. At which point, nobody really gives a shit anyway. So that's basically just a free video, like a month of work, which is just never going to pay me anything because they've got a month to dispute it. Beyond which they might tick up again in the algorithm, but I doubt that it will. So there's also the time consideration, is that that's how long it takes for you to sit on it, worrying that you're going to be getting a claim or a strike, and it will just that will put you off doing anything. But then when you actually do get in touch with somebody finally, because I've met like the partner manager for the first time to shout at someone human because I was really fucking annoyed and the Twitter bot was annoying. She's like, oh no, send this email address. This is our copyright people. We'll help you directly. So I emailed it. It's a fucking automated response. Yeah. You cannot speak to a human. And on Twitter, I was like, you don't even get it because the thing you've claimed is not even the thing you've claimed and they don't own it. And then their bot just said, we do not actually handle copyright disputes and we can't litigate this process. It's like, but that's what your system is designed for. So like, I'm telling you, the thing they've claimed is not the thing they say that it is, and your system is supposed to pick that up. And they flagged it using your system, but now you're telling me that you can't do anything about that, which is just ridiculous. But fair enough. Fuck you.
Yeah. This is our company. We can police it and be as lazy as we want to. Fuck you.
Drag them away. Nobody believes me, but they didn't come here for a time.
Yeah, he said, man, he played this whole clip.
Whose voice is that? It sounds familiar.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if it was like a cameo voice, but I'm not sure.
Oh, you realize I'm making the sounds, right?
Yeah, that's Fringy.
Mm-hmm.
This is a raid that came here for us, to harvest us.
They left real fast this morning.
Yeah, well,
there you go.
They left real fast this morning. Yeah.
Left real fast.
Something scared them off. They left some of their wounded behind.
This little bit of dialogue is very important. As I keep saying, I'll get to that in a bit. So
Oh
Why don't you get to it now? We're on the topic
Yeah.
now.
We
Just
are
say
here.
it now.
They're gonna have a lot of Piper paying at the end of this video.
Yeah,
We're
Right.
running
You're
out of
you're
time to
setting up a
deal
lot of
with
things.
all the things he says. So I'm coming back to it later. We're only about what is it, 7 minutes out from the end of the video, so he's running out of
Yes.
time to revisit these topics.
Yep. We've still got the rest of the film to summarize.
So after a bit of reluctance, the family decides to go back upstairs in an attempt to find Morgan's medicine. When Graham wheels the TV into the living room, we get a scare that made a woman in the audience scream as if she'd literally seen a ghost.
Woman moment.
I don't even. Yeah. Chris, you see, instead of telling me that someone found it scary, you could tell me why it's, artistically speaking, effective. I like the
Yeah.
fact that it
Surely he
reflects
would
in the
have to
TV.
concede that there are plenty of bad horror films that make people scream.
Absolutely.
I agree. I don't think that this is a
Mhm.
great metric to use
Like,
to
oh,
convince
someone
me that it's a
screamed.
greght film.
Yeah, it'd be like saying, well, I watched like Jack and Jill, the Adam Sandler film. There was a guy
It-
a
it
couple seats over going every time.
Yeah, Halo made us scream, but I ain't gonna
That's
talk
true,
about how
it's
great
not
it
scary.
is. So.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone walked out of the Bye Bye Man because they were too scared. That doesn't make it very
That's-
good.
Exactly.
The Bye
Why
Bye
are we
Man.
appealing to
Yeah.
these anecdotes? Someone had a reaction.
Well, and instead of being like,
well-
so describe the scene, is that he wants to get the TV on because he likes catching up with the news, see the good news, the aliens are gone, everything's getting better, that's going to be great. You are set at ease, and then it's dragging it in, everything's nice and normal, but the camera pans to the point where you can see a reflection that's very fucking worrying, because that means it's in the room with you, and it doesn't compromise the vision of the alien, right? Because this kind of imagery, he could be practical for all we know, right? Like, that's how
Yeah,
hidden
this
the
is a
image
good
is.
bit of imagery. Yeah, this is good.
That's what I mean.
Sorry,
like, why
I've,
not talk about it instead of just being like, a woman got scared? You're like, okay.
Also, because I was sort of semi thinking about it. Are there any logistical issues with the alien being around, grabbing the kid?
I guess
Do they
he
put
was,
him down? Does the
camoed.
alien get in silently or camoed? Okay.
Yeah, he was probably lying against the wall and they just didn't see him. It would be really cool if you could actually see it, pan around the room and you can make it out.
Yeah,
I will
it's
say,
really subtle.
I'm distracted in my mind by an anecdote actually from, I'm pretty sure I mentioned it before, when I went to see The Rise of Skywalker in theaters, and there was this guy a couple of seats over who just kept saying, "Oh, fuck off." Frequently throughout the film. Like, it was so funny. It's like, what's your name? Ray Skywalker. Oh, fuck off. Just
That is the appropriate reaction to almost every scene in that movie.
Oh,
I have a my previous memorable movie experience similar to that is also kind of the opposite. It was during Moonfall. When I went with my dad to see Moonfall, it was awful. We both loved that movie because how bad it was. There was a guy in the back of the theater up at the top, and he was sleeping and snoring very loudly for like the last half of the movie. But we're like, you know what? This is Moonfall. No, I don't care. If anything, it makes everything more funny that a guy is so audibly snoring through this movie.
That would be quite funny to hear that all throughout the film, yeah.
They try to do all these dramatic moments and exciting moments with a gravity bullshit in the car and the truck and the chase, and there's just this guy snoring in the back.
I'll be the one to sort of complain if people are talking or if phones are viewable in cinemas, of course, but I'm pretty sure it was The Predator when I went to see that in cinemas with a friend, and it was the part, you remember where she's got the tranq gun and she shoots herself in the foot with it and gets knocked out?
Yeah.
I was very audibly just, what the fuck? And then I sort of looked around, I was like, oh, sorry. I'm in a fucking theater. I'm sure everyone else is having fun.
There
I'll
were a
never
few times when I was watching Multiverse of Madness where I audibly was like, what the fuck? And there was like people around, but I was like, what?
Yeah.
Forget that. An alien is holding Morgan and it's missing 2 fingers. It's the one from the pantry.
Oh my
Why?
god!
Why
Yes,
though?
how did that happen?
Why?
How did he
Yeah,
know
actually
how to
why?
find him? So he's in this house and he just decided to go looking around. He's like, oh, that's the guy who cut off my fingers.
I'm
I'ma
here
get
to
him.
get
I think
the man
we
who cut off my
we need to
fingers.
reset here. So alien POV, there's something on the other end of the door. It's making noises. It's got like a knife reflecting in there. I'm gonna poke my hand through because I'm retarded. Ow, my fingers! What the fuck? Jeez, I hate these humans.
So
I hate it
rude.
here. This is so horrible. And then by the time he presumably either breaks out or his alien friends are like, bro, did you get trapped in a pantry again? He's like, fuck. And they let him go. And I guess, did they tell him, like, the guy who chopped off your fingers, we tracked him. He's called Mel Gibson. He lives in this little house. Like, go get him. I just don't, it seems so silly to me. This was definitely, especially, it's so cringy, they do the flashback of cutting off the fingers as if the audience couldn't fucking put this together. But I actually think that the audience will be distracted enough by going, oh, it's the alien he wants revenge, to not think like, what? What? Why? What?
Why, though?
You cut off 2 of my fingers, so I'm gonna kill your son.
I don't know, man. Like, I think if this alien were intelligent, he'd be like, my race has abandoned me. I need to figure out how I'm going to survive in this world. Like, no, I need to go and kill this little boy. Because I recognize that will upset the man who took my fingers. That I'm pretty sure it's this guy.
Clearly, this is one of the wounded that was left behind. The family freezes as they watch the alien threaten to poison Morgan. Then Graham has an epiphany.
That's another thing that's curious. What was the alien gonna do if they all stood still forever?
I don't know. Was he gonna just slowly back up? Was he gonna do the thing from RoboCop?
I
want a chopper, you know.
Yeah.
I will slowly board the chopper with my hostage.
Or it would be funny if he was just like, so, I would like to now have a chat. You're all listening. We're all calm. Nothing will happen to little Morgan here. Nothing. It's all fine. Let's everyone sit down.
My mates left me here because I got locked in a pantry again.
Let's discuss the proposition of me living here with you guys.
Or alternatively, if you guys
I was just following orders.
Like a Blackbird, that would be really useful.
Well, he would put on an episode of American Dad and be like, you see this character Roger who lives with the family in the attic? I would like to be this character
as well. I went to the future to get a DVD box set of American Dad.
They would have American Dad in his home planet, yeah, definitely.
I actually forget the thing that makes the alien do the poison thing. Is it because he sees him lifting the bat off the wall?
Yeah, that's as simple as that. He's approaching with the bat, yeah. So it's like, oh, well, I was literally I'm just gonna do the thing I threatened to do now.
You've called you cleverly called my bluff. I will now kill your son.
He has the son like he took him as a hostage, but he's the one who like came into the room to grab the kid. So what is he aiming for? What's he doing?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what my question was. Obviously, he wants to kill the kid. So what's the hostage situation for? He had the element of ambush and surprise. Why did he waste it on? I've got your kid now, so do as I say, and stay still.
I suspect that this whole flawed scene was built around the simple visual of seeing a silhouetted figure in a CRT monitor.
No, yeah, there's
because there is something a little spooky about that, but like
like the visual is good.
Yeah.
End of praise.
Right. And it's just like, let's write a whole scene around this visual happening, and then logic be damned.
Finally see the rest of Graham's flashback. This is when Graham begins to connect the dots, and where some audience members were let down. He remembers that Colleen's last words were, "Tell Graham to see," and tell Meryl to swing away. He remembers his conversation with Meryl about fate and coincidence, and has a revelation. He's haunted by his question, is it possible there are no coincidences? He tells Meryl, almost pro-baseball player, to swing away, who begins to attack the alien, but not before it poisons Morgan. Now we get the next big reveal, and more audience members got...
This is describing events.
Yeah, at this point,
you know,
maybe he's racing to the end.
This is like some... Maybe, because this is pivotal, important stuff, so I guess we'll see.
Turned off. The water. The water is harmful to their skin. This was Bo's addition to the situation. Graham gets Morgan outside and gives him his injection, as Bo watches Meryl trash the alien, exploding all the glasses of water she left around the house. Before too long, the creature breathes its last breath. In the next scene, a very emotional Graham says that's why he had asthma. He keeps...
Is that what you would say? It breathes its last breath instead of saying just breathes its last? Normally people say breathes its last, not breathes its last breath.
I don't mind it.
Oh, so that's why he had asthma. Okay, I get it.
We went over this.
Now.
I think took your last breath is fine. Breathe your last breath is weird.
Yeah, because you've already said that kind of word, basically. So
It's just clunky.
yeah.
Accidental
Keeps telling
card.
himself that Morgan's lungs were too closed for the poison to get in, as his family waits to see if Morgan will wake up.
Someone save me?
You know what's curious is didn't they say, was it like explicitly that it kills them with the poison? Because I thought it said they were harvesting as in capturing like humans. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a knockout gas rather than a poison one, but
I think the only thing we got was they secrete some kind of a poison or whatever. A lot of people are dead, and those lines are close to each other. So
That's
I think
fair.
that's just what we're led to believe. I don't like
Well,
it either way. You know,
I think that the thing is this alien has a vendetta, right? Because like you guys were joking about, which I think was actually the rationale, is that he chopped my fingers off, so I'm
gonna get
kill
I
him.
don't want him to
son.
call me
Those are my
eight-fingered dwarf
fingies. I need
short.
them.
I
Someone
need
said
those.
after.
Dude, it would be even
For-
funnier
for-
if they're like, "We're leaving the Glorp Shork, we're going." And he's like, "I ain't going without that motherfucker's son." Yeah, I'm getting him.
He stayed behind on purpose.
Yeah.
He's already traumatized. It's the principle.
He took
You
my
get
I got
fingers,
some
man.
business to take care
You
of.
get your new fingers on the planet. We've got that technology. No, I like my old fingers.
That one was
I was
special.
really attached to them.
You just like it cuts to a scene where Mel Gibson did actually take the fingers and he's playing with them at home.
Mel Gibson is wearing them as like a necklace.
Yeah, and the alien
And the
is
fingers
is
and
looking
the
at
alien
him.
sees his fingers.
Alien's looking at
He's
him
like,
through out the window, just like with the fucking angry NPC face. Like, they're
he
my
does the thing
fingers.
with his fingers in the eyes, where he like points his fingers and then to Mel Gibson, like, I see you.
You took them.
Puts the fingers on his head, waggles them around like antenna. Look at
Look
me,
at
I'm an
that,
alien
yeah.
too.
Ooh, I'm an alien.
Look, I'm
Ooh.
Shrek.
Ooh, I can't go through a pantry door.
Ultimate until you could
Oh,
swear
water
at him with
hurts
his own
you.
fingers.
Oh, I hope no one chops my fingers off when I get
Don't
stuck
pour
in the
water on
pantry.
me, please.
Ooh, this acid tastes so delicious.
I do like the idea that the alien is trying to threaten people. You just hold up a glass of water and it's like, whoa, let's not go crazy
Whoa,
here.
huh?
Let's calm down.
Puts the bat down and just picks up the glass of water. Like, whoa, come on.
Listen, man, it was just a joke-a-rooney.
I was
okay?
just kidding. You humans are great.
Which is another thing, by the way. Like he's like Meryl's in there smashing glasses of water with the bat, and it's just like, why don't you just pick up a glass and just like threaten to like sploosh it on him, and then he'll be like, oh, okay, I'm going.
You can get more of the water onto him if you just pick up the glass and sploosh it on him. I agree.
Yep.
Or if you pour the water on the baseball bat, then you add plus
Oh,
10.
water
like,
damage.
Yeah,
Yes.
plus 10 water damage, yeah, which is converted into acid damage. Very true.
Nice.
I think someone did.
In this moment, Graham regains his faith. We pan back through the window that was in the opening shot, and while that opening shot was cold and filled with dread, this one is beautiful, sunny, and vibrant, even though the glass is smashed
Not really
in.
vibrant, actually.
Oh, I guess he had a different take on it than I did. Fair enough. I don't blame him for saying there's warmer colors than the initial shot, but
Warmer, I would agree.
I do think
yeah.
that the smashed glass is definitely symbolic of something, because that didn't serve any other purpose in the story. I don't think it's definitely for that shot, and a glass ceiling between him and his faith in God himself being smashed feels appropriate, right?
Oh, he broke the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
Glass queen.
Yeah. Where was the cop lady? She never came back. So sad.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. I felt like in the movie where she felt like a really important character at the beginning, and then she just never shows up again. except
She
in the
comes in
flashbacks.
like splattered with alien blood and scars with a whole bunch of guns, and she's like, "We literally had
She got a bandana on.
200 officers versus 500 of those creatures. They had tanks. They had all kinds of shit. What happened to you guys?" And Mel Gibson's like, "I don't. We
Same here.
yeah, it was tough. I guess. Yeah, crazy.
They must have taken home all the dead ones, or else they'd be all over. They were all over the place. Last night. They were everywhere.
In Sides 2, they could really argue to try and help the universe. It's like, oh, you guys got the retarded. We sent the retarded ones just to get the family with no weapons, and they couldn't even do that. They were just they were the goofy fucking.
They got
UFO.
stuck in a. Is there a word for high security prison? Pantry? Is that their word for it? Panatry?
A
It would be fun. It's funny if at the very end, like when you think everything's fine, there's one alien that gets up. He's still alive. He's like, "Rah!" It's like the end of Die Hard, and then the cop lady like splits him open with an axe from behind, and then the alien falls away, and you see her covered in blood.
Oh, I thought
That's
you were going a
occurs-
different
that's
route. I thought you were gonna say, wouldn't it be funny if at the very end of the movie it cut back to the pantry and he was like jiggling the handle? He was like, "Guys, you there?
That's the
Guys,
after credits scene.
It
yeah.
hurts, actually."
I thought you
think
were
I
gonna
might
say.
faint.
I thought you were gonna say, what if she like split him in half by shooting him from like bottom to top down, like through the center? Each of the bullet holes creates a clean cut altogether, and he splits apart.
But that would be a big CGI spectacle with sparks
Yeah.
flying, and we can't have
That's
that.
true. Yeah, that's true.
Beautiful, sunny, and vibrant, even though the glass is smashed in. A time lapse occurs to the following winter, and Graham walks out of the restroom, all decked out in his priestly garb, and the film fades out. Now, I
He's had
have
a great
promised
poop.
throughout this review that
We
I
have
discuss
so
the
little
film's
time here
ending.
to provide additional insight.
say great
It's only
poop.
like 5 minutes left.
Don't say he had a great poop. Say he had a holy shit.
Someone was watching the stream just sent me a chat summary that says the chat is about a movie called Signs, where people discuss various creative and funny ways to defend themselves against aliens, including using water guns, baseball bats soaked in holy water, spitting, and even peeing. I love the idea that you piss on an alien and the alien reports back. They have natural weaponry. It's a gun that's located in their half midsection. It shoots acid at us. Like, it's horrifying.
Yeah, you know how we have those things on our wrists? Well, they have half of them have this thing between their legs or whatever, and some are way bigger than others. And then they pee on us. They have this acid they spray.
That acid gun? That's how they reproduce. You're like, what?
So they drink acid to live, and they squirt acid into their females to make more? What are the eggs full of?
We can never dominate this planet. We will never return to it.
We must go home. What
This is
Lovecraftian horror? These bizarre apes from another world.
You know, a squirt gun would be a cool thing to set up early, like a kid's, playing with it. It's like, how many times have I told you not to use that squirt gun in the house? And then at the end, when the water thing is revealed, it's just like, go fill up the squirt gun. Go in the kitchen.
Well, and then as he's filling it up, he gets he detaches it and fills it up with water, and the alien's looking at him. Sorry, just give me a minute. Really slow.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to make a water balloon, and he can't quite tie it, and he tries over and over and over to
That'd
try
be
and
funny.
tie
Yeah,
the end
yeah,
of the
yeah.
water
That's right.
balloon.
Fuck. All right, hold on.
This
Damn
is
it.
actually really tough. Around the finger. I'm trying to get it through the little.
Well, it is the obvious meme, right? With he shoots the water pistol, but it only goes then falls onto the ground. He's like, gotta pump it. He's like, hang on. This is gonna be great. Hang on.
And give my thoughts on why a lot of the complaints I hear are completely unwarranted.
Ooh, here we go. The
Here we
pantry.
go, baby.
Yes. So this is the explained part, I guess. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Complaint number 1. The pantry.
Why? Okay, sorry, not to be pedantic here, but why is the text different? Why is it different font?
Because when he downloaded the font, it only worked for letters, not for
Have
numbers.
and symbols. Yep. A lot of
Yep.
fonts won't have the symbols sometimes.
That is exactly why.
Usually they have the numbers, but it's the
Yes.
symbols you got to watch for. Like, do they have
There's
actually the?
yeah,
You know.
yeah. There's a couple that don't have numbers, and I guess he got unlucky.
I remember
mean,
that was
this-
one of the things I had to look for when I was looking for a whiteboard style font. Is well, it's got to have numbers and some symbols because I'll use those.
And he didn't just pick a different font either, which is funny.
No, well, he has to go for the messy typewriter font.
Well, yes, that's right. He has to go for Courier because he is a screen. This is film. We're talking about film, so he has to use the screenwriter font.
I am a screenwriter.
I am a screenwriter.
Dr. Han.
By how many posts I've seen complaining that the aliens can't get out of a pantry or that boarded up doors don't stop them, and how idiotic that is. This I've never been able to understand.
All right,
Can
so
you not
let's before we
You can understand
that's
it.
exactly what I was going for. Surely you can understand
Even if you think there's an
why this is a
explanation for it.
criticism.
Surely you can understand how intuitive it is.
Yeah,
I
put
mean,
yourself
it
in
goes
my
beyond
shoes.
you. If the whole world had this reaction to signs, it's famous for this.
Yeah, if you don't understand it, that's just a failing on your part to use any like come on, man. Like
It's not.
don't you think that's a reasonable issue to take with,
It's
you
not
know,
hard either, because like imagine okay, Jurassic Park. What is it? One of the things that makes the raptors so dangerous is that they can open doors. So just take that, but kind of do the reverse, and then you see why the problem with the aliens not being able to open doors is a problem.
And we're letting it go. How the fuck did M. Night do his? How did he capture an alien? You know, like what happened in that scenario? Were they battling and it did a thing with the alien jump for him and he like leapt
Well,
back and
he said he found him in there.
what was he?
He was looking for secret herbs and spices. Colonel Sanders' secret herbs and 11 herbs and spices. That's why they're invading Earth, because the chicken on their homeworld is
I'm
very
sorry.
bland.
We need to make this movie where M. Night comes downstairs to make his sandwich, and then he sees the alien sees him, and he goes, "I can explain." And then M. Night fucking closes the door on him.
Oh shit! It locks it.
Like, no, what are you doing? I'm
Because
friendly.
Or is
Like-
the beginning of the war caused because the alien got the KFC, but he took the skin off the chicken?
Yeah.
So they decided it was time to end this
That
civilization.
son of a bitch.
Like, oh, it's so bad for you, but that's where the flavor is. More taste, less filling. Great
Like, at the
taste,
peace
less filling.
talks, they're trying to organize diplomacy and everything, and then they're like, "So, did one of your aliens try to steal this man's food from his pantry?" And they're like, "That was no, that we don't know what. That was a mistake. That was an accident. He would never do that. And besides, you guys chopped his fingers off, so I feel like you're more in the wrong than we are. So, like, just putting it out
Yeah.
there."
And then they're like, well, at least at the chicken council, we can't all agree that thighs are better than breasts, right? And everyone's like, no, we can't agree on that.
No,
That's
yeah.
not something we can agree on.
That would be a whole thing as well.
There's the alien from the damn pantry. He obviously got out. How do you think the aliens got into the house?
Wait, sorry. Let's roll back a bit.
Okay, so yeah.
He's able to
Oh, he's
reverse
going to
the
make it
galaxy.
even worse.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was going to say.
This,
Yeah, this
I've
is
never been able to
terrible.
understand. There's the alien from the damn pantry. He obviously got out.
Right. So,
Okay, so
Yes.
Chris, what do you think the next question's gonna be?
yeah, like, this isn't even something you feel should be said, but he's forced us to. It's like, you
What
can't say he
took
can't get
him
out of the pantry
so
because he did get out of there. You're like, oh.
Hmm. What took him so
Oh,
long?
no, it's retarded.
Why did
Why
it
was
take
he
so
still
long?
there for Mel Gibson to find him in the first place? If I was trapped in a pantry on a foreign alien world I was intent on conquering, then I wouldn't just sit around in a pantry waiting for who knows
Well, so
what I would be waiting for.
got-
I'd be like, no, I'm leaving. I'm breaking the door down because it's not that difficult at all, and I'm leaving.
Generally, two options here. One, his alien friends turned up, opened the thing for him, and was like, dude, like, you gotta stop this happening. And the question remains, how does that stop him? On the other hand, he did break out, and in which case, but why did it take him so long?
Why did it
What's
take so long? Yeah.
I like the
Embarrassing.
idea of his friend showing up, walking up to the door. They're like, dude, are you in there? Yeah.
Well, you know for a fact it would
I
be.
can't
it,
open the
it would-
door.
It would be quiet for about
Yeah.
5 seconds, and then yeah.
And then they're like, "You suck," you know that? I know.
Remember,
Yeah, he
rem-
hesitates letting his friends know he's in there because it's so embarrassing. He's just like, shit, yeah, I gotta tell him.
One
Yeah,
of them
sorry.
grabs 2 pieces of bread from the pantry, puts it on his face.
yeah.
What are you?
Like, remember on
Oh.
Galavalo 7, we got stuff in the Goomba shed? Like, you've done this again? He's like,
And then they said, "You know what this means? You have to wear the clown suit. Here you go. Here's the wig. Here's the little red nose. This is you. You're the clown for today."
it's not
He should
fair.
have that clown suit on in the living room scene.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like, "You're not hurt, are you?" And he's like, "Nah, it's my fingers." It's nothing really.
Your fingers.
How do you think the aliens got into the house when the family was in the basement?
Well, we were told.
I like
Yeah,
how he's saying this like, got you good. Like, come on.
Chris,
What
you're
do you think
highlighting
this
the
makes it
problem.
worse?
All he's done is deftly explained
So they
the
can, but
problem.
they didn't.
Yes,
So
they
he couldn't
can
get out
break
of
the
the
boards, they
pantry
can
because
break
they
through
took the
walls, but
house.
they did not
Yeah.
do so.
At least this is one point. They're like, yeah, if it was before, you'd be like, it's stupid that they can't get through.
Also,
But
why
I
did
guess
he
if they
break
can't
both
get through,
windows?
then, you know.
Well, why couldn't they get through the fucking basement door? You
The
can't
front
tell
door
me.
has one board on it.
Ugh, that was dumb. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, remember it wraps its claws around the bottom of the front door? Why?
Why
It's
would it
good
do that?
visual, but why?
Why
Yeah, it's
why do
weird.
you Mel? Why do you have so much space open on the front of your door to stick your fingers through? That's how you get ants, Mel.
Mel, we got to talk about this. It's basic home security. I don't know.
They busted in. There was literally no reason to be surprised by a living creature taking some time to bust through something with 2 tables stacked against it.
So the question, first of all, I guess, is there's a light source in that pantry. Is there a window? In which case, they know how to break through fucking windows way faster.
I think it'd be safe to assume there is a window if it's a house. Most rooms have windows.
And then, of course, so it's like, so you've decided they are strong enough to break through boarded windows and doors, but they're not strong enough to break through a table wedged against the door. That seems a little bit like, I don't know. It's just you've decided that's how strong they are, / what weapons they have.
Or how long he would have been trying to open the door. How long do you think it should have taken him? Several hours?
Yeah.
It should have probably taken him a minute.
And if it took him several hours to get out, then why didn't it take him several hours to also get into the house?
No, remember, like a pantry door. It's just not gonna. It's not gonna stop a person. It's just a little pantry door. Those hinges, you could just kick them, and they would just come off. They're not designed to keep a human being out by force.
My assumption would be the creatures are much stronger than us, on average, certainly. So, you know, like this answer is wholly unsatisfying.
The light source, though, or did he just turn the light on and then leave? Here you go. Here's a light.
That would be weird.
I'm scared of the dark. I don't like the cornfields either. Actually, I'm not going to tell all my friends because they'll laugh at me. But I'm scared
at that
when we
point,
go to the cornfield.
Yeah,
it's like a missed opportunity because wouldn't you be tempted when you're outside to be like, I'm gonna go look through the fucking window. Here I go. I'm gonna see that thing. It's in there. And then he sees you. You see him, and he's just like, fuck you.
No, actually, no. If the light was on, like, no, I'm sorry. I'm like, why is there a light in the pantry unless you turn the light on?
Well, I assume
no,
there's a window.
I'm saying like, why are the lights on?
Why is it on? Yeah, it would be. It's
Yeah.
bizarre to just have your light in the pantry
in the
always
daytime
on.
as well, if you have the door open.
It
Unless
doesn't-
Why is it always on?
It does not
Well,
look like an artificial light based on
It
like
doesn't,
color
no.
temperature.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It looks like a window, like natural
Does
light
look
coming
like a
in.
window, yeah.
yeah.
I'm just more
Pantry bulb would
confused
probably be a
about this
tungsten
weird-
thing.
Yeah.
'Cause I agree. Pantries don't typically have windows, so this must just be a weird pantry with a window in it.
Funnily enough, because I don't have much experience with everyone's pantries. It's just not some of the. But Google says pantries should have a window, but it's not necessary.
Oh wow!
I would say of all the pantries I've seen, and I've seen a surprising amount actually. Now that I think about it, very few have had windows.
Well, so that's what I would have said. In my experience, pantries typically do not have windows, but
Yeah,
I guess this one
they're
does.
just
Yeah.
like little. They're just like little tiny kitchen closets, and
Yeah, like
they kinda fit
walk-in
'em in wherever
closets
they
for
can,
food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Anyway,
I think I know.
Like,
It's
I feel
odd
like
for a pantry, I think.
Chris's explanation is in aid of the people with the issue. Like he's made it clear why it's an issue.
Yeah.
It's as simple as this. They don't have frickin' laser guns. It's
Yeah, why not? Oh,
That's
they
another
don't
problem,
Well, I don't
Chris.
have laser guns. Yeah, I don't have laser guns, but I could beat down the door of a pantry without much issue if I really wanted to get out.
Didn't
sure,
they
yeah.
try to
Well-
hand wave away the weaponry thing? At some point in the film, doesn't the kid read the book and explain that they wouldn't come in using all of their weapons? They'd use like low scale infiltration tactics and hand to hand, and if they lose, then they will come back with their full force, which I think is the film's attempt to hand wave away the absence of technology like this. It's not at all convincing, but
No.
it does try.
The book says that if they were to use advanced weaponry, then humans would nuke them, and then the planet would be useless to them. As if the nature of using your advanced technology to get the job of harvesting several humans and getting out quickly would trigger a nuclear holocaust. Like, what are you talking about? Why? Why would humans, when a bunch of aliens are going to different areas of the world and cities and houses and stealing people, do you really think that the government's going to be like, well, better nuke everything?
We live here, sir.
Yeah.
It's so dumb, and it's obviously aligned to try and explain why they don't have any advanced weaponry, which is weak, to say the least. But you know what? If you're not allowed to have laser guns, you can at least bring a fucking club, an alien club.
Oh,
yeah, or a crowbar.
Yeah, or like a laser cutter so they can get out of any conceivable
why wouldn't you have,
obstacle
like,
if they
a
need to.
toolkit? Exactly.
Or a spacesuit, technology for locations and communications and blah blah blah
Pants.
blah blah.
Pants are advanced technology.
It's gonna take
Not
some time
not even the Romans wore pants. Come on.
to
some
bust
barbarian
through
shit.
something. I mean, this thing even did it while it was missing 2 fingers.
Why would it not
That
having
doesn't
2
matter,
fingers
you'd
have
use your
any
feet.
impact on either the feet or a shoulder?
You just kick the hinge and it would
Also,
come
I
What do
guess
you
off.
think he's gonna do? Just like hit at it with his hands, like to try and bust.
He's
the
also
door
not
down?
entertained at all that his friends came and let him out of the pantry. I'm surprised by this. They look after him. They'd be like, he hasn't come back after a while. After he went to that pantry, I mean, we should go get him.
Also, I
What a
guess
pantry
does he not
situation with
bleed?
Jim.
Because look at his there's no. It's like his fingers have sealed up, like
Yeah.
like the way that it would look like if you amputated them in a hospital, but then so
I guess that's like a
Healing factor, maybe.
maybe it's just a weird alien thing. Yeah. I don't know.
Another thing, people tend to be like, well, how in the world did that thing find them? Remember, the crop circles were used for navigation. Obviously, they lived really close to Ray Reddy because he drove right to his house. More than likely, that thing.
That could have been 20 minutes. It could have been a 20, 30-minute drive.
Chris, the amount of people that live within the vicinity of. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, there's a whole town of
he
people.
drove. He must be really, really close because he
must be
drove there
close.
in
That is a funny
rural
thing to
America.
say. He drove. Even in a city, people drive like
We
30,
saw
40,
how
50 minutes.
the population of this place is insane. He just was like, it's probably the house next to the side. Why?
Why? Yeah,
Why?
why? If you drive 20 minutes, that could be 20 minutes in any direction and everything that's contained within that.
And it could be way more than 20 minutes. Let's be
Obviously,
real.
yeah,
It's
it could be
longer
more
than
than
that.
more than 20 minutes.
You promised explanations,
Also-
Chris, not questions.
Also, okay, if everyone else is left and he's one of the few wounded remaining, why go to the place they were supposed to attack?
Unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close to Ray Reddy because he drove right to his house. More than likely, that thing headed to the nearest crop circle trying to get back to his race, wasn't able to, and went to the nearest house.
Wait, so it was just an entire coincidence, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, right. Well,
Oh, well, a complaint
Wraps that up.
addressed.
Complaint
Moving on.
addressed.
You,
Yeah.
you did it, Chris.
Here we
Oh,
go.
no, the water.
The water.
Uh-oh.
Complaint number 2, the water. This is the biggest one.
Then maybe you should call it number 1. I know it's a minor thing, but why is it number 2?
Water. Why would aliens come to a planet composed of roughly 70% water? There's water.
You have to complete
Not
the criticism.
necessarily. It's like that might be one question, but the real question is if they are so if they hate water so much, if it kills them, how come they have not taken any steps to protect
Yeah,
themselves?
no precaution or understanding of the nature of the thing that's going to annihilate them on this planet whatsoever. And it's very hard to understand that considering the composition of this planet, which they would obviously have tools to analyze. How could they fucking not?
Well, I mean, considering
look
that we
at
are
it.
not capable of interstellar travel, and we're not capable of just sending people to like Pluto, for instance, but we know a lot about that.
Yeah.
I was about to call it a planet, and I was like, oh wait, no, a dwarf planet.
Whatever it is in your heart. You know?
Yeah.
We know a
whatever
lot
in
about
spirit.
Mars. We've never been to Mars personally.
But you know what? When we eventually go there, we're going to have all kinds of
Yeah,
precautions.
they'll run around naked. Just go.
Yeah. I mean,
So
humans
the,
have a variety of hazard suits for beekeeping or radioactive material or whatever the fuck. They can't just bring a fucking
Bees don't even
waterproof
kill us,
suit.
but we still
Yeah.
wear full suits to
Well,
protect us
a
from
sufficient
bees.
number of bees can get you, right?
I guess enough bees, yeah. Can
Yeah.
Get you.
I
Not
think
the bees.
that's not the
Oh
bees,
yes,
indeed.
the bees. Oh yes, the bees.
But go on, let's hear it. What has he got?
Roughly 70% water. There's water in the air. What if it rained? I have a large amount of theories about this. For one,
Okay.
it's possible that these
I have a large amount of theories.
a
about
large-
this.
Um,
It's funny.
They are quite large in size.
I have a large amount of theories.
I have a
funny thing
large
to say.
theory. I have a large number of theories, and the theories are very large themselves.
Well, he has a large amount of theories. Large amount.
creatures
be
had
both?
never encountered water before in their entire lifespan. I mean, imagine
That
that we
seems unlikely. There is
I don't believe that.
there is a surprising abundance of water in the on
I
planets.
think that even if I entertain that this is
Or
the
rather-
first encounter they have with water, which is so hard to believe in terms of the composition of just creatures and the universe, even still, there's plenty of like elements that we may not have encountered, but we can analyze from a distance. I don't see why this is.
Well, I
why
mean,
would they
we-
even
you know,
go on a fucking foot excursion naked into a planet without first collecting
to a planet
samples
where
or
they don't know
analyzing
anything.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if we went to Mars, you know, whenever that happens, if it happens, we're not going there, like, unaware of what that planet is like and how we need to deal with being on that planet.
One
Like all
over,
of
we
the
actually
forces,
we
for
target
example.
a planet specifically because of what it has on it. Like you study
Yeah.
it in order to find out what's on it, in order to work out whether it's worth going. You don't sit there
Yeah.
like a billion light years away saying, "I wonder what all that blue shit is." Oh fuck it, let's go find out. And you
Yeah,
just
like,
land,
wait,
immediate contact with the atmosphere, and you burn to death. That's
Yeah.
just dumb.
It'd just be like if we went to Venus, like, I'm sure this will go swimmingly, and then just step out. Like,
Don't say
Well,
that
by the
word.
way, this is why it fucking annoys me in Prometheus. It's worse in Alien Covenant. But they're like, oh, this atmosphere has oxygen or whatever. It's like they just take the mask off. It's like there's a lot of different things that could still affect you that you don't know yet. You can't just decide to
Exactly.
do that.
Maybe they have
Oh.
airborne chlamydia. You don't know.
I mean, kinda. And you know, that's the thing with these aliens. I would expect them to do what we do: drones or sample robots, any kind of anything sent in to
and then
just.
rovers and stuff like that. The idea that you would just go naked to a planet without any awareness of its composition or what could potentially be toxic to you is insane.
It's very convenient for your
That's
horror
the thing.
drama, but it's nonsense. So you know, do better. That's the note.
I mean, imagine that we discover a faraway inhabited planet. It's
Okay.
entirely plausible to assume that there would be unknown elements on the surface that could possibly be toxic to us.
Right.
Yeah, that's why
Perhaps-
we wouldn't go there.
Sure. That's why when we exit the spacecraft, assuming we couldn't analyze it from a distance, right, with our instruments and tools, we wouldn't go out stark naked and just like hope for the best.
This
Nope.
is really bad.
Yeah, so
This is
far.
really
Shouldn't we put on the suits? Nope.
No,
We're going-
Nah.
that's
we're
just
doing
what
it
they'll
raw.
expect.
Yeah.
We're gonna go out naked and wriggle around on the ground like worms.
They won't expect a bunch of doinking aliens.
The general's like, send the Doink Squad. They go in first.
Perhaps something that our technology isn't able to discover or warn us about.
It's
But remember-
water.
It's the most abundant substance on the surface of the
On the
planet that you
planet.
can identify. What do you mean? Like, just get anywhere. You
And
collect.
this is, of course, assuming that they had never encountered water before, which seems unlikely.
But you just the
I
drone
find
comes
it,
in.
I
It
just find it
selects.
unbelievable.
It
I
selects
don't
samples. They
believe
take it back to the ship, and they're like, "Holy fuck! This toxic fucking substance is horrific to anything we tested on that relates to our basic biology." Wow, that's crazy, and the whole planet is filled with it. We shall call
Let's
it,
go somewhere
you know,
else.
death murder juice.
The guy on the radio said, they didn't
What?
come here for our planet. They came here for us.
Uh-huh.
It's entirely
Yeah, but
possible these
if we go to
We're
Mars,
like
we're not going there
90%.
for any.
Yeah, do they
living
not
being
know
in
our
particular, but, like,
composition?
we still want to learn about.
Yeah,
what
we're
the
like
planet's
we're like
Yeah, the people are-
90% water or whatever.
It's
Yeah.
we're an absurdly
I don't-
large amount of water. I don't know if it was 90, it's
I
like
don't know if
70, right? But
90%. I thought it was 80 or
To
70.
the point,
Yeah.
well, it's to the point where in other like science fiction stories and stuff, humans are like jokingly referred to as like sacks of water, like
Yeah.
water sacks.
meat bags.
Yeah,
we're
meat
all-
bags, water sacks, the whole thing because of our composition.
And of course,
Exactly.
we haven't even spoken about just the fact that there is water in the air.
Yes,
there's
the
that
moment
too.
they opened up the
So-
spacecraft, their skin should have
They
started
want-
instantly to become irritated and burning.
They want to harvest us for our materials, yet they are unaware that the vast majority of the material they would harvest from us is entirely toxic to them, to the point where they don't even recognize it. That makes sense.
So would you
Mhm.
not like pick one person up just to run a couple of tests to make
Yeah.
sure that they don't piss acid or cry like death juice? None of that.
Guys, yeah. Where's the scout ship that's like, all right, we're just gonna check it out and make sure there's not water everywhere, because you know how we feel about that.
I am shocked that he thinks that this is a compelling argument. Well, hey, maybe they didn't know.
Well, I mean, maybe
they
they're
have
retarded.
retarded.
spaceships and they traverse the galaxy.
Maybe they're retarded is a common defense, but I don't think we're going to be doing it for interstellar travelers, you know? I just don't think that's going to work out.
Well, it's just we can't travel to other planets with ease. really, I mean, we haven't traveled to another planet. We've only been to the moon with people. Like, and we know a lot about our planets and our solar system.
Yeah, we know what's on the surface
And
of
we had never
planets. A lot of the
set foot
makeups
on
of the the
any of them,
atmosphere and
except for Earth
the
and the
surface.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know this.
And we can't travel to these places with relative ease.
I wish they mentioned on the news reports in the movie how retarded the aliens are once they leave.
Yeah.
They seem to be quite dull.
Luckily, the greatest enemy of the aliens was their own stupidity,
The aliens were more retarded than we expected.
and than we could have ever imagined.
If you're really scared of the end, just run a bath and sit in it, and they cannot touch you. It's like you are safe if you're in a shower, for example. Like you can't be touched if you're in water. It's just, and also then it like reinvites the other criticism, which is that if they are only here to harvest us, then why the fuck would they reveal themselves over major population centers? Why not just grab people from like isolated farms or like little villages and mountain people? Like none of it makes sense. Even if you think you can answer the problem by saying, oh, but they're not here for the planet, they're here for us. Okay, but then why are they being so retarded in the way they try and get us?
I don't know,
Yep.
man. It's maybe they're retarded.
You know, you can grab people before you make the crop circles.
No, well, you can't do that. You need the crop circles to navigate.
Yeah, otherwise you get lost.
You know, at this
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
I actually think
What's
this
the
movie
point
would
of
be
finding
more
people if you're
coherent
lost afterwards?
if the crop circles were a coincidence. That wasn't even the aliens. They're like, I don't know what that is. That's someone else.
That was just two guys from down the road.
Yeah, that was the
Or if it
Wolfington
was
brothers.
just like or if it was some sort of an honorific / religious symbol that they just do. It's like, yes, on the worlds we conquer, we burn the symbol of our god of war onto the crops of the enemy before we take you.
Or rags. There was a whole other alien race invading at exactly the same time, and they did that. And they were like, oh shit, you guys had already invaded. Okay, well, we can
That's
wait.
a good premise for a movie where coincidentally two aliens that hate each other also want to conquer Earth.
Yeah,
So it's mostly just them fighting with each other while we just like,
yeah, we could be like, do you guys want to sort this out between you two first? The other two are like, no, you two first. No, you two first. It's like,
No.
fucking...
We'll get to you. We'll get to you. Just let mommy and daddy, I need to sort something out. Okay.
Came here for us. It's entirely possible that these aliens have absolutely zero interest in Earth. They only want...
We are water too. We are of Earth.
We are
Whether or not they have
shockingly watery.
in Earth, it doesn't matter. They must have an interest in Earth because they got to go there to get the people. They need to know what the environment is like and if it's hazardous and toxic to them.
I don't understand how they're so familiar with human biology, but not at all familiar with Earth's composition. What? How does that make sense?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't work.
want to harvest us. Why? Does it matter? What else did we learn in that radio scene? That they retreated so fast they left their wounded behind. This shows the creature's desperation. This shows they more than likely had no idea what they were walking into.
Yeah,
and are
that's the
That is the
criticism.
problem. Yes.
That's the
problem.
criticism.
You can't
Congratulations.
explain it by repeating it. That's what it is.
possibly a race in dire need of survival, looking for some last resort. Remember the Brazilian video? The camouflaged creature cowering in the bushes.
When you declared that he was scared.
Well,
Wasn't cowering. You made that up. You made it up that he was
made that
if
up,
he was
but
cowering, he wouldn't have.
And you was talking
Just
about how it's
like,
going to be like
hey.
really important to explain the criticism. So as he said that this is evidence they were spooked and didn't know what they were doing, which is part of the criticism still. It's not an explanation.
Alone? My guess is that thing is terrified. It's completely separated from the group. Perhaps he's watched his friends all die as they were exposed to the atmosphere for an extended...
That doesn't make this better. It makes it worse.
Then
Yeah.
leave.
Then
Then
leave.
go.
However you got down, get back up.
period of time. My point is, this entire movie is told from the perspective.
Also, hang on a minute. This happened before they engaged the attack.
Yep.
Way before.
So what?
It's
They
almost,
got
like, weird that
information
they're
of all
down
of their
here.
friends dying from the exposure to the materials of this planet, and then they were like, well, let's just go anyway. And then they had massive losses, and so they're like, well, this hasn't worked out,
Yeah.
guys.
A
Well, that'll be
classic
his
case
argument
of, well, that won't
here,
happen
though.
to me.
Like his argument here will be, oh, it's only from our perspective. So we looked at it and we saw them preparing for an invasion, but what they were actually was like scared shitless because all their friends had been rained to death.
It is kind of funny. You're walking across a road, one of them steps in a puddle, and their foot just fucking falls off. He's like, ah, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
Jesus.
They
Brazil's
just keep
pretty.
dissolving into it until it's like their head, and then they just like disappear
He's like,
into
help.
it.
It
Brazil's
doesn't
a
matter,
pretty.
yeah, if it's 10 feet or 1 inch. They'll just sink into it instantly either way.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about Brazil, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty wet as far as places go.
Nah.
Well,
made
even
that
like
up.
wherever you go, like in the morning dew means you just can't go anywhere. Like fog. Fog is like an acid cloud.
Yeah.
My point is, this entire movie is told from the perspective of one family. The information that the audience gets is as limited as what they get. I'm sure if this was a film that was directed like Independence Day, which in its own right is a really fun movie, showing countries all over the world, the suspense would have instantly ended when they show a place that has.
Well, to be clear, this shows countries all over the world as well. We get the perspectives of like the family in the Brazil, right? Like that's their perspective. The whole video is them in their perspective.
Mhm. And there's 2 or 3 news reports as well, which is not just the perspective of this family. That is the information being like given to this family, but it's so limited because the film can't accommodate any perspective, which includes inquiry. So like they can't actually have news reports telling the family things that we would reasonably have deduced by that point. Because if they did, then the film wouldn't work. But that requires humans to deliberately not contact them, not like pick up the radio waves, not examine what the ships are, not fly up to examine them, not do anything, and just to relay what they've picked up from home videos in Brazil, which is dumb.
I would also put forth that if he's saying there's a whole bunch of information we could have access to that would make this all make sense, I'd be like, so as it stands, it doesn't make sense. And then he would be like,
Yeah.
no, just about POV, okay? And I'd be like, no, we
My
don't have
POV is that
enough.
this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we don't have the information they provided us either doesn't comport with other information they provided us, or it's insufficient to support like the ways that the film unfolds, which is a failure of the story. And the fact that this is one of the most famously made fun of movies for a small error, or rather a detail that just unravels the entire thing. It reminds me of Looper, or I'm trying to think of like...
what? Where it's that you can't get away with killing people in the future. That's why you got to send them back in time to kill them. But the entire plot happens because someone got killed in the future.
Yeah, like it feels like it's just this silly oversight. Like how did that happen? You missed that? Like,
well, it's like they removed basically the worst possible Jenga block.
yeah,
And you're like, it won't matter if I move this, yeah, and then the whole thing just falls down.
Yeah,
in
and
front
Not
of them.
that one.
then the film itself is like, don't think about it. And you're like, well, but you practically asked me to think about it yourself. You're the one that told me about it. Like, why?
I'm just listening to what you're telling me.
Yeah.
I'm here to watch the movie, and this is what you're telling me. What am I supposed to think? You said this. I remembered it. I was listening when you told me this.
I'm sure if this was a film that was directed like Independence Day, which in its own right is a really fun movie, showing countries all over the world, the suspense would have instantly ended when they show a place that happens to be raining. Now,
That's the fucking filmmaker's
That's
problem
the
to
problem
solve.
with the story. Yeah,
Problem with
you
the
need to fix that shit. Just don't show the things that don't make sense. An interesting strategy, Christopher Stuckman.
That is unironically a lot of bad writer's strategy. Just don't show the things that don't make sense.
Yeah, just show the.
Well, don't show the
No, don't look over
repercussions
there,
of
don't
your
look over
story,
there.
because it would be too
Yeah.
silly and
Stay on the
sad.
guided lines. Stay on the guided lines.
Now, yes, Ray Reddy's character said it seemed like they were avoiding water, but remember this, you can't make a crop circle in water.
Where do you even begin?
I don't know why. What
like
relevance
legitimately,
is
where do you begin with that? What, you
Ugh.
can't make a crop circle in water, so
that? So what?
so you can't make a crop circle in pudding. What am I supposed to do with this information?
Well, the aliens must not like pudding.
I guess that's their
I mean,
weakness.
the aliens weren't stupid enough to land in the water itself, you know? Like, they...
I love the use of the word remember there. Like, I can't tell if it's intentionally condescending or not.
What's it like?
Remember, you can't do it in water because water doesn't behave.
It's the meme
like
from
that.
earlier. It's like they also can't do it in lava. I guess that's their weakness. Like, what? Well,
Yeah.
Which is what they were using as a navigation system. All of this is subjective, which is the whole point.
no, it's
What?
the opposite of that.
No,
We're
it's
describing
not
the events as they
Opposite,
happen.
Yeah. This is independent of us. This is just the events of the film. This is just the information. If we all drop dead for whatever reason, that would still be the facts of the matter.
Just using his own example, it is not subjective that you cannot make crop circles in a place with no crops. I mean, that's just objective.
Like, obviously, if your opinion differs, if you think you can, that's your opinion.
I can make crop circles on sand if I want to, all right? But
Yeah,
I just
fuck
didn't
you.
because it's subjective.
It's about the terror and confusion of one family trying to deal with this situation, which is why this film is all the more affecting and relatable. Lastly, how long were...
That was a...
Okay.
we just jumped into that
Just
point.
give up. That's just giving up. That's just giving up. Well, no, it's about this, so nothing
It's
else
about
matters.
family,
But I'll
and that's what's
defend
so
those
powerful
things.
about it.
I'll defend the things that don't matter, but they don't matter. But I will defend them because they matter. But they
Also,
don't
it's
matter.
subjective.
You even feel compelled.
Also, it's subjective. But it doesn't matter. But it does.
Yeah, he
But-
gave up in the span of like 2 sentences. It's really funny. Pro tip for anyone who's working on any sort of work of fiction, right? There are things you can leave open that you don't need to give exact specifics on, if you're focusing on the perspective of characters that don't have all the information. But it needs to be plausible either way, right? This may seem obvious, but there's no way to make sense of the water thing. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, well, there must be something explaining it that we just don't see. Like, there's
I mean,
no...
if you're gonna have gaps in your fiction, you got to be able to slot some conceivable logic in there, like even if it's not,
I
stated
mean, even such
explicitly.
that the vast majority of the movie-going audience finds it acceptable, as opposed to this becomes a famous flaw for the film.
Yeah.
If there's a reasonable interpretation of how this all works, I'm dying to hear it, Chris. Don't just tell me it's subjective.
Oh yeah, don't just tell us that there's versions of this film where it would be explained. It's like, well, give us an example. What is the explanation?
Exactly.
were the aliens actually on Earth? Okay, so the movie starts out with the family discovering the crop circle. Then all the crap starts to go down. From that scene to when the aliens leave the planet at night, only 3 days pass. I think people tend to miss this. In the course of 3 days, the aliens arrive on Earth and likely send out a few scouts, like the one we saw on the roof.
Scouts to do what?
I don't even...
Stand on a roof?
Why wouldn't they have technology to do what these scouts are doing?
Can you see better from the roof than you can your spaceship?
If they're capable of traveling across space, they can build spaceships. Why can't they build drones? Or
Why can't they build a
rovers?
fucking camera?
Why don't you just fly around in your spaceship? You're already landing, like you're parked above their cities. So who cares if they see you? Just fly around and look at stuff. Fuck it.
And like,
And I mean, if they are so unfamiliar with the concept of water, then surely an ocean existing would be stunning to the point that they'd be like,
we need to
"Man, we should probably
rethink
like
this.
look into this and figure out what this is."
Yeah.
Yeah. The acid vapor is going to be everywhere in
I
the
also like-
air, everywhere we go.
This is the thing. This in isolation, we talked about the things we like about it, but in retrospect, it's just like, what is the alien doing here? Like, he's like, I'm gonna watch them as they sleep to collect
Yeah.
information. It's like, what?
Just standing up here being a spooky man.
Just doinking.
Exactly. They're just doinking around.
Doinking
Hey, we
around.
doinking.
I would like to see him get
doinking.
off the roof. He's just like, how the fuck am I going
I'd like to see him get off too. He seems stressed.
It was like the Santa Claus movie where Mel Gibson sees him and he goes, whoa, 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 slips off the thing. He slowly crawls
the
into the
Kronk
cord,
thing.
like, don't see me, he's not seeing me, he doesn't see me. Oh, fuck.
Then more are sent in a desperate attempt to salvage anything they can. Then they get the hell out of there as fast as possible, even leaving their wounded behind. This is why I'm always surprised at the absurd amount of complaints involving water. It's very obvious that this race of creatures is immensely desperate and possibly even scared, scrounging for whatever they can.
But that wouldn't change if they were immensely desperate and they just couldn't leave. They had to stay no matter what. Then why would they leave after the water? If they're that desperate, you can't leave. You got to stick to it.
So we're looking at a species that was hyper advanced and said to themselves, we've got only the material left in our spaceships that we're zooming around in space with. We've got nothing basically except the ability to travel to one planet. Let's try this Earth one. I don't know. Let's the best of luck. Zoom. Here we are. Let's go down and get some stuff because oh god, we're about to die. Oh geez, these humans have water. Oh, let's get. Oh, it's over, guys. We're fucked. It's like what?
It's a real shame, man.
I guess they ran out of everything to the point where they were like reduced down to the equivalent of the Stone Age aliens. You know what I mean? Like they're just naked.
But leaving must be an option for them because they leave.
Well, yeah.
Like it's not they're not so desperate that they have to get something from this mission. They send Bob down, and Bob gets down, and it's like, oh well, this planet has water on it, and the people piss water, and they drink water, and like everything's water, and it's shit. We can't do this.
This planet was designed by the gods to keep us out.
You don't send more Bobs out of desperation,
Yeah.
and then recall the Bob so you can run away somewhere else to do this. Like that ordering of events doesn't make sense. You don't commit more resources out of desperation if you are resource strapped and you know you're getting nothing. That's just dumb. Mind you, they are dumb, so maybe that is what they would do.
Well, and he hasn't really addressed the question of, like, even in day one, they would have been rained on. They're all over the Earth. So
He even showed the comment where somebody basically said that. Like,
that's what I'm saying. He
they
hasn't
didn't go
addressed it.
anywhere
He's just said they're desperate. It's like, well,
It
What
just
makes-
doesn't seem to align with the way that they conduct themselves throughout the film. This is just cope.
Yep.
This movie scary to me is that it focused on one family and their plight throughout this situation. Since we know as little as they know, it's terrifying. Everything I just said really isn't the point of this film, however. The movie isn't about aliens or invasion, it's about faith.
He's really done every possible, like, you know, low-level sort of just dismissal argument possible. So like, here are the raw counters that don't make sense. Here are some speculation counters that definitely don't make sense and aren't a part of the film at all. Also, you don't need counters, just so you know. Also, it's subjective. Also, it's not what the film is about. It's like, okay. I feel like you're holding way too many counter arguments that do not coexist at all.
We're just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks.
That's how it feels, yeah.
Losing it and regaining it. It's about a family figuring out how to work again, and I find that extremely moving.
I would if it were well executed. It's mostly kind of meh.
Yeah, but that was just family figuring out how to work again. It's like, well, they didn't seem that bad off. Like, even
I
at the
mean,
beginning
take
of the movie,
Bo,
it
for
seemed like they were getting along
example.
pretty well.
Her, as he described it, like, contribution to the unity of the family was being like, ew, the water tastes gross.
I'm gonna leave my shit out.
Yeah.
So if Mel was like a normal person and he said you can't leave endless glasses of water half full around the house everywhere that you go, like this is unacceptable. I will beat the shit out of you. You keep doing this. Then it's like, well, then the final bit of the movie doesn't happen if he was just a responsible parent, which is an interesting part of the theme.
If I see one more glass, I'm gonna get that bat and I'm gonna swing away.
I'm gonna swing.
He's like, he sees one more glass. He's like, Meryl, hit her. He's like, what? He's like, hit her right now. Hit her hard. He's got to learn someday. But yeah, as someone brought up as well, it's like, Chris, though, about the it's about faith. It's just, does that excuse the alien story being nonsense? Is that what you're suggesting? Because of course, if he were like, well, somewhat, it'd be like, so then decide. Do you think it's nonsense or not?
Well, surely it undermines the idea of faith if essentially the characters are saved through the incompetence of the aliens rather than like divine miracles.
And since water is a universal symbol of holiness and purification, it makes sense that Knight would choose that as the thing that washes the evil away.
I understand it, but like
the symbolism can be stupid.
Washes the evil away.
It's also the reason that the water is all left around is that the girl says it's contaminated, not that it's pure. So like even if it is the idea that he's going with holy water as this cleansing instrument, the setup for it is fundamentally misunderstood because it's only left around because it's supposed to be dirty.
This is commentary on M. Night Shyamalan's libertarian opinions on what the government does to our drinking water. Okay? It's really kind of a...
It's the fluoride that did it.
I'm telling you, I make no claims.
The aliens analyze the water. They discover the fluoride.
Holy.
And the aliens are like, their government puts drugs in their water. Oh my god, that's horrifying. I can't believe it. It's like, yeah, I know. We should save them from their awful government. We should get them out of there.
Their government dilutes their acid? That's awfully kind of them.
Be funny if it's
Sign-
actually the fluoride that's damaging.
Yeah,
people,
they're like, they
it's not
poisoned
the
their
water.
water.
An army of dentists come out.
And one of them disagrees. Remember, it's always 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10 dentists come out and fight the aliens.
Always
They
9 there
specifically
are.
show
No
one
more, no
refusing to
less.
fight, yeah.
They have like they have there's 10 spots, there's 9 in a row, but there's a very conspicuous gap between 2 of them.
There is a 10th dentist. Everyone's like, why aren't you a part of this? He's like, I'm just not, I have been convinced by it. My opinion is different from the other 9. That's
I
how I
support
feel.
the other brand.
Yes. Oh no, we're on the home stretch and I have to reload again.
Yeah, this is the end. No more arguments.
Oh, is there? Because I
No,
froze.
that would be my guess. The part that played, it's just talking about, oh yeah, signs are really important to me. So I think I'm starting to realize, oh, we're done with arguments. It's over.
Well, give me a second.
Unfortunately, yeah,
I'll
he's got
reload.
less than a minute to go, so who knows what he's gonna say.
Un momento. Apparently my it's Chrome, I think. I'm gonna blame Chrome anyway.
That's fair enough. While you're doing that, we have a chat summary that was submitted recently. The chat is about a new movie that seems to have plot holes that are frustrating many viewers. The main topic seems to revolve around the illogical use of a pantry door.
You know what? That's 100% accurate.
This YouTube live chat is discussing a movie about aliens who break into a suburban house and steal all the food from the pantry while the family is hiding in the basement.
Might have something to do with the 10 million pantry titles that people are coming up with.
The aliens break in and steal all their food.
Well, they hide in the basement. They're like, "Oh, he's gonna get us." And he's upstairs and he's just stuffing animal crackers into his pockets and like oregano. It's just grabbing leaves of it.
My
It's
God.
like, ooh, potatoes. Ooh, yum. Yeah, you don't have to refrigerate, really. He takes them.
So the impression I get is the film creates a very satisfying atmosphere for a lot of people, and so they feel the need to try and make sense of the aliens instead of just being like, guys, we could just admit it. It's okay.
Yeah.
I've almost got it back. Hang on.
And what an odyssey you're going on to just try and
I know.
get the watch together working again.
Like I said, I'm almost certain it's Chrome. I've heard nothing but complaints from all the people who host streams about Chrome and even StreamYards and then OBS and stuff. It's just things not working as great as they often would. Who's to say what exactly is going on? Loading up Watch Together again was doing its like, I'm not sure about this loading screen.
You're not making fun of Chris, are you? I've seen how you treat him.
Oh, hey, man. Maybe Shelby Oaks will be quite inspired by Signs.
Ooh, yeah.
You know, you could probably get Mel
Maybe the
Gibson
woman
now.
will be defeated by water. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he shouldn't get Mel Gibson. People would be like, wow, how could you? And he'd be like, oh, no. All right. This is probably
Symbol
good
of
enough.
holiness and purification, it makes sense that Night would choose that as the thing that washes the evil away. Signs is the reason I'm talking to you guys about movies today. I owe the film a lot of thanks. Thanks so much, guys, for watching this review.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
That
Thanks a
was
lot, Signs. We owe you
worth
we owe you a lot of
it.
thanks, Signs.
That's
Really
it.
appreciate that.
Again, I
That
just want to
sucked.
stress, analyzed and explained.
No, it was mostly described.
You know,
In what
we
little-
go into way more
Well-
depth, and I usually name these like we chat about or we, break down.
This was a pretty deep and meaningful discussion about like Signs. Like we talk about this a lot and its failures and its successes and what it's trying to do, what it could have done better, potential changes. I mean, I think we give Signs a very fair shake. Fairer than he does.
Yeah, you would think that we liked it more than him in terms of how much it's clearly had an effect on us, but really it's more of a matter of I just wanted to represent the film properly, and I had lots of things to say about it, and I think you guys were similar.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to doing more analyzed reviews in the future. I hope you enjoyed this, and if you like Signs, I hope you like it a little bit more now. And if there were some things you were maybe confused about,
No. I don't
Why? How could I possibly like it more now? How?
If anything, you said like, yeah, you didn't do it justice.
Oh,
And also
maybe
your
I didn't
defenses of it
notice.
were stupid.
Maybe I didn't notice that veterinarian was written on his mailbox, so maybe there's that, and now I like the movie now. Like, what have you added to it?
I mean, he did describe most of what happened, so if you were looking at your phone or if you missed some of it, you'd now know more about what
That's
happened.
true. If I was half watching it on a second monitor, then maybe I would like it more now.
I wish they did that name thing we were talking about earlier with the veterinarian, where it's like Victor Veterinarian on the mailbox.
Victor Veterinarian.
Harriet Arbinger. How could you do that?
I hope this maybe cleared it up for you. And maybe, just
Samuel Urgin.
maybe, if you were annoyed by the water thing, you're not as annoyed by it now. Because trust me, I understand. It's a little weird, it's a little different, but the movie really
It's a little different.
Yeah.
Being retarded is not different. Trust me, there's a lot of films that like to do it.
You're in good company.
about that. Also, let me know in the comments below other films you would like me to analyze in this fashion. Guys, thanks so much for watching, and if you like this, you can click right here and get stuckmanized.
Oh, he said it.
Yeah.
He's got a tiny gun.
I kind
He
of
does
am
a little bitty
stunned,
gun.
like by how vacuous that was.
That was really empty. It's even going back 10 years. Like, that was really bad.
I don't feel like I learned anything.
1.4 million views on that.
I don't know why. Like, there's nothing in it, but you know, we got to have chats about stuff. It is more than time to express to you folks, since probably not going to do it in the form of watching a video because we're already at 6.5 hours, but at least to explore with you a theory which kind of set me on wanting to talk about science in the first place. But we'll see what you think. The theory goes that in the world of signs in the film, they were never attacked by aliens. They were attacked by demons from below, and they arrived to attack violently and to do whatever they wanted to ravage humanity. And that when they were beaten back by things like holy water and other appropriate religious iconography that may be alluded to by the they said a primitive way of backing them off.
Baseball bats?
They all they all retreated back into the depths that they came. It is a movie about faith and God, and that these are like, it was a mistake to think these were aliens when they were in fact demons from below.
Where did the demons get their spaceships from?
Well, so the explanations I've seen are like, there are no spaceships. People just thought there were because they were just lights. But this is an explicit reference to crafts like several times moving, leaving, and there's the bird that flew into one. I don't understand how we're arguing that all the what I'm saying is that
So all the indication of airborne craft was a distraction set up by the demons to make
could
them
be
think.
demon.
Let's make them think
Yeah,
they're
Satan
aliens.
himself did that as a distraction to test our
Listen,
faith, kind of like the dinosaurs.
Demons don't want to walk, so you know, they
Yeah,
have
demons made
buses
some
and stuff.
spaceships.
Yeah, they don't want to get. Yeah, you want to get tired by the time you're on the above world.
So when you're listening into demon conversations, what you need a baby monitor, and you need to get up high in order to listen to the demons that are coming up from below you.
Demons come from above. Demons come from above.
It's
We learned this
just
with
like
Zack Snyder.
Snyder told us.
He was right.
They just drive up in a big drill like the mole man from Incredibles. What's his name? The Underminer.
The Underminer. Yeah.
So,
The Underminer.
Bo and the mum are supposed to.
I don't like
be
water. Keep it away. From
partially
me.
like angelic. They're supposed to like the dream slash premonition information that's supposed to represent that they have an angelic influence on the life of Mel Gibson. They're supposed to represent like the average person and their struggle with faith. And I appreciate the attempt to make signs make sense, but I'm sorry, I don't think the references match that it's demons whatsoever. And to be honest with you, it's not holy water just because it's in the house of a priest, right? It needs to be blessed, I thought.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, like when a
Absolutely.
priest is at home and he needs to wash his dishes and he turns on the tap. It's not like he's sanctifying.
Well,
all
especially,
the
and he's
plates
a
and
former
bowls
priest.
and-
He's a former. He gave it up.
Also, he's a former priest.
That
Yes.
should count for something, yeah.
And There's also, as Platoon mentioned earlier, the girls going on and on about how the water's contaminated. So
Yeah, that's kind
That's
of hard
weird
to.
if it's like it's contaminated, but it's actually like blessed.
Well, can you bless the sink and then anything that comes out of it is going to be blessed?
Maybe that's
imagine
what
not.
fluoride is, right? Fluoride is actually just a bunch of priests blessing all of the water.
Cavity begun.
And remember, she said that the water was contaminated in that bookstore. Did they have holy water as well?
No.
Or are we simply arguing water is enough on its own? It's just that demons just hate water because it's wholly related. I will say the demon
No.
theory explains a lot of their retardation, somewhat, because demons can just be creatures going, blah, 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 I'm gonna get you, but yeah. So you know, it's
Maybe that's Shyamalan's genius. He incorporated a twist that wasn't even revealed.
That's the other thing is like Chris Stuckman's favorite film of all time, but he hasn't even entertained that theory. He's strictly on it's aliens. So not to say that's evidence of anything in particular. I'd be curious to see what. I would hope he wouldn't just say that's an interesting theory. I would hope he'd be like, does that line up? I don't know, maybe. She's part demon. Yeah, and you'd think a demon could escape a pantry still.
Yeah.
It's a shitty
Yeah.
Like, you could open up like a hole into hell, like right in the pantry, and just jump into it.
How do demons get stuck in a pantry? It would just repeat all of the same questions, really. Add a few extras. Yeah. I don't know. It's and so that I guess that sort of brings us into conclusion. Signs. It's a film.
It's a mixed bag. I'm still just I am surprised by how little I gained from that video.
No, and especially considering how long it was.
Like as somebody, I don't consider myself to be particularly like knowledgeable on signs. You know,
yeah,
it's not that important a film to me. But I don't feel like I learned anything. I feel like I got a recap of the film, and then man, this was so good. Anyway, so the next scene is this, and then like right at the end for a couple of minutes, really feeble responses to what we all recognize as just obvious flaws with the film.
I would just expect more if this is his favorite movie or one of them.
Or one of the most important movies of his life. I thought I'd learn something.
There's so little discussion of the actual craft, considering this is the movie that made him want to get into making movies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You would think he would talk more specifically about just filmmaking techniques.
Well, there's so little use of like there's behind the scenes docs for Signs. I know there are because I remember watching one, but he didn't use much footage from any of that, nor any commentary from them. Audio commentary information. Did he not gather any insights from M. Night talking about making it?
I think he made one mention of a deleted scene at one point, I think, and that was just to dismiss it because obviously it wasn't in the movie, so it was the right call not to be in the movie. But that was the only time I remember.
Yeah. This video is 10 years old, long before he became a bland "this is movie film" reviewer. Yeah, but I don't think that this is
when he was good. That's quite depressing.
I will say this video is better than what he makes these days, but yeah, it's not fantastic. And it's especially weird being that this isn't a random film he reviewed. This is the number one, or at least number one in some vein.
What a shame.
A little bit. But hey, you know, I'm glad a lot of people enjoy Signs for the atmosphere it creates. I just wish the script were a lot tighter. And I don't know. I guess it's cool that he got to make like I find M. Night more interesting as the I'm gonna make some shit person than Snyder. But maybe those two should be kept in the same sort of comparison at this point. I don't think people are ready to reduce Snyder down to M. Night, but give it another few Rebel Moons. I think we'll be there.
Well, there's a bit of overlap there for me, actually, because I like Dawn of the Dead. And ever since then, it's just I've not liked anything he's made.
I'm back.
The overlap being that Shyamalan made Sixth Sense, and then since then it's just been downhill.
That's kind of funny because when you say that, I'm thinking about who do I respect more, and I says, well, it's probably Shyamalan.
Oh, between who and who? Shyamalan and who?
And Snyder.
Shyamalan.
Yeah, probably. I would say.
I think M. Night for me. Yeah. Because I was
There
gonna
is like
say,
artistry to this that isn't cringe or immature. Like there are things in this that are well executed. There are some interesting shots and there are some interesting ideas and there is some good execution of some stuff. I mean, it's not a meritless movie, and from what I hear, he's made some like legitimately good movies. Because all Snyder seems to make is terrible shit.
I
well,
think he's
and
good at conceiving sort of horrific images and translating that
Well, yeah,
to
of his
film on
movies.
occasion. Yeah. His filmmaking is truly horrifying. No, that's I do like aspects of what he does.
I
Well,
remember Signs being
there
the
you go.
transition movie for me with M. Night, though. It was I really loved Unbreakable and Sixth Sense, and then Signs I was like, not sure what I'm thinking about that one. And then The Village, I remember being like, okay, that was silly. What the fuck?
And then The Happening. Well, that wasn't next, but
The
damn,
Village
man.
The Village is one of those movies that exists in this place in my mind where I don't know anything about it whatsoever, but I've just like heard it pop up every once in a while as a thing he's done that's a wonky weird movie.
It's
And I have no idea what it's about, other than I assume a village. But
it's hugely about the twist at the end, which is what I assume many people may or may not know. But if you don't know, I'll leave it vague.
I have no clue. I don't
Um,
know anything about the village.
I still think Village is probably going to be much stronger than The Happening or After Earth. You know,
Just a second.
we do that. That will inevitably be covered on EFAP movies. The Happening. Just a
What?
second.
No.
No. Truly brilliant. Well, I suppose that brings us to the end of the stream.
Yeah, I mean that was a good, hearty, almost 7-hour discussion.
Bet you guys didn't see that
about
coming. You know, like,
signs.
in
You
the
didn't see the
midst
signs.
of the Acolyte releasing, to the horror of the universe, you're like, oh yeah, let's talk about that 2002 movie from M. Night Shyamalan. Why not? Yeah.
You get it all here. You get it all here on every frame of pause. We cover it all, top to bottom, any age.
Yeah.
It was
Provided
a
it's
fun
after the invention of
conversation. I had a good laugh.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
it was a
you
good
did.
conversation.
Before we head out, why don't we ask our little guests here what they're up to on their respective channels? Capital O, how you up to words?
How I up to? I up to great.
Been
Doinking around here
Yeah.
on the internet, having a grand old time. Come over to the channel. There's some videos you can watch. We'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Well, beautiful. Link in
Sweet.
description. John, what about you, sir?
John Graham on YouTube. I'm doing a cops and aliens show with Halo Reach at the moment. I got the first episode
Heyo.
out, but I'm taking a bit of a break right now, dealing with some moving shenanigans. So, but I'll resume production as soon as I can. And yeah.
Well, yeah, sweet, makes sense. Little Platoon, I know you've been up to a lot recently. Why don't you tell the audience about it?
Yes, lots and lots of Acolyte stuff. It's nice going from one video every like 3 weeks to 3 videos in a week. It's absolute nightmare on my sleep pattern. I'll be getting back to episode 3 after this. In fact, that will hopefully be out. Realistically, it's not going to be tomorrow at this point, so Monday, maybe, hopefully, or Tuesday. But at some point before episode 4, episode 3 will be out on the channel.
You really are trying to keep up with them as they come out, huh? Not bad.
Well, I fell behind with Ahsoka, and then everyone sort of lost interest, and so it became pointless. So I want to, keep this one. It'd be nice to stay on top of something for a change, rather than playing catch up.
Yeah, I get you. So you don't like the Acolyte, do you? Or
I think that's safe to say. No, I think that there's nice bits about some of the ideas that almost make it into the script.
I mean, it's okay. Well, I mean, the third episode I heard is the one that actually like turned the show around somewhat. It was that was
it
the one
saved
people are
Star Wars.
celebrating. So yeah. So that's nice to know. Keep it.
We're so back. Is that what
We
you're
are
saying?
definitely.
so back.
You know what's funny is I'm expecting that kind of attitude at the end of the next episode where they show all the lightsabers. That part, they know what they're doing with that. Everyone's gonna be like, it's so cool. We shall see. Yeah, for those curious as well, EFAP TV episodes have been released for the first 3. If you would like to know what the Acolyte is all about, but as was mentioned, you get some deep dives on Little Platoon's channel. And plenty of videos to enjoy on all 3 of our guests from today, which we very much appreciate you guys hanging out for something so specific and strange. Hopefully you had fun with the signs.
Absolutely.
Rags, Fringy, anything you guys want to mention, say in any way, shape, or form?
Nothing I want to say right now. Just things are getting worked on kind of in the background, and yeah, I don't want to mention any release time or anything quite yet.
I mean, you know the deal. It's just editing Dungeon, Acolyte. That's happening right now. Halo will be at some point. We'll talk about when that'll be releasing at some stage
Yes, and
in the future.
yeah, well, there's things to come. We're just sorting out exactly how things will release. In fact, the next
How to line everything up.
you get in your Acolytes chat, but you're also going to get a King Arthur War movie arc soon. I'm not exactly sure of exactly when, but it'll happen. So, yeah. Have a good night, all. Thank you very much. And
Yeah,
we
everybody.
shall see you on the
Thanks
next
for being
one.
here.
Doodle pip.
See you
will.
later, everybody.
We will see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See you
everybody.
later, everybody. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Toodaloo.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Ah.
My God.